You're the creator, and in the beginning was the Word. So all things were created. It was all spoken into existence. So in the beginning was the Word, and the Word became flesh, and that's where we're at right now. Hokadesh, under this covenant, of meek, not vengeance. He said, "Let vengeance be mine," saith the Lord. So all these nations that go outside their borders are outside this covenant that was made over 2,600 years ago. He made a covenant with his bride. He divorced his bride. That day they hung him on a tree. That's what you did at a wedding. You nailed a contract, a bill of marriage. And so that's why he hung his flesh. So thank you, Father, for that. Most people are froward when it comes to the agape. They don't, it's not in them. So Father doesn't love everybody, remember? He didn't love the Gentiles. So he only loved the high priest of remember the Levitical high priest of Aaron, a Levite. The Levitical laws, remember all these laws of the Sabbath and dietary laws. Don't sup with vipers. How about that? That's what he tells under this covenant. Don't sup with vipers. Cast your pearls before swine. Low energy. So those that don't produce fruit, remember, those that don't work don't eat. So like the parable of the fig tree. So he spoke in parables, not so that most people would enter and overstand him. You say understand, but it's so that only his bride would have a hearing ear. He would remove the restrainer, lift the veil. That's where apocalypse. That's where we're at right now in Scripture. So I just don't know the definition of apocalypse. I just gave it to you. So see, apocalypse isn't the end of the world. You're an idiot. There will be an apocalypse because he raises the dead. It's a lifting. So a removal of the cover, the restrainer, the scales from the eyes of his bride. So everybody else is in hell because they can't give you the definition of hell. And if you can't speak definition, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So he said, I am the Aletheia. So that's truth. So most people don't speak any truth. They don't know what truth is. They don't know what time it is, or let alone what year it is. So I live in a very perverted world. Most people are nice. That word means to be stupid. So most people are nice and stupid. They come in here and they play stupid games and they leave with stupid prizes. So careful where you put your treasure, or you cast your energy. So I couldn't even see your name, and I knew that was you, Connection. It did. Your name, the paragraph was too long. It didn't. I couldn't see your name. It was just the paragraph. It says, I'm adding some girls. I was like, oh, here comes Connection. So shout out earlier in the stream. Somebody came in talking about Canada, and they were talking about cannabis. So I said, well, we'll just throw it in our Canadian dick up there. Connection. So I don't know if they connected with her or not. I told them to subscribe to your channel. So we do throw shout outs, remember? But we did. We threw your channel out there, let people know that you're like, people want to drink, maybe out of the cannabis cup. they can go see you. How about that? So careful. Don't break bread with those that are in the narrow way. So hados. Cannabis used to be a big part of Scripture, and they've removed it. Big part of the things like frankincense and myrrh. These were burnt and burned in the air, and not like passing around like a bunch of hippies in a circle that having a circle, not a circle jerk, but a joint, So, but I thought I'd come in here again and talk about war, because the country I live in is a corporation, and it's not, they pay, it's the war machine. It's the military industrial complex that Eisenhower warned us about. These banksters have taken over with Palantir, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and not a space agency, or never a straight answer, NASA, meaning deceiver. So all these space farce, remember Mr. Spaceballs? He made a space farce, or whatever, his warp speed, greatest jab ever, king of the jab. So the war already started a long time ago. It's on for your health and your mind. So if you don't eat properly, you're not going to feel very good, and then you probably won't think very well either. So you'll be you are what you eat. That's how I was raised. So I was raised a lot differently than this modern day world. It was a lot different. We were raised, if you can't eat it, or if you can't read it, don't eat it. And now everything is like you have to have a freaking science degree just to read a label and sit there and while you pull up a stool, and because it's like a freaking novel reading the back of a label on food now. What was in bread? Flour, baking powder, egg. I mean, what they would put salt. What do they put in it now? So like that. Jesus loves you even if you don't make him sense. Jesus is Satan. There is no such thing as Jesus. No. Nope. Jesus is Mithra. Mithra, the one birthed on December 25th in the manger. So you do the works of your father, the adversary. So there were no J's in the time of Rome. So you can planet means wander. You can wander on out of here. So what is that all about? I think he's a pedo bear is what he must be. So I'm going to try to give you a bear hug. Watch. Is that you, Dave? Are you still pissed off? Skid marks, stripes. You can call them stripes. So stripes across the nose, but like striations, like on a cannabis seed, Ooh, better not go there. All right, now you said they flagged it. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube is definitely. No, we don't. Keep your hands to yourself. There's no Jesus, so your name is stupid. So is Project Bluebeam. There's no such thing as Project Bluebeam. It's Blue Book, not Bluebeam. So got it right here. No, not that Blue Book. Go grow up. That's a put there to deceive you. So they have directed energy technology. Obviously, we saw that in Venezuela, but it's about fooling you and bringing in the Tesla Tartaria tech from thousands of years ago. So, dummy, the USA is not a whatever you say, dummy. Oh, we got a crash test dummy in here. I guess this guy's one of these. It's run right into a wall, kind of like Paul, remember? After they'd stoned him. So you don't even know. 3 billion versus 1 man. I don't think you're the truth, man. Well, he said, believe no man, right? And he said, don't add or take away. So, nope, there's your king. There's your Jesus right there. Here's your Jesus. We're going to flip this around. Here's your Jesus. See, here's your tree worship. He was born in a manger, right? There's your Jesus right there. Take that, Jesus, you idiot. Get away from me. You don't know what you're talking about. Get out of here. So there's your Revelation 9:11 kings, the seventh king being revealed as the eighth king right in front of your face. So get away from me. Do not think I came to bring peace. You don't even know what that symbolizes, do you? Anymore about idolatry and imagery. So moderate Jesus connection. Yeah, wrong crown, you idiot. Get away from me, you stink. Like the letter J. Hooked on phonics? Like a stinky, like fish. Fish hook, remember? You ever fish hook somebody? Rip the whole side of their face open. Careful. Don't pull too hard, you know. Rip them and strip them. Oh, fish on! So maybe run that 86 MEPS lure or something like that, you know. So how does this connect with my poppy bed sheets? Goodbye. I'm not having no bull in here, so if anybody puts any crap, just moderate them. Just moderate them. Connection. I don't want to hear it 2 times and get them out of here. No swine talk tonight. Talk war or don't talk at all. Talk preparedness or don't talk at all. Prepare, don't talk plans. Father will wreck them, I guarantee you. He already wrote everything that was not written and everything that ever will be. So don't be an idiot or you'll get tossed out of here. Well, no, you won't. If you're an idiot, that means you don't know. You've never seen it or heard it in your life. That's what an idiot is. If I call you an idiot, don't be offended. So this is war. What are you doing about it? War doesn't decide who's right. It decides who's left. You gonna be left or right? You're gonna be in a box, huh? You know what happens when you unfold a box across? We'll put that over you. Do you Discord want to debate? No, I don't have Discord. You can. You don't want to. You can't handle the truth there, Ace. Remember, up your sleeve. Remember. What are you hiding there, Ace? So, hey, watch out, poker. Remember, like 2 jokers in a deck. There's not 52 weeks in a year, so it's not 2026. Yeah, you can't split the aces in here or double down. Demonion, distributor fortunes or lies, double demon. You know you gave those kids you gave the kids the gifts, not the fat guy, and you ate the cookies and drank the milk. So, like 2 aces in a deck of 4. But if you get them in blackjack, right, you can split them and double down. I could cook you with the real truth. No, you can't cook me with the real truth. What's the definition of truth? What's the Greek word for truth? Cook me. You couldn't cook anything. You remember you said I am the Aletheia, not some pedo. Remember The Rock, Dwayne Wayne. So Ace, don't talk to my moderators like that or you will get moderated out of here. So don't moderate them there, Ice. Don't moderate them, okay? Give us the word for Greek word since you've got it all figured out of truth. You said truth. What is the Greek word for truth? I already said it in here once, so we'll see if you're an ass. If you're stubborn, since maybe you're an elephant, you will never forget or you know it all. Maybe you're not the donkey mock in the Republic. So what is the Greek word for truth? Since you have it figured out, remember an old Jewish book written in Greek, we're speaking out of Scripture. If you speak out of line, that means you're perverted. So don't add from the truth, remember? So what's the Greek word for truth? Yeah, come on down. Step up to the mic there. You gonna mic drop? You gotta say something before you can mic drop, right? What are you, Jezebel? Did you run away? Hello, ding dong. Don't go away, mad girl. Just go away, right? Jezebel. Okay, there you go, Aletheia. So what's okay, so can you speak any Aletheia? You have a computer. Good for you. That's the Greek word Aletheia. So cook me. So go ahead. What is hell? What's the definition of hell? Where's hell at? Let's see if you know where hell's at. Where's hell's at? Where is hell? Because if you know something, I won't. Remember, somebody come in here and stalk some truth. I ain't gonna kick them out of here. That's all I want is truth in here. Aletheia is the word truth. He said, I am. Remember, be comforted, Peter. Kind of like, I think Ryan, I said in here, get behind me. I am. Like you said, I'm not asking you if you phileo. So let's see if you got dirt worship, if you're a dirt worship, if you love the dirt or if you love the word. So where's hell? What's the definition of hell? Tell everybody in here, Ace, where's hell at? What's hell? You've been in here before, so you should know these things. I already taught you these things. He said, call no man teacher. That's the word prophet, remember? Because you've been in here. You can just stand in the sidelines. A lot of people do that. Could have been learning. Now you're going to try to cook me. Oh, he's going to come in and try to teach the teacher. You ever heard that? What was that? 2 girls in a cup? So you might want to come in as a dry sponge. But hey, you can produce fruit in here. Heck yeah, go ahead. So where's hell? Where's hell at? Ace. And what year is it since you've got it all figured out? You're taking a long time to answer this one. So I don't know what your whiskey papa Mike, if you speak phonetically, anything, America, everything is awesome when you got a pedo class running the show, huh? Disgusting. They're memeing us. They're beating us in the meme war. So, yes, they are. Iran's crushing us at the Strait. We blockaded the blockade. That sounds like a child. I know you are, but what am I? I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you. Come on, how childish can this nation be? A bunch of childish idiots. So, but I asked Ace if he could tell me where hell's at or the definition of hell. So it's the king of Revelation, remember, in 9/11 Revelation. So, all right, moving on. I don't discord or double dribble or no runs, no drips, no errors, whatever. Ask how, ask now. Ask Sherman Williams. I don't know whatever he's painting in here. Remember, to be completely overcome from the inside and out. So not much, not many strokes, different strokes for different folks. Yodes, you know what a yode is? Letter. So I don't think he can cook anything. I don't think he can cook his way out of a pot, remember? Maybe too much indica, too much of that dispensary space rock, space weed. Maybe he's on the rocks. So maybe it's whiskey or maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe he got 86'd out of here. So, hey, did you get 86'd? All right, cool. So just produce fruit in here, man. So apparently you don't have thin skin. You didn't all freak out. So you have to have some skin to be in this, you got to endure to the end if you want to be. Sozo is the Greek word to be saved. It carried, lifted from beginning point to an ending point and brought, so nobody's being saved. Can't be saved. There's no such thing as being saved. You already bought. And he comes back and picks up. He paid the bride price. Where his purchased possession. So remember his bride at the wedding supper. So I don't sup with vipers. So if you produce fruit, thank you. Welcome to the fold. Just spit some truth in here. So aletheia is truth, and that's what we don't. We can talk about other things, but don't pervert the word. Remember, the first people he comes back and deals with is the false teachers. That's the word prophet or scorpizzo, the false teacher. Prophet is the word teacher, but the false teacher is the word scorpizzo. So careful. I was birthed right on the 13th day. Is that lucky or unlucky? You got Ace is the name, not Ventura. Oh, please don't be Ventura, Mr. Another one of those pedophiles that's been to the island. Oh, Mr. Carey, he's an island boy too. They said he was tripping upstairs and he was Joe, remember? It was a snake before he let me in, then he let in Joe Biden. So, oh man, what a nightmare this is, huh? No, don't go to sleep, man. To live the American dream, you got to be sleeping. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you're sleeping. So what an abomination. No, that was the 44th. Remember, his name was Barry, not Obama. So people are lost. They'll take whatever they're given, school them. Yeah, I get my 3 ladies got hashed. 3 of those things got crushed. So whatever. And now we got all the nice days. I went by a place that the only place where I know where they have, because it's a local place, or because I don't really like to do clones, but I don't have time to do, seeds. But I would buy there. They don't have, yet. They really only get it from just that couple of the distributors, and so they said I might have some in there the next time I go there. It is that time of year, so. I'm a seed grower, but I just don't have the time right now. With too many other things going right now. Remember, septic, electric, house, a farm, animals, whatever. Got a million things going. So we're at war. I'm trying to be ready to shut my gates and shut this thing off and never, have to see you guys on the other side. This place is garbage, rubbish. America's the worst. Canada's right along with it with the NAFTA treaties and all this other crap. So watch it. Things are progressing quick, very quickly. He said if it didn't shorten the days, no flesh would survive. So are you going to make it to the end? Why survive when you can thrive? Most people be hanging on by a string, by a thread. So but you don't have to do that. Not if you get ahead of it. Preparedness, not plans. Don't make plans. Father wreck them. Prepare for the worst. Prepare for the best. Now you got, and then try to have a C plan. Watch out for the distributors of fortunes lies to others. Watch it have a D plan too. Remember, distributors of fortunes. That's a demon. So a lot of those in this rock that you walk to. A demon isn't some. The demon is a word. It is distributors of the word. So. Oh, here you are with somebody else with their stupid huggy wuggy nonsense. So get away from us, Skid Mark, Dave. We know it's you, Dave. Dave's not here. So you don't have to even twice. Connection's going to make the connection. He knows it's you, Dave. So you're still about that taint across your nose, huh? It wasn't just the balls, but it was the taint too that got you, huh? Oh, I shouldn't have said it out loud, but all right. Hey, whatever, man. That was a freaky moment, man. Glad we didn't keep Dave around too long. So Dave's not here. So. All right. But thank you, Father, for the fact that, I know this is war. I'm a prior military police, Army veteran. I know the military police are the very first. They deal with the MI, Mike India, military intelligence, CAB, scouts, all the first, eyes on snipers. The Marines report to the MPs, the last ones because of prisoners of war, the last ones to leave the battlefield, first ones in the battle, last ones to leave. So this is war. People in America are just too lost. So I don't want to talk to anybody anymore. This is just stupidity. This country is just, everybody's nice. Nobody, that means to be stupid. So everybody's just nice and stupid. I hate Americans to the core of the sin, not them. Themselves, not the person. I don't hate the sinner. I hate the sin of America. It's the disgusting. They're just memeing us. If you want to know what America is, look at the Lego memes. And not everything in there is exact, but man, about 98% of that stuff is spot on. So can't say anything good about America. Can't say anything good about America. We have a beautiful country other than the land itself. Most of the people are sheer evil and don't care, and they're Satan worshipers, the adversary, they go by the clock worship. So Christ Mass, they banned that clock worship, orgy worship. They would throw you into jail and fine you for worshiping that orgy, Baphomet, Baal God, sun worship, tree, Moloch, Esau's brother Moloch. He killed his brother, stole his inheritance. You might want to pay attention to that. Why, he called him Jacob. Remember, that was a man, not a country. It was a tribe of 12 tribes, and he loved him and gave the inheritance, and he called him Israel. So Israel's not a country. That's blasphemy. So get away from me too, all that. I'm not doing that anymore with anybody. That's stupidity. It shows how very little you have ever sat with any scriptural, biblical, historical record. History's in a book, so you're only getting one side. The victor, remember, war doesn't decide who's right, it decides who's left. So is that man laying on the ground dead? Does he get the right to? The victor gets the spoils. Heroes know when to take, cover and duck. They don't sit out there like in a pond waiting to be shot. Remember, duck? No, I'm just going to, remember he said endure to the end. So you have to try to make it. You don't just sit there and jump in front of a moving, live round, right? You take cover. Once again, people are gone, lost in space. Their heads just floating. It's, floating like a duck in a pond. There they go, lost in space. I don't watch television, so. Why do you care about movies? We're at war. You come into a thing that says we're at war and you talk about movies. You're the problem with society. You know that? You've got to be an American. Stink IP address. American, brothers, sisters. Gulf, engulfed with movies and television and Holly. Holly's, wood, orchestrating the Yule, like they go around and round, and with their little stage, they cycle you through. So, there you go. Spaceballs, round and round. You got it. So, space farce, lunatics. So, I like the movie The Wall, but I don't know if that's a PG or it's not. That's a movie about where we're at right now. Remember Pinky? Yeah, there you go. So, Mr. Warp Speed, bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, like a little Banner. Remember? Oh, kind of like David Banner. Remember? Wasn't it? Get all big and green and break out of his clothes. So, all right. Mean Green. Oh, it was a green machine, remember? Or maybe it's Mean Gene Okerlund from the wrestling. Keep up. Oh my goodness. What a bunch of crap, man. Yeah, you don't like me when I'm angry. I get all big. Dude, I used to have that when I was younger. I had the whole, you put the cage around it and had a pumper thing, in the back, kind of like a, blood pressure thing. And he kind of like the stretchy man, but he would blow up and break out of this cage. It was pretty cool. I don't know, kids. I'm older, so we didn't have all these battery operated. Not everything made a noise, or we played with sticks. we smoked sagebrush and sniff Fun Dip. Well, that'll burn. Whatever. We were kids. That's what kids do, All right, moving on. Young and dumb and full of crazy ideas. So I was quite the handful for my dad. He just never got a break. Always at the hospital, or always getting a cast. Or look at me, I'm still breaking bones to this day, man. Can't stop breaking bones. Whatever. It is what it is. Bone breaks are okay. It's the nerve pain that sucks, man. Nerve pain to make somebody take you feel like you put your balls, speaking of balls, because people like to talk about balls all the time, crystal balls rubbing on their wiki lamps or their whatever, on their balls, crystal balls. Feels like somebody's crushing them in a vice, That's not a comfortable feeling, So sciatica is a mother, man, Nerve pain is a whole different kind of animal, so whatever. Go, Mr. Bobo. Yeah, China ain't sending us anymore, though, so. Remember? So, no more crap coming from China. We're getting cut off. No more silver. They're not sending any more money. That's money. They call that money, or the white metal and the yellow metal. But anyway, saw silver was up to like $75 plus paper. So that probably puts the physical at about 80 right now. I don't know what the premium, probably somewhere around there. I haven't, sold all my metals. That's the only one. That's the only buffalo I kept. Oh well. So look at what we got. We're only $2,000-$3,000 away from this whole thing being done, man. So heck yeah, maybe more. Let's not speak too soon. Maybe 5, or 6 if they come out and tell me. But I was looking at. I don't want to talk to the guy. I mean, they'll figure it out. On the paper, I was looking through, the conditional use permit. It shows that there's 3 separate lots next door, and that's why they might be able to charge me less, because that might not always be a farm. That farm can go out and that lot could break up, and so I think I might be okay. I don't know. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. I found more eggs today. Another clutch chicken laying eggs under the barbecue. Silly chickens. So I have 165 eggs right now. I need to water glass eggs. I'm so frustrated that I don't have anybody out here, man. Everybody should be eating eggs right now. And that's why I'm trying to get to where I don't waste these. That's why I'm trying to get the power here to get the freeze dryer out here so we can get these things put in a, you know, or at least dryers, because you can dry eggs. You don't have to, freeze dry eggs. You can powder them out. So, um, I don't know if I'll do all of those eggs in a freeze dryer again. That the freeze dryer costs a lot more to run than but the powdered eggs will keep for a long time. So I just watered glass 150 or some eggs. Look at this. I just water glass. They're like 30 plus eggs or something in some. This is all. I just water glassed over 100 eggs. I went to town and got some more. Some more. I think it's pickling lime is what it's called. Yeah. So, but they're so good, guys. I mean, I eat them with everything. I have to. I don't want to waste them. I feed them the chickens, the dogs get them, and I'm still getting backstocked. I try to have somebody come over. I give them away too. When I spend money on the feed, I'm kind of picky like that because I like the taste of the eggs. I mean, when you it's like anything, you can definitely taste the feed. Go look at a different chart on how many different colors an egg yolk can be. From green, an egg can literally, the yolk could be green itself from the diet the chicken eats. So, light, the store-bought eggs are old too, and you can't water glass a store-bought egg because all the bloom has been washed off. I don't make pickled eggs, but what I should, you know what I'm saying? Heck yeah, why not? Just cool. But the best eggs, man, are going to be farm fresh eggs, brothers, sisters, because all that eggs commercialized have been washed and they're about a month plus old. Now you can leave fresh eggs out on the counter and not. Most countries, they don't have their eggs refrigerated. That's kind of an American thing. Spray them and clean them and wash them. And most places, if you have good clean nests, you really were not going to have an issue, unless you got a bird like laying like those freaking eggs underneath the barbecue. Underneath the barbecue, we're all dirty. There's no dirt under there. None. How the hell are the eggs all dirty? I don't know. Literally, I just actually threw them out and fed them to the chickens. So I don't have any egg eaters, they don't. So they lay them in the box, but I've been finding clutches here or there. So I just feed them back to the birds. So I'd have more eggs, probably about 200 eggs. You know what I'm saying? Well, an unwashed egg, they say on the counter can last, I think, again, a month or so, and that egg's, when you get it, it's already a month old. That's why it's all kind of thin and more watery than a farm fresh egg doesn't. And it's got the difference even than Costco, Clint, is why I do this more than anything, is that a farm fresh egg like I raise out of my birds has 30 to 40% more nutrition in it, protein, than your store-bought eggs too. Absolutely. That's why you too, because I feed mine freaking high dollar organic. I don't do none of the very little. That's what I'm trying to do now is get a feed mill, a pellet feed mill, buy a bale of this alfalfa. I mean, they do the big 1.5 big bales out here, right? And then blend my garden in it because it needs a little bit of moisture and make those pellets. So I got winter feed all winter that I don't have to pay for feed anymore. I got to grow a garden. I got to water it, but I'll try to eat a little bit of it. I don't eat a ton of vegetables, but I will if they're not grown in fluoridated water and chlorinated water, because I got well water, and you know what I'm saying, and it's not sprayed with all the bugs and all the other. I'll probably pick at that, graze a little bit out of the garden, but a lot of it I'm growing this year for I call it in there feeds from everywhere. Yeah, so my eggs are, like I said, I got some pretty big eggs too, and these are young birds. I got eggs like that. I got like double, triple X eggs already. So, and these are heavy. I have the cinnamon queens and the red sex link. Those are Rhode Island, and they lay about 300 eggs a year. And that little white one, man, she cranks out blue eggs. Not right now. I'm just down because it's just me right here. I've used to do sheep and goats and rabbits and chickens, and I have raised hogs before out here, and I do breed dogs. I would breed out working out, breed them unless they're already all spoken for. I don't just breed them to breed them. So, but yeah, there's ways to create abundance. 10 rabbits, 3 does, and 7 bucks will make as much as a whole cow. It's worth of meat. You got a tub of lard, you can make it on rabbits alone. That's it. Cook that rabbit in some lard. When you cook it, like you'd maybe fry some chicken, or whatever, you don't, I'm not saying you have to do that. What I'm saying, in a pan or something, sear it, and there you go. You're good. So, yeah, they don't wash eggs in most places. Connection. In most countries, they don't wash eggs. It's a kind of an American thing. There are some, Canada does it too. I'm pretty sure you guys wash your eggs up there too. Stupid ass restrictions, brothers, sisters. Oh, you might get a fecal bacteria. Dude, come on. Once you get them, if there is any of that and you get it home, you can wash it if you're going to eat it. I don't wash them. I don't care. I crack them open. I don't eat the outside of the egg. I make sure I don't, if they're that dirty, I will, but mine don't get that dirty. I make sure my coop is, my nesting boxes are clean, and then they'll, they're pretty good about that. Like I said, keep their nesting boxes clean. They'll stay in their nest, but when you free range them, if I just clip their wings, they'd stay in there too. So I might have to do that someday. I just like to let them free range around though. You know what I'm saying? So they can just wander the whole, if I see them freaking way out there in the bushes and stuff, it's not good because I'm down a bird. I'm down to 16. I had 17. I lost one. I don't know where it's at. I went out today and it's not out there, and I count them every day. So, it could be out there somewhere, but they every once in a while will lose a bird to other birds. Not normally coyotes. Don't normally come. They'll get close to the fence line, but there's fence line and another fence line and another fence line and another fence line. They'd have to come in and then get into the coop. So there's quite a deterrent for any. And we've got the dogs have had. Well, I'm just down to one dog now, but we have been here for years, and they let them run around and move around the property too. So they do a pretty good job at keeping Mark, and the coyotes don't normally bother for chickens. And it can be, out here, some people have issues, and closer to the little township in there, they've got, some possums and raccoons. I haven't seen anything like that out here. So rats will come steal your eggs. If you got rats, I've got cats. So I'm all down to one cat, and we've still got Kevin's cat. He's here. So he's, with Juniper, she's doing good. Juniper girl's doing good too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's crazy connection. It is, because then your eggs, people don't realize your eggs that you buy from the store are like a year old. No, they taste stale though. They're not a year. I'm just joking. But if there's a difference, it's like eating something that's stale. When you eat a store-bought egg compared to eating a farm fresh egg off a farm, especially if it's grown with good feed, like mine are, peas and oats, and I have 5 different kinds of grains, and they free range. They eat bugs like crazy out of the bushes. The eggs are fire, man. They taste so good. The yolks are just phenomenal. And the whites are nice and thick. They don't run out all over the pan. And you put one egg in, it'll almost cover half a pan from some of them store-bought eggs. They're just watery, and just very little flavor. You can definitely taste, what the feed that's in that bird, and people figure this out. It's pretty neat too, because sometimes you'll see people spend a grip load of money to try to, get their, coop and all this stuff. And you'll see them on these chicken, groups. Like, here's my first $3,000 egg. Just a big old, dookie eating grin, but they don't care if it costs them $3,000 for that egg. They're doing it now. You don't get chickens and raise chickens because it's cheaper. People figure that out. Now, when they do their stupid ritual and raise them for $12, and they end up being $12 a dozen, but it's almost like growing cannabis. You can't grow cannabis for what they can go get it at a dispensary. especially if they've got China or the government involved, and that happens up north where connections too. It's hard to grow it for that price. It isn't. You've got your time, your lights, your substrate, whether it's some kind of media, and soilless, or it's all. There's timer switches, all of it. It's all costs money, man. You know, um, so it's hard to. But some people much prefer to grow their own meds, like they grow their own eggs, just better meds, better eggs. Go back to the ways of old, brothers, sisters. Father loves when you grow your own meds and your own eggs. Yes, he does. Heck yeah, he does. That's how you make Father. Frick yeah. Grow your own eggs and grow your own meds. Hey, if you're in an apartment, grow some quail eggs. It's like rabbits. You know what I'm saying? No, I know. I guess remember forever. Ryan, I don't want to ask your age, but I think we're not too far apart. Are you old enough to remember? Because it was like, for a long time, you know, it was just always outdoor. That's kind of the way it was. It was always that thing. Some people, yeah, okay. So you remember, some people grew indoor. But then when hydroponic came, it was like, oh, it's the best. It's the best. It's the best. No, it's not. You can't meet a million, gazillion, bazillion candle watt freaking electric sun. Okay. You can mimic it with your halogen 1,000 watt, done it, been there, whatever. And that's good. You can grow high quality, but you're not going to beat the sun. You're just not, you know. Thanks for not putting a German flag in here. Boy, we're so stupid. America's so stupid, brothers, sisters. Look at what we're doing to Germany right now. I hate America, man. Freaking Mr. Warp Speed comes in and sanctions our allies. Canada, connections in here. Everybody. And he just raised the whole thing, guys. You know what I'm saying? Well, right. Connection because you want that egg because you eat it. The organic, you don't care. Oh, look at my first $3,000 egg. It don't matter. Look at these meds. I grew these meds. You know what I'm saying? These are mine. There's always something to bring a plant to fruition, brothers, sisters, to be able to grow your own medicine. Man, that is freaking epic. If you ain't done it, it's up there. I don't mean to go there. It was like having a kid. I'm like, hey, man, I don't care how many times even or seeing childbirth, having one or being a witness to childbirth. Not of an animal, that's pretty, but of a human birth, it's always just like, every time I've ever been a witness, it's just powerful, So some things in life everybody should have the ability to do one time, because it's like, especially, we'll go back to what we're saying, remember, right? When you used to have to kind of do it all, but when it wasn't recreational, and now they're rescheduling it, and you had to do it and smell it, and it didn't have labels and numbers and this much this and this much that, and yeah. Remember how it was? Things used to be a lot different back then, when you had to, okay. But anyways, you know what I'm saying? You when you did it, remember, most people weren't able to, to do it outdoors. So that's a lot of how indoor came about too, brothers, sisters. Let's not fool ourselves. Okay. I'm trying to bring you through, because I remember how all this happened, you know what I'm saying? On kind of how all this came about, because people were growing indoor, but it was not, you had to close your curtains. Couldn't be like go over to Eugene and people just, it's in the air everywhere. People on their front porch walking down the street, even though you're not supposed to, do it in public. It's the freaking all of Eugene, all of Lane County over there, by the college or whatever. Go down, Alder Street or something, whatever. Okay. But again, moving on in the conversation, something about growing your own meds, brothers, sisters, to be able to grow something to fruition. Because before, when you had to sneak around to get, a $35, $40, $50, I don't know where it went after that. That's kind of got my card or whatever, started growing my own. For an eighth, man, it was not like, and if it was good, it didn't matter if it was indoor and outdoor. If it was fire. We used to get stuff, brothers, sisters, that more than half of it you had to separate with sticks and stems. Brickweed is what we called it. The Tex-Mex. The brown frown from downtown. We are so spoiled. And I'd probably even take a puff off that right now because it give you a good head change, Wasn't that bad, man. They just, all right, anyway. So remember, sticks and shit. If I do somebody, we're going to 86 and we get them out of here. So remember, we're not going to unalive anybody. When you get 86 out of a bar, they don't take you out and shoot you in the parking lot, right? How stupid is this country? Okay, so anyways, Monte Santos, yes, the Monsanto. So the old school was you got some from your buddy, you got some from whoever he was. You knew he was. He was your guy. Maybe, and if you were nice and you were good to him, he'd give you a front. Okay, that guy, right? The guy they keep you there for an hour or two. If you went over there, that guy, remember that guy? Some guys didn't like that, but there was a couple of those guys like that, Oh man, I want to be there forever. He's gonna try to make me chooch everything under the sun. So, all right, man, try this. All right. So, anyways, no, you can't use yours. You got to leave yours. You leave with everything you came with. Try this. So, okay. Anyway, so old school, right? You remember that guy? You guys? And then you got, whatever. And there was a cost, and it sucks because it shouldn't be like that. Everybody should have access to medicine. But anyway, so there's a cost that was, that you incurred because of it. Because that's what we were talking about, right? So, one, if you do it on your own and you do it properly and you don't overdo it, because it's only going to be as strong as it's going to be, period. Throw $1 million at one plant, it's not going to make the plant any better. That's why I try to tell me this is better or that's better. I've grown for, more than a decade, and the plants are only going to get so, that's it. They release a certain THC or CBD or TCB or THN or whatever, and that's it. It doesn't get. So when you grow your own, though, and you take a plant all the way, because the cool thing about what you don't get from when you get it from your buddy or whatever is you don't get it fresh, like when you grow your own. Yeah, I mean, you're going to take it and like puff on it when it's a little wet the first time. It's going to taste a little cucumbery. I don't care what strain it is. Kind of have that cucumber flavor when you're taking it so it's a little too soon, right? When it's fresh, we're in a really bad, I don't like being here at all. I hate this country with every bit of I served it. I'm a veteran. The right of the people, not a flag, not the country. No, I didn't. It was the right of the people. Remember, Declaration of Independence, Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. So people are lost in this country. Everybody's spending too much food. It's just poison over here. Everybody eats the goyim slop. Only during World War I, hello, not World War II, but even World War II. But if you look back at World War I, 40% of the U.S. populace grew their own food. Some kind of food, garden, chickens, rabbits, anything, something. Some chives in their windowsill, some scallion, anything. You know what I'm saying? Less than 1% of the U.S. populace grows their own food. So they just eat poison. The food in this country, I believe it's been banned in Germany and other, 30 plus countries or whatever have banned the food in this country. They don't want it. Don't ship it here. Don't even send it into our country. It's banned, So, yeah, there you go. Just be careful with your dialect. You'll figure a way around it. Connection, you know what I'm saying? Isn't that weird? These trigger words. It's like living in Yahtzee, Germany. During World War II, Weimar and all this, whatever. That's what it's like in America now. Hey, the tables have turned, baby. Turn around is fair play, remember? Like the sands in the hourglass. So, once again, back to what I was saying. Amsterdam. Oh, never mind. So, had to go there. So, if you've never taken and grown a plant by yourself from start to finish, and you get to, before you get it in the jar and jar cure it and get it, you leave it on the stick and you get it, you start pulling it off there, so you get that flavor, and then you get it in the jar, so you get about 4 or 5 different flavors of those meds that people don't get by growing your own plant. And then once you got it jar cured and you've gone through those different stages, man, you're just loving it, and it's like one of the coolest things, uniquest things, most amazing things. If somebody's never done it, not everybody has to, because it's not everybody's thing, but I'm telling you, if you haven't, it's an exhilarating experience to see something go from start to finish. You know what I'm saying? Um, and it's just very rewarding experience. You're just like, dude, this is so amazing. You know what I'm saying? To take something that normally you had to go be a little sneaky before it was like this, keep your curtains closed, make sure your neighbor, if he's not cool, they don't, and now it's, you can do this and not stress the plant out. You can do it legally, like in Oregon, you can grow, everybody can go 4 plants per property. And that's all I grew last year. And I still have some meds from last year. And, you know, it's just a unique experience that, again, if you've never done it, it's up there to me with like having my kid, my son, you know, not as cool as the Revelation 12 sign, but pretty darn, up there, man. It's just a really unique thing. And you're like, man, I did that, and then we get to share it with somebody else, you're like, dude, try this. I grew this. They're like, no way, dude, that's fire. Right. And it's a unique thing, but it's not cheap. Okay. It's not cheap. You're not going to grow it for cheaper, and you go get your space rocks and your genetically modified auto flower government crap, which is not even hardly cannabis anymore. In many ways, it's not. They've changed it. They've turned it into a drug. Drugs kill people. Cannabis never killed anybody. So it's been around forever. I told you that the oldest, frozen man found in ice had a satchel on the side of his pocket, or on his hip, and it had feminine cannabis in it. So we have used this since the beginning of time. So I told you, it used to be regularly used as an antimicrobial, bacterial, burn right alongside with myrrh and frankincense and all these other. But people are very, illiterate when it comes to scriptural records, and so. Oh, so thank you, Father, for those that have the ability, that don't have to do this under being terrorized and thrown in a cage and locked up for, a freaking decade or something for growing a freaking plant, a flower. It's my favorite flower that grows about the dirt plant. Okay. So I think it's ridiculous what they, forever, the government, with this non-medical, that's why, because there's so many different medicinal properties that have not been studied to this day that they will discover. It's not the cure-all, but it has so many. Remember, the 101 different chemicals alone just make up the compound THC. So, well, that's cool, though. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't want to grow it and it's not yours, that's cool. That's a nice thing about people who use cannabis. They're not normally trying to push it on you. Come on, man. Here, try this. Like, they're not, and if they just do that, they're not normally violent people. They're pretty mellow. They stay to themselves. Oh, sneaky over there if you don't mind. But, because it's so strong, when people who don't use it, it's strong. They can smell it a mile away. You're like, I don't smell nothing. They're like, dude, you freaking reek, dude. You feel like it smelled like you hit a skunk. What are you talking about, man? I didn't choose you this morning. It's later in the evening. Yeah. Still on your clothes, man. Some of the stuff is pretty strong for people who don't, but I think it's neat that people can grow it, have access to it. It is a little more expensive to grow, though. So I don't think you can go, oh, I'm going to do this to save money. Nope. Here's my first $3,000 chicken egg. Wait until you get that first, harvest, and you do something yourself, if you can even go it that far. How many times have you seen people with grow equipment online? Outside, not as hard to do, because you have, sun is pretty if you get it in the right time. Inside growing is not an easy thing to do. I don't care if it's hydroponic, soilless, if it's, a medium growing, whatever it is. There are a lot of people who make an attempt to grow indoors, and they overdo it most of the time. or they don't pay attention, and they have some limitations. Although they like to call it weed, which is such a derogatory statement, it has a lot of, it is very resilient, but it doesn't, it has parameters. Look, I nuked those plants and they were only outside for like 2 hours in the cold before the sun. I had to go get Juniper fixed. So she's fixed. Oh, well, I lost, some ladies. No big deal. It's not the end of the world, but, they have limitations, So growing them indoors is not as easy as most people think. So there are a lot of times you'll see yeah, they did that too. You know what I'm saying? It was called Victory Gardens. If you look up Victory Gardens, Rudy, look up Victory Gardens. Hey, we need to talk about this too, guys, because this is huge. You guys aren't paying attention if you're one of these people got your head up your fourth point of contact. Putin is now talking about going into Germany, brothers, sisters, over there in you don't care because you're stupid ass Americans. You don't care about anything but your little petty little box that you live in. But overseas, over there in Ukraine, you've been funding the genocide over there, like you paid to kill all those Iranian children. The blood's on your hands, America. So if you're an American, just so you know, if you filled out a W-2, you got blood. The whole generation of Ukrainians gone. Literally, like the average fighting age in Ukraine is like 50, closer to my age, in their 50s. They're all gone. They either fled the country or put them in the meat grinder. So this is not a joke. That's been going on for 4.5 years now over there in Ukraine. So that would be right on Rudy's doorstep too. Okay, and you can't stop acting like these things aren't happening. You're funding the genocide over there. Well, that genocide might continue into Rudy's backyard. They've been getting all these Baltic states and Poland and guys, I was blogging about this on this platform 13 years ago. This isn't new news to me. Look it up. I was talking about when they went in and they, violated the Donetsk agreement and, were in Kiev and they removed elected, just like it's like going in and kidnapping a president and a first lady. The things we do, people just don't care. Steal all their gold, bring it back here, put it in the vault, keep this whole gang show of bankster thugs doing this, oh, nice. Alabama back to Kentucky. So, oh my goodness. We're getting a little sciatica. I apologize. So, brothers, sisters, it is progressing over there, and Germany is arming up. This is starting to feel a lot like, again, the Second World War, the lead up to the same thing that happened last time, So a lot of Russians died. They've already lost a lot in this Kiev, all this taking back all this area that was prior to this, World War II. And most Americans aren't paying attention to it. So I'm not really talking to you. You go back to your little hole in your wall or whatever you're at. Climb back under your rock that you live in or whatever. Oh, wait, you only live in sticks and ever all huff and all puff and all blow your house down. All right. You've been 86. Get out of here. So doesn't mean you're going to be unalive. We got to take 86 back. So seriously, I don't like Comey. I don't like none of these many meaning many and tick meaning bloodsucker, but politicians, many bloodsuckers. But like I said, when you get 86 from a bar, they don't take you out to the parking lot and cap you right there, do they? Oh, had too much to drink. Pow. That's enough for you, right? So what an abomination. Brothers, sisters, this is World War II. They did the same thing. This sounds like Mr. Time Magazine's Man of the Year. Yes, they loved him, reveled after him. Yes, they did. The seventh king of Revelation. Yes, they did. He will be revealed and is being revealed as the eighth king is a spiritual. Right here, right in front of your face. I told you. You're just an idiot. You don't study any of this stuff. You just think that, this symbol was long been before World War II was around. You're just a child, so you probably won't make it in here, and you're not going to make it. Remember, war doesn't decide who's right, it decides who's left. And you have to have a strong mindset. You have to be spiritually right so you don't make mistakes. The devil's in the details. So you should pay attention. Remember the adversary, the seventh king of Revelation? So they can do that. Sometimes that'll put them into kind of a, it'll stun them a little bit, but they can't come back. Almost anything that's been stunted over time will come back. Connection, it just does. It's going to do it to those ladies that I had. I was like, that's why I'm just going to, crush them and get some more, because I don't want to have to go through that stunning. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. What an interesting time, though, to sit there and watch this progression. This could be the weekend that Mr. Warp Speed goes in and puts boots in the ground. They got over 100,000 probably plus troops in Kuwait right now sitting over there. All those destroyers. They brought a third aircraft carrier in there. So that's another strike force group in there. They're obviously, this is a big nonsense. What is going on? And we don't even get oil over there. What the hell are we doing policing the world once again? So we're not gonna, like I said, the IRAM is winning the meme war. I guarantee you, if I walk down the street, I can go to any city and ask people, are we at war? Let's take a poll in here right now. If we're at war, put a 1. I don't care which country you're in. Definitely, though, if you're an American, are we at war? Because there's no bombs falling in America. Put a 1 if we're at war, and put a 2 if we're not. Because I know if I walk down the street and ask people, are we in the third world war? Because they're waiting for World War III to happen. Remember, one world order, one world religion, one world currency. Never says that even one time. So they didn't call World War, right, the Second World War, right? That was not called the Second World War until, the First World War was not called the First World War until the Second World War. It was called the Great War. Now we're in the Third World War, and everybody in America is waiting for World War III to happen. It's pretty sad. So, but Rudy might be feeling it, being the heat that Putin's been over there, and that's a big scam too going on. Why has Putin allowed strikes? How deep are they going into Moscow? That's a big planned event too. So I don't know who that is. Who's Remo? So this is a joke, man. And it's going to be happening, very soon. Again, we put boots on the ground. That's it. I think just like Nate from Canadian Prepper, I think they're going to put, we're going to go into Taiwan, and that takes away all those semiconductors, and that's a huge tech thing. It just makes sense. Why do you think they're destroying all the oil? Operation Mockingbird, Operation Paperclip. Remember World War II? Brought back all the scientists, all the tech, all the top physicists. Remember, there's no Blue Beam. There is no Operation Blue Beam. That's a psyop out of the 90s. This goes back to even prior to World War II. Remember, he got fallen angel technology, Mr. Charlie Chaplin mustache, No, he didn't get no fallen angel technology. You don't even know what an angel is. Don't say the word angel. You can't say that. Do you know what the definition is? See, people are lost. They just, Project Blue Book, brothers and sisters. Why do you think they're getting rid of all this oil? Literally blowing up, massive amounts of Russia, who is a huge distributor of oil. So it doesn't make any sense that, Putin hasn't used those, kind of like the Samson option in the fake nation of Israel. Yeah, that's Operation Paperclip. That was Operation Paperclip. There was Operation High Jump. Remember, had to do with the wall. That's when they brought in the Air Force and the Navy. They wanted to police all the seas and not let anybody get hashtag beyond the ice wall, welcome to outer space. You see what I'm saying? Yep. Brothers, sisters, they're destroying this. What do you think they're building all these data mining stations for? You'd have to be a complete idiot not to see it right now. Destroying the natural gas. Fertilizer, food, too. That's what concerns me, brothers, sisters. Is 12 of you, 13 of you probably in here have never gone a whole day without eating. Never, maybe, but probably not. Like I said, I walked down the street and asked people. I didn't get any answers I asked a question, not even one of you even answered me. Whether we were at war or not. None of you even had a response. You guys are lost. So, yeah, you better get your fertilizers if you're a grower. So, brothers, sisters, this is something, again, I'm not trying to get anybody to... yeah, we're 3 days away from complete anarchy. They've been saying that for a long time, huh? Trip. Absolutely. And it'll happen on a weekend. We've been saying that forever on this ministry. I'm not the only one who's been saying it. You'll go open up your bank account on Monday, there won't be nothing in there. Kind of like Cyprus and Greece. We're going to come to one of these events, brothers, sisters. Trump said he's going to do the alien is a word, brothers, sisters. Remember, there's no aliens. If you think there's aliens, you can leave. Don't argue with me. I don't care. Get out of here. Leave. Go. There's no aliens. And there's no fallen angels. That's not, you don't know what an angel is. Never say the word angel ever again. You're a child. This is an adult stream. And I'm not going to have children in here speaking like children. So... Project Blue Book, brothers, sisters, read it. Go read up on that, and you'll see exactly what this is about. Bringing in the tech from the Antiquitech, the Tesla tech, the whole current technology, ether, all this, gravitics, polarity, perpetual, the cancellation of the negation of the magnetism. Then you can lift the building off the ground, transport it. These big megalithic structure stones that we can't build. Yes, we can. They're holding back this tech. You tell me, too, that they couldn't figure out how to wrap copper around a magnet. We'd have magnets millions of years ago. That's how you make electricity, brothers, sisters. That's how all this was created. That is the Torah. It creates a toroidal field. That's electric. Push, pull, positive and negative. That's magnetics. The word spoken into existence. Positive, negative, proton, electron, neutron, Jimmy Neutron. Come on, guys. Magnetism. Hello. Do you see how this was created? That's why there's all these events that happen on a cycle. 6,000, half, 12,000 super cycle. Just like we're in the 6th extinction right now. There was 5 prior extinctions before. We know this from the records, right? And remember, extinction doesn't mean everything dies. That's not what an extinction is. So, extinction means species die down and the other species pop up, not evolve. If a man evolved from apes, Darwin renounced his theory of evolution before, whatever. Why are there still apes? You act like an ape. You look like a barrel full of monkeys or whatever, some big circus show. So stop it. I'm not going to do this nonsense. This worship of the stars is Satanism. This worship of the calendar. It's not 2026. Going to work is satanic if you fill out a W-2, because it may one day kill. Rudy might lose his life, and you're going to fucking pay for it. And I don't hope that on you, Rudy, and don't, please, I wasn't doing that. Your day of death's already written. But Rudy's from Germany. That's our freaking ally, and Mr. Warp Speed, he sanctioned China his first go-around washers went up, and that's how wars are started. Remember the Second World War with an embargo on Japan? Then came the boats and hoes. Remember, Pearl Harbor? Then Nagasaki, Hiroshima, coming to a neighborhood near you. The Second World War is being revealed as the Third World War. The 923 executive orders that I blogged 12 years ago on Truth Viral Television and told you that Mr. Vomit put out. Go watch it. It's a good video. My channel's blocked. I can't even get in my email, but you can still go watch it. I don't know, by the glory of Father, they're still up. Go watch that video. 923 executive orders. Truth Viral Television. I was telling you, and this is exactly what's happening right now. It's not my first channel. I have 6+ channels on YouTube, okay? And I've done TikTok, but they threw me off TikTok because they don't want no gospel over there. Hados, narrow is the way, brothers and sisters. You have to endure to the end. There's always been war since the beginning of time. Remember, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. If you don't go after gods in the sky, deities, make up your own laws, right? Idolatry, your enemy will come against you one way, and I'll make them flee 7 ways, he said. But you have to follow my Torah, my Agape, not go after star gods and pervert the calendar. It says the devil, doesn't say that, but we'll use your stupid little say devil. There's no such thing as the devil. We'll be able to change times. Okay? But they already detect multiple royal and actually sank one of our vessels before. We were already strangling them. You got to go back further. We were already strangling before they actually put the embargo. It's kind of like this same crap they're doing now. Say one thing, do something else. We were already doing it, even though it wasn't announced. You just said it, though. You know what I'm saying? You can disagree with me, but that's what I'm saying. They were already cutting off all those supply chains, remember? Through that whole route, that embargo, all of that, not allowing any of those trade routes to come through so they could get, remember, where are they at? Where's Japan at, right? So all those routes were cut off. They weren't allowed to move anything in. So before it was officially announced, absolutely. So you can disagree with me, but it didn't matter because before that embargo started, look at what they started doing to them. Yeah, they set up things. They set boots on the ground. It's called military intelligence. That's what we're doing right now. They tried to do it. And look, they got smoked. America got smoked. Same thing we did in Japan, right? Doing to Iran. It didn't work over there, did it? So we can agree to disagree on that one, but that's part of the embargo. Just because you don't make an announcement doesn't mean that you're not already have boots on the ground. We already do. That's how we win our wars, Ziggy. We get there and we take out your systems before there ever can be used against us. That's what military intelligence is all about. That's why the military police are so important in war. They work with MI. They work with Cav Scouts, first ones into war. They get eyes on there before, years in advance sometimes. So things were happening long before they ever announced, before the embargo. Because what they were doing to us, they never, you know what I'm saying? It's like right now, we're at war. But Mr. Worsby he said it over and over, we're at war. He sat there and said we were in Afghanistan for 20 years. We were in, Vietnam for 18, 19 years, however long, all these, Iraq for 8, all these different, we hadn't won a war since World War II, right? And then sits there and say, well, we're only this many days in, telling you we're at war. And now they're doing the 60-day thing because after 60 days, he actually has to go through Congress, which he should have done to begin with anyways, because Congress is the one who, right, makes the law. The Congress is the one who puts on tariffs. Those are all illegal. That's why they said all those tariffs that he put out weren't even done properly. Judicial, legislative, and executive branch, the legislative branch, not at the executive level. See, that was all illegal. So that's why the stupidity of people in America, they don't even watch what's going on in their own country and see this is the same thing that was happening during World War II. So when you strangle a nation, you start cutting off their supply chains, you don't have to announce an embargo. They're going to start counteracting. And so I would anticipate future tense that we will have sunken destroyers somewhere over there in the Gulf, the Persia, somewhere out there. It could be in any place. This is not the only place that have our Navy, right? No. So you might want to pay attention because they are going to follow the script. You will see U.S. boats sunk, just like they did. Yeah, hey, Rudy, thanks for coming in. I didn't mean that, though. You know what I'm saying? Like you directly. Hate not the American himself or her, but the sin they commit. Because one day, Rudy, they're going to be paying taxes that could be lobbying drones. Look at what they're doing in Lebanon with Israel, just civilian, like Gaza. All they don't care. And they might start caring if it happens here in America. But that's why I hate this country so much, because nobody in this country cared. That may be in your backyard one day, and it's going to be these Americans with their W-2 tax dollars that send that, and they're not going to care, Rudy, at all about you. Americans suck. They're the worst nation ever to walk this rock. We're a filthy, disgusting, slimy nation. We go outside of our borders, and under this covenant, we shouldn't even have we can have a National guard our borders, but we shouldn't even have one military destroyer, not one Marine, not one Army veteran. No. Coast Guard, that's still outside our borders. Nope. But that's outside our borders. You're not supposed to seek vengeance, and that's outside your borders. You can protect your borders, but the minute you step outside and create war outside your borders, this country is an abomination. We have been policing the world for far too long, and it's coming back to bite us in the butt right now. So suck it up there, buttercup Americans. There is no such thing as karma, No, it's the measure you pour out on others will be returned back on you. And if you got away with it in this flesh, you're not going to get away with it at judgments after death. So I hate America. I hate what it's become. We had somebody come in from Germany, and we sanctioned Germany, brothers, sisters, our own allies. We sanctioned Canada. This is disgusting. This is following the Second World War, but they're doing this to the extreme. So very similar to World War II. They're going to follow the same script, but they're going to do everything to the extreme. So, again, I would anticipate sunken ships, and then, remember, Nagasaki, Hiroshima. Which two cities do you think will be hit in America? Oh, wait, it'll probably be 4 because it says Babylon. Well, it already is here, Buck. It's 509. It is in many places, California, Washington, over here on the Pacific Northwest. I think, there's other places. It's gone over 500, or not 500, $5. Was it $1.41 or something? $141 a barrel or something. Some of this stuff. What were they paying for it over there in Sri Lanka? Like $200 and some dollars. Not these paper contracts, but the actual. We want the actual oil. So, no, there's no profits. There's no such thing. I'm a Scorpizzo. The word prophet is the word teacher, and there is no prophecy. He fulfilled all the prophecies. So I'm a pastor. I minister the apocalypse because that's the scripture we're in right now. I'm a celestial magi and can tell you the calendar above your head. For one, you can't go into it, and it's not 2026. So how about that? For the Greek word is prognosko. That means to have foreknowledge of. Does that make me a prophet? Because I have an ability to foresee. Prophecy, to foresee. Get it? Etymology, like geology. I mean, paleoclimatology. Oh, gee whiz, like the 5G spinning in circles. Are you getting dizzy? You want to pin the tail on the ass? An ass somebody you can't learn. All right. They wouldn't calling you an ass. So, no prophets. So, Father creates everything not written. So he pushes the man's hand to the pen, to the button. Push the buttons, baby. Remember? Boats and hoes. So, all right. So I would anticipate at least 4, locations. Because there was 2, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, Babylon, received twice the judgments in 1 hour. Remember? It'll be no more. Yeah, that's going to be the day. And alas, the great Babylon is no more. That'll be a good day for this rock. Yes, it will. So, thank you, Father, for that. So 86 America, cut them off. Don't unalive anybody. That's not what I said. Cut them off. They will not sell. They will not buy. Or they will not be able to trade anymore. So. Yeah, boats and hoes. So I had to do a little. I don't watch a lot of movies, but that was my son got me to watch that movie. He's like, Dad, would you just please sit down and watch this for me? I know you don't like that kind of slapstick, type comedy, but it was a silly movie. I think if you watched it more than one time, don't think I watched the whole thing the second time, but some of it was pretty silly. So, but it brings up, what we're looking at, brothers, sisters. So I don't care which boats out there you think, you sank my battleship. It's not a game to me. It's not, because I got to be around all these stupid Americans who are ill prepared. I've been saying on YouTube for at least 12 years, a dozen years, the number one killer will be population density. Yeah, the more ill prepared people you are around, they're going to come look at you like you're a big T-bone steak or foghorn leghorn, like you're a big turkey leg or something, drooling like, dude, what's wrong with you, man? They're not going to be using their head anymore. They're not going to care if you went fishing next to them and you were their buddy. They're going to be hungry. If they got kids that got growling, they're going to be motivated by empty mouths waiting at home. If their own gut isn't rotten and they can't use their head anymore because they go from hungry to angry to hangry, and after 8 hours, because they've never missed a meal, they're coddled, they're going to be not without head. Yeah. Thinking with their gut. Like in the olden days, they said people would think with their gut, like people had instincts. You get up in the morning, what'd you think? Man, I'm hungry. I got to eat something. That's the way to use your gut. Now you're going to eat, right? Be bang her over her head. She didn't stay. Maybe I should use my head. Maybe I cook her dinner. Don't just bang her over the head. And okay, so can't seem to get that out of my mind too, right? Hey, they said people thought with their gut, good instincts, right? The Matrix, 9 months coming out of the Matrix and the rest of your life trying to get back into the Matrix, guys. Pisces, so watch it. Well, okay, but Ryan, think about this. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. I said this in the stream earlier. Heavens is where? Let no one take your crown. The kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven is within, that Paul said. Where is hell? That's right, huh? Oh, wait, most people are already there. There's only one judgment. Remember, people don't die and go to hell. That's so silly. People don't die and go to heaven, remember? That's silly. Watch, the dead are raised from the ashes and the dust. These people falling out of the sky. Oh, that's why Pastor built the storm shelter. He didn't want fallen rapture bodies coming out of the sky. I called it, brothers, sisters. Don't you ever forget, I already told you that's what's going to happen. They're going to lift people out of here. Why do you think they've been spraying us with all these heavy metals? Yeah, and they've been sticking in the bottom of your feet. You came in head first through the Pisces, Vesica Pisces. Remember? Something smells a little fishy. You're going to lead by your feet. You must be esteemed as the potter's clay. Turn their works upside down. That's right. We'll see if you leave your treasure rock walk, or be scared when you get to heaven. When you get lifted, remember? Dead people falling out of the sky at the final judgments. All the people from heaven at judgments are going to fall out of the sky. It says they're raised. Apocalypse! Revelation! There will be a revelation at the seventh trump. There will be a lifting. There will be an apocalypse. Correct? Yeah, I thought so. You don't ever die. It's the same amount of grains of sand in the hourglass. They just flip them on you. Remember, be esteemed as the potter's clay. Turn their works upside down. Theolobos. Very few fit through the straight gate, correct? Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, correct? You're cut off. You're not coming in, huh? It's got the keys to hell, brothers, sisters. Hell is knowledge. My people shall perish for lack of. Let no one take your crown. I come quickly. Watch out. So, Theolobos, to be pinched. Theolobo, push from both sides. Pushed from both sides to Theolobos, to be pinched so you'll fit through the straight gate. If you're not narrow, he said, Hados, I am the narrow way that fits through that straight opening, huh? Deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily and follow after me. We've done this before, huh? Lesser than. If you want him to grow, you must, right? Deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily and follow after me daily. It's right there. That's the eternal symbol. You don't ever die, brothers, sisters. Notice how fast, when you get to the end, that the time starts going. He said, if I didn't shorten the days, remember, like sands in an hourglass, so are the days of our lives, right? So, hey, well, we're getting a little melodramatic here. So, if you look at it, when these last grains of sand, okay, they'll go much faster when they get towards these last ones, right? Time's just ticking away right now, right? Like nothing's happening. They'll be caught unaware like a thief in the night, right? They'll be taken. So they're just running through there. Nothing. Oh, whoa, where'd those go? Wait a minute, that was just full. See how fast those last grains run through that? You better be on the other side, brothers, sisters. You better be on the other side. Because there's just a reset. That's all they're doing. This is what's happening right now. This is where you're at right now, Sue. You're right here in time. That's right where you're at in time, brothers, sisters. Time never ends. Remember, time never ends. It just eternally, like, remember, history just repeats itself, but with a twist. Remember, Mark Twain? So, very eternal. Time doesn't end. It just continues. You're just a continuation of your family members. Anybody ever came before you. So, and everything they've ever done, not necessarily what they said, right? So you're like a clone. You are. You're kind of grafted, remember? Your mom's DNA, your dad's DNA, you look like, kind of both of them, and you carry their, you don't end. You're an idiot. So stop it. So time is an illusion, brothers, sisters, where one doorway closes, another one opens. Death is a doorway. You don't die. You were Hulkadesh before you came into flesh, correct? So you're telling me this is who you are? You're going to sit there and gnash teeth. You're never going to leave it. Don't worry about it. Not till the little season. You may be birthed again, but it's not undetermined. Doesn't say any period of time. It talks about it's after the wedding, and then he will loose again, because nothing new under the sun. History just repeats itself. Time just repeats itself. These are the Yuga cycles, brothers, sisters. These are called the Kali. I was born in the city of messengers. I am a messenger. Okay. You know that. If you follow this channel, it's what I do. He birthed me to be this person, but it doesn't end. Stop thinking that time ends. Time doesn't end. He says, when I return, no one will know my Shem. No one will know my love. I'll make a new one. There we go again. So, but you're not going to have flesh. So that's what you're going to have to figure out. If you ain't figured it out yet, Father doesn't have flesh. He had to birth a flesh vessel through the amniotic water. Remember, you were birthed through your mother's canal, the birth canal. All of us came through there's no weird other species or yeah, well, that's why that's all. Father's in charge of that, right, Ziggy? I mean, you guys can share. I actually started thinking that if you want to share and hit the thumbs up button, because we're supposed to share the light. So I'm going to encourage people to share. I don't care what people do. I don't care if one other person ever comes to this ministry. You know that. That's not my job to turn goats into sheep. It's to fellowship with those people in my narrow way, that are in the same narrow way. So I think this is amazing that we have a worldwide ministry. This is just like what's going to happen at the end. We're going to be together in spirit. You know what I'm saying? What is your ministry? It's HD Fat. This is the mother of all ministries. It is. It's the mother of all YouTube channels. Remember, pride is a sin. I'm going to correct you because we're equally yoked. Remember your mother. So this is the mother of all YouTube channels. Absolutely. Hallelujah. So the ministry is revelation. I am. We actually are in those jots. I know that. I've already seen the Revelation 12 and 13 sign come to pass. So we've already know we're in this last, you can call it chapter, but it's not a book. It's not written in any chronological order. That's not how it reads. You don't go study Jim Brown at Grace and Truth. GAT. That's where it's GAT. Here's where it's fat, where we correct you. We'll cut it off like the fat's the best part. So, right? It's reversed in this world that you live in. It's hard to turn the world upside down. So the ministry is revelation, apocalypse. You're living in that. You live in the apocalypse right now. You live in it. Remember, I already saw this. The apocalypse, the age of deception was 2,600 years where the veil was put over by church, Catholicism, the deadly head wound that was healed. That's right. The Christianity follows the Pope Papa, call no man father. The Baptists follow that. The Mormons follow. There's no prophecy. So Mormons are Satanists. They have temples. Remember, he doesn't dwell in temples made by hand. So the mother of all channels. Tell everybody you know. Hey, I found the mother of all channels. What do you mean? We'll go in there. They throw more people out of that channel. Go outside and play the same game. It's an adult stream. Children are meant to be seen and not heard. Get out of here. We saw you. Now go outside until the lights come on, and then you can go back and play. Right? Oh, no, we're not playing. Back to school. So what you're going to do is you're going to get school in here. We correct each other. It's called reproof each other with this right here. This exact text, the one I'm holding. You don't have this one. You're a viper. You speak like a viper. You speak like an alien. Yeah, you have an alien tongue. No such thing as speaking in tongues. No such thing as aliens. Vipers or vampires. Now, that's a real people suck you dry of your energy. Watch out. You was a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe Biden. Yeah, same snake. Same ass. Two cheeks to the same hole. Dragon. Vulture picking your bones dry, aren't they? Down to the marrow. It's the best part, right? The marrow to the core. I'm a dog. I'm a shepherd. That's what this ministry is about. I didn't ask for that, but I'm not a sheep. I'm not. So you might have to deal with that. I don't know how to figure that out in my life, but it is what it is. He created goats and sheep. I'm neither. I'm a dog. He told me that through his scripture. I was called that as a child when I was young. I even can show you videos when I was in school. They called me that. I didn't. Somebody called me that. So I don't know where pastor came from. That's just part of the ministry, and I am revelation. I always have been revelation. I just didn't know that. So I am a living testament of this apocalypse. So that's what we do in here. That's what this channel, that's what this ministry is about. No, not a wolf. Although very similar, huh? like a wolf in dog's clothing, because they're supposed to be leading the sheep, right? It says sheep. Don't change the words. It says sheep. I'm just telling you, the shepherd leads the flock, right? So watch out for the wolf. Let's see. These people, remember, they'll know them by my voice. Remember? Like that one language that a prophet could speak and they can understand it in their, that's the gospel, brothers, sisters. That is the gospel. If you don't change the word, anybody who hears it's going to hear it. But I'm not a prophet. He is the word. He was the last prophet. That's why you need to speak his word. So, but if you look at a dog and you look at a sheep, if you look at a dog and you look at a wolf, they look very similar to a sheep, don't they? Big pointy ears, especially a shepherd, big long tail, looking an awful lot. Yeah, and big canine teeth. Very hard for a sheep to distinguish the difference between a wolf and a dog, isn't it? Especially a shepherd. But they'll know them by my voice, so that's why I don't change it. So I won't allow you to say anything else in here. You're a viper. Get away from me. He said don't add or take away. There you are. Sucking and adding. Like a viper, like a snake or a vampire. Same thing. Suck your blood, right? Fill you full of venom. Snake oil. Watch out for false teachers. That's the word scorpizzo. You know. I am a scorpizzo. I was burnt on the 13th day. Why do you think? Is that lucky or unlucky? There's no luck. There's no free will. There's no God is a title in the sky. Father is written on the hearts of the bride. Written on tables, don't sup. They used to lay, don't lay. They didn't sit, they laid down. So you don't ever study anything, do you? So tables of our hearts sprinkled. It used to be blood over the altar where the 10 commandments were housed, where the 2 cherubs sat, right, on the altar protecting the 10 commandments. They bring in and sprinkle that, right, after passing through the veil, lifting the veil. Apocalypse. So welcome to Revelation. Pastor Apocalypse. So, oh, mayday, mayday. Man down, man down. So, but guys, this is what you have to deal with. You have to make sure you don't add a single period to scripture or you'll go to hell. He said that. You'll gnash teeth. Don't talk about anything else. Talk about politics, talk about the weather, talk about NASCAR, fast like a NASCAR, NASCAR. Talk about, but don't talk about the word until you define it. And guess what? You can't not talk about the word. You'll be persecuted for my word. Father's the word's sake. You have to go share the word. Don't boast because you know the word, but whoa, if you don't go share the light. You're in a conundrum, aren't you, huh? You can't just sit there on your ass like pin the tail on the donkey, huh? Just, well, somebody's stubborn who can't learn. Like a goat, remember? Greatest of all times. MAGA, high priest of the Satan church. So, maggots. But let's move forward in this conversation. Hell is not below your feet. Heaven isn't above your head. Yes, hey, Ziggy, much agape, man. Take care of the much agape and phileo. Take care of the family, man. It's awesome, you know. You got a hopefully you got a good wife, Yoke, too, and you guys can share the thing and the children. I miss my son tremendously, you know that. I just miss supping with him and sharing the word with him. So, what's up, Panine? So. So thanks for coming in, Ziggy. Appreciate it. Always long-time subscriber ministry. Lots of amazing comments. Father's watched and seen every comment that Ziggy's ever put in here. He's a family man that spends his time here with the ministry too. So I appreciate it. You know, I think it's about dinner time, guys. I think I'm getting hungry. I only ate. So I think I'm gonna make a burrito. I made some rice. I made but that's all right. I'll eat it for the next couple of days. So I'll make rice with it. I'll make some. I think I was gonna make a burrito. All glory, Ziggy, all glory to Shiloh for the creation of this channel, telling us that we need to fellowship. So I don't know who else you get to talk to the word with, and sup with the word. Probably not a lot of people. So I appreciate you coming here. I really do. Father, thank you for sending us Ziggy here, to be a part of this ministry for a long time. And it's a family affair. So that's why we're so adamant about not guarding this channel. He said, if you love me, remember, don't add or take away from my word. So much appreciated, Ziggy. You're putting lots of good comments in, and we don't have to agree with every single little thing, and we can have discussion, and we move forward, and we're not, you are just like me. You're just one of the whole. There's, 28,003. We've been stuck at that number for a year now or whatever, but we're just one of the whole, but we make up, I'm no different than you. You're no different than me. I don't look at my, I'm saying you put in a lot of good comments, and appreciate that, because that's what makes the ministry. I told you, for me personally, I learned so much by reading chat logs, comments, links, when I was in my younger discovery. And some of the best things I ever learned was studying a blog or studying, an article or something, finding the main body, but then going through the comment section and seeing people putting things that were never in the original, main body, and saying, oh my God, I didn't think about that. They didn't look at this. Look at this. This is insane. How did they not, and it's that somebody looking from a different perspective. So that's why I need you in here, Z, when you have time, because you bring a different perspective to the ministry. A unique. I told you guys, we all have our unique qualities. We're expected to use them. Father said, girded in my service. So do what you're supposed to do. So get out of here, Ziggy. Go hang out with your family. Much appreciated. Thank you, Father, for sending us. Brother Ziggy's been here quite some time, and he's one of the whole that makes this ministry up. The comment section is what makes this ministry. Obviously, you can talk all day. I can, if I didn't have back problems and I could probably would just do this full time, but maybe we'll get there one day. I don't think so. I want to travel, guys. One day I do want to try to move around a little bit, or I'm getting worse just sitting here. I think that's what's happening to me. I'm just not that person. I never grew roots. I didn't buy this property to move here and live here. I bought it to build a community out. I didn't build it for me. I never purchased the property for me. That's why I don't mind giving everything to it, because it wasn't for me anyways. So I'm just, again, one of the whole here of the physical. And if nobody ever comes, well, then I tried. So I'll cross that bridge in a couple years or something. I do think the ministry will get used. I do think future tense is why I'm putting the power out here. That's why I'm putting in flushing toilets. That's why I'm making this ministry, so it can provide for the body of the people. And it may take years to happen, but I've already got 10 years in it so far. If it's here, it's not going to grow roots, Oh no, it's not. It's here. It's stuck here. It doesn't need to grow roots. It's land, So I do think that I hope one day, Sabrina, to see that, be exciting to get on the road, go travel and show you guys. So let's hope. I'm not stuck on the hopium. I have faith, but slamming the hopium and drinking the Kool-Aid, huh? So that I can get these stupid charges off my record, because I would like to come up to Canada, and they won't let me come up there with a record, right? You gotta pretty much. Canada's really strict about crossing the border. They are one of the strictest. They have some pretty strict border policies. They're bounty. Oh my goodness. So, oh my. What you doing, puppy, schmuppy, luppy boy, my bestie boy, my bestie, my bestie boy, my best boy that ever did best. Your dad's best favorite boy. He's giving dad lovins right now. So much appreciated, guys. I do. Again, this ministry is really kept me afloat over these last couple of years. It's been a really difficult time in my life. I've lost my son and daughter, broke my back, got hit in the face with a grenade, lost, my dog, lost my dog of a long year. I just had a really couple of years have just been a nightmare. And I can't imagine what it would be like if I didn't have this streamer come in here. What? 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 I love you, Bubby. You're my baby. Crazy puppy. So, ooh. Careful there, bud. Careful there, buddy. He has ants in his pants. He can't sit still. He's got ants in his pants. Hey, put your paws down. Knucklehead. See that? Try to jab me. He's like, hey, give me some love. Would you stop it? Would you stop being such a wiggle wart? Stop being such a wiggle wart. You got ants in your pants. You got ants in your pants. Why do you have ants in your pants? Why do you have ants in your pants? Gosh. You are a silly dog. You're a silly boy. You're the silliest puppy ever had. Well, yeah, I think I'm right. Yes, he's the best guy that we ever did have. Oh, he's going to be crazy. He's going to be all crazy, crazy boy. Oh, look at him. He's all crazy over there. Big crazy puppy. Hey, crazy boy. What a good dog I have. Thank you, Father, for Mr. Bone. So, yeah, give me a minute. I won't take too long. I'm going to throw some refried beans in a pan. And I already got some rice, so I'll probably add some tomato bouillon or something, grab some cheese, make a burrito, a rice and bean and cheese. Queso, arroz y frijole, por favor. It's bueno. You know me, I love my burritos, so I have a little bit of meat, but I think I'm going to save that for tomorrow. I could make maybe 2 more burgers. I think I have a couple more hamburger buns. So give me a minute, guys. Might take me 4 or 5 minutes here, get that started, and get those beans going, and then oh my gosh, oh man, I gotta get up. I can't sit down that long. I need to stop doing that. Killing myself. Not 86. That just means you can't be here anymore. You can't be here no more. You can't be here no more. Moisture at that. Ooh. Beans warm. There it is. A bit of cumin. stuff there. Where is tomato bouillon? I need some tomato bouillon. There we go. That. Let's get the tortilla out. And I got to get the cheese, the queso, and we'll do 2 burritos. The skillet. There's the skillet. Cast iron skillet. Some heat on that. Heat up our tortillas. Heat up our tortillas. Tortillas. Get the cheese, the queso, come on, go. All right, we got that. I think the beans are warm there. So let's get these bad boys over here. Get those warming up. On the black bean side. Black Betty, Rabba-lam. Black Betty, Rabba-lam. Watch it dance. Yeah, it's cooking. Must stay in there. I'm going to heat up these tortillas. Alright, where is, let's get some rice going here. Chunk of that. Okay. Get some tomato bouillon on there. in to get some dinner there. Pretty get the girl. Pretty get the girl. Let that cook there for a minute. Cover that. Get that one over. Where's the lid? There's the lid. Chickens are doing out there. All right. That's it. Let's do it. Let's do this. All right, there we go. Okay. Okay, where is okay, so right there. Open that up. Okay, beans. Black beans. Black bells and that little boy's mind. And rice. Rose. Cheddar. Oh, cheddar. Oh, better cheddar. Okay. Boom. Shakalaka. Great cornice. Oh, let's put some jalapenos on this one. Oh, jalapenos. Where's the jalapenos? Oh, there's jalapenos. Some jalapenos. There we go. Oh, yeah. Some more jalapenos. There we go. Oh, yeah. Loaded with jalapeno. Jalapeno. Rice. Rice. Black beans. Turtle beans. Okay, gonna put the cheese up. Oh, I can't wait to get it. All right. Burrito for homemade burrito. Oh my! Ow, that hurts to reach back like that. All right. Thank you, Father, for burritos. I can't wait till I come back in my new body. We have Mexican buffets. You guys ready for the world with Mexican buffets on like every third street corner? Mm-hmm. Got black beans, queso, refried beans, and rice. Man, what is in my? I got something in my sock. What was that? Mm-hmm. Juniper staring at my burrito. Mm-hmm. I can put a little more rice on there, but that's all right. I won't overdo it. So how are you going to make it through the Third World War? Are you going to be one that's left, or you're going to get taken out? How do you plan on making it through the Third World War? It's here. You made it. You don't have to wait for it to happen. It's already started. That's up for debate, but we definitely know that it's already started. Mm. The one with the jalapenos is going to be even better. I can smell those jalapenos. I'm not even eating that one. And then I put salsa. Salsa and jalapenos. Let's eat some of that one. Jennifer's doing good. Her doing good. Is being a good girl. Her the best girl I ever did have. Her knows her dad's talking to her, huh? My dad's talking to me. Are you listening to the dad? Yes, you are. Oh, that was a big yawn. You're just the prettiest skin girl I ever did have. Look at that pretty girl. She's doing good after her surgery. That sure is a good girl. You're so sweet. She's so cute. Oh, look at, she's still got her little shave mark from being fixed. Fixed her. No more heats for her. Oh, man. I got 2 jalapenos just in the first bite. No bag of Mr. Pants. All right, you guys want to have any more conversation here? We're going to wrap this one up. Do we get banned? They shut down the chat on me. The chat gets banned a lot, so wouldn't be the first time. Oh, man. That's a game changer with them jalapenos in there. Mm-hmm. All right, says there's 7 in here. Somebody say something. If not, we'll wrap her up, ma'am. Others says there's 8 of you. There could be nobody in here. There could be 18 of you in here. It's a shadow band channel, so cool. All right. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me still. That's yummy. Those jalapenos, could put more on there. Did you get some more dinner, sweetheart? Huh? Did you get some dinner? She eats as much as bone. She does. She's a little road hog. She's a little road hog. So, what do you think is going to happen this weekend in Iran? You think anything's going to happen in Iran this weekend? They're going to go put boots on the ground again, try to do that again? Feels like something in the air. I don't know about you, but I feel something in the air. I could be wrong. But I think something's going to go down over the weekend here. They're going to do something with Iran again. That way the weekend can digest it. By Monday, they can just go right back to what they're doing, you know. So it's kind of a cycle that if they've been watching it, you know. There you go. But they like to do these things over the weekend, if you notice. That's normally when they do their operations so that the markets are not shocked and they don't spike the markets. I hope not. Iran has showed a lot of patience. Every time we do something, they they hit back at us, but they don't strike first. So I think if we strike them, I don't think they're gonna strike the U.S. I don't think we'll see a strike on the U.S. by Iran. They would lose their upper hand. So they've been fighting for 3,000 plus years. We're coming up on our 250th anniversary. We're wet behind the ears, bro. Just we are not going to beat Iran. They're hitting us in a different way. Exactly, Sabrina. Thank you. You're so smart, sister. You are. They don't have to bomb us to take us. They're taking us down from the inside out. Oh, there are a lot of people in the U.S. right now that are watching all of these memes. They might not be reacting to it, but they're seeing what the whole world is finally seeing about this country, that I keep trying to tell everybody that America's the bad guy, but nobody wants to listen to me inside America. They don't care in America. Sister Sabrina's right. They don't care. Whether it's America or Canada, we're kind of just grouped up. It's just the way it is, you know. So NAFTA. But if we strike this weekend, or we put boots on the ground, I do think China will move in, make its attempt to move into Taiwan. Now, some say that the U.S. will just go in there and deadline everything, so they can't have that, you know, tech that only comes out of Taiwan. The semiconductors. That's not something you can just whip up. Those things travel around and they take before they come back, but most of the process is done, they're in Taiwan, and they take that. China takes that over. We're done. They're already beating us. They're already 60% automated in China. So they're already beating us in the tech game. In the cyber game, they got like 50 people to every one of ours in the cyber game. So they're already beating us in the cyber game. War. They want that tech. Tell with the oil. Tell with your oil. I don't want to hear about that. China gets 80% of its oil from Iran. 80%. Or they buy 80% of Iran's, oil. They don't, it's not 80% of their oil. It's 80% of Iran's oil. How come we haven't seen China get involved? Why they buy 80% of their oil and they haven't been involved in this? Gee. It's like they know something's coming, and they don't want to get involved in that. They want the tech because the semiconductors and the data mining stations and the Bitcoin mining stations and all the tokenization onto the blockchain. The new system is already here, brothers and sisters. It's already here. This is what this is about. You're seeing the beginnings of Project Blue Book. I don't hear anybody else talking about that right now. You're seeing the making so they can bring in this technology. That's what Project Blue Book is all about. Bringing in the technology under the cover of a fake alien invasion. They've been planning this since the Second World War. Before. What do you think Operation Warp Speed was all about? Yeah, Operation Warp Speed. Oh, you forgot that just happened not that long ago, huh? You forgot about all the Space Force, huh? Space balls, Space Force, Space, you know. This is it. You got the script. You know what they're going to do? I got the script right here, but it says I know what they're going to do. They're doing it by this. Talks about that in here. It sure does. The deceiver. So the elect will not be deceived. So they want to put you in a work camp, getting you on some UBI, some unicorn basic income because you're so special. You're a unicorn. No, universal. You ain't special. Communism. You're getting the same check everybody else is getting. I don't care if you're a doctor or you're scraping bubblegum off a school desk. You all get paid the same. They'll do this under the guise of war, brothers, sisters. Why do you think they just made everybody auto-enroll by December? Conscription. Fancy name, the draft in America. Why do you think they did that? Why do you think they raised the enlistment age to 42 years old? Not draft, enlistment. Boy, that sure opens up a whole lot more bodies once the draft comes, huh? So these people don't see it coming. It's easy to see. It's already making its way here. I did videos on TikTok about that same subject. Ford ever told you, though, they don't care if you're a citizen or not at that point either. Male or female, they won't care. They're not going to care. Actually, there's going to be a path to citizenship for some people who are here. They're holding them in facilities right now. Very possible. Very possible. I won't be doing no Christmas. You know me. Christmas killed my dad. I am the Scrooge when it comes to Christmas. So I rain on everybody's parade. I show them the swastika Christmas, right? So maybe if you show them that symbol, you know, it'd open up their eyes. But some people will never do that. So I wonder what date, Sabrina, that actual, auto enrollment starts. Christmas is on the 25th. So what day is it that they do that automatic enrollment in this coming December? Might be before that. You might be right. You know what I'm saying? Bam. And then no Christmas, man. Because we're at war. They'll cancel Christmas. You won't be able to move about the cabin. Kind of like Ziggy was saying when he was in here, you know. So I mention it all the time, you know. But no, set it for December. It's the same month. A little bite, one bite for the Bobo. Okay. All those were good burritos. Did you get a bite of the burrito? Did you get one bite of the burrito for the Bobo bite? Did you get a little Bobo bite? A little nibble? Yeah, I think it's December, and I'm wondering how close those dates are together to Christmas now. You got me wondering. Zarini, make me see why Stevie had to wonder. No. So, what an amazing time. How merciful Father is being right now to this country, corporation, even Canada. I told you Canada was the first one to go bomb Syria. I mean, that's all taken over by Al Qaeda now, but, you know, Canada's deeply rooted in this mess as America is. They've been, you know, so we're kind of linked at the hip. They're going to act like we're not, but they are. When it comes to war, I'm sure there'll be some kind of, you know, some kind of ally. I don't think we're going to literally pull a Putin with like Ukraine and start bombing our neighbors. So you notice we haven't done anything in Mexico, have we? Hey, did you see what they did in Mexico, guys? All gas, and I think propane now is going to be going on a card. You can't pay cash for gas in Mexico. Starting pretty soon. I don't know when that starts, but that's tyrannical, man. That's insane. So there's something to wrap your brain around. What's going on with that? They already went digital on their gas, and I think propane. So it's just two things. Start small, you know, death by a million paper cuts, so to speak. So start with that, then it'd be the food, then it'd be, you know, then travel, you know, it's so Mexico basically goes digital. I mean, that's was he? Yeah, he came. Did you see that nonsense where Trump stepped in front of him? Trump stepped in front of the Queen and just did some stupid stuff, man, making us look so silly. He doesn't have any formality, you know. He just doesn't have any etiquette, you know. So just weird to step in front of a king, a queen, you know, like, dude, how could you be any more disrespectful, you know? Go ahead, Mr. Bobo. So, yeah, Prince Charles, he's a freaking creeper, isn't he? You know, he's got a season pass to the island. Yeah, he does. He's another island boy. We're the pretty girl, the pretty little girl I ever had. So, I don't know how much longer it's going to be, again, in America before people actually, you know, I don't know if they'll ever see it. I don't think this country, I think it'll be way too late in this country before anything ever happens. They just won't be ready for it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's more of a queen than she, he's a. You could just look at the dude. I don't know if you can't look at that, and that if you had to actually probably make a definition of a PDF file, that's what it would look like right there. If something looked like a PDF file, if it was a PDF file, because there are a lot of them old PDF, that's what it would look like. If you looked it up in the dictionary PDF file, it'd have a picture of the child, right? So, go on, Mr. Pants. Go. Thank you. I think Dad's going to use some medicine. Where's my lighter? Where's my lighter? Oh, you're all right. Don't you talk back to me, Mr. Talkie. Thought I had a lighter here somewhere. Did I bring it over there to light the stove? No, let's do that one. Excuse me, Mr. Bone. What did Dad do with his lighter? Yeah, I got another one somewhere. Oh my gosh! I shouldn't have reached back and grabbed that damn. Put that thing back behind me. That was not smart. Hey, there's nothing in that one. There's one in that one. Pants, go back. Thank you. For a minute. Let Dad chew chop some herbs. Well, I hope nothing too serious happens. I'd like to get this house finished before the captain potentially could put on the captain feet fasten seatbelt sign, and I don't want to be 3/4 the way done. You know what I'm saying? This is, I think, the permafrost is what it was called. Permafrost. It's a sativa strain. It's a Jack Herrera cross. Permafrost. I've had Jack Frost. That's a Jack Herrera cross before, so I'm pretty sure that's it's a double. It's a cross though, but it is sativa. It's not crossed with an indica. I still got a little bit of that Cobra left from last year. Excuse me. There it is. Oh, that's some good stuff there. Whoa. A little sativa. Sativa. Oh. I'm growing some, and I wrecked them. It got like, I had to go to take the kitty to the vet, and I didn't want to leave him in the house all day, and I had to be in the house, or I'll be gone all day. And I nuked 3 of them. So, yeah, I know. That's what I was watching. Somebody said that the other day. They said, I was actually talking to the guy at the dispensary a little bit about it. I was like, how come nothing's skunky anymore? How come everything just got that train wreck kind of a fruity, Rudy Tooty, fresh and fruity kind of a just an earthy, fruity kind of, it all smells the same. Every dispensary smells the same. Why? Because it's all mixed the same now. Pretty much. What I told you was going to happen. You better start saving your seeds. Save your seeds, I told everybody. Man, that's some good stuff here. Let's I'm gonna use some Cobra, something that I grew last year. What are you panting for? It's not hot in here. Because I'm pants. Because I'm pants, I'm pants, I'm pants, I'm pants, I'm pants, and pants, and pants, and handsome, 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 smatchum. Go on. Thank you. Back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, he's right though, because everything seems to be the same now. Like I said, there are some that stand out, but there's none of that. The guy that I was listening to, he's like, man, I remember being in junior high school or high school, whatever. You get something for your buddy, you'd sneak it in the house, and then you'd put it in a bag and then wrap that bag in a bag and then wrap that up with duct tape and then stick that in the bag and then put it in your backpack and then put it in your closet and then put a big old comfort over it, another comfort over it. In like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, the whole freaking room would smell like skunk. You know what I mean? It didn't matter. You'd walk into if you had some of it in your pocket and you walk into a store, it's like the whole store knows you walked into the store. That kind of, so I was talking to him too about some OSB. Oregon skunk bud is what it's called. One of my top 3 favorite strains. It works so good for my sciatica, man. It really just slows down that that nerve pain, signal pain, telling my body to go get itself fixed. So got some MRIs coming up, guys. MRIs coming up. I don't think I'm gonna have the money in time, guys. I try to get some more things up, together today to get listed for sale. I'm gonna be putting them up tomorrow, but that's all right. As soon as I'll have it, I'll do it. As soon as I have it, I'll do it. So well, we got some warmer days coming up, so it might be a little easier to get some things sold instead of being kind of wintry, a little still blustery, wintry out here a little bit. So driveway's passable, so I need to get like 50 things up for sale, whatever I can, sell whatever I can. Don't even think about it. Just sell it until I have enough money. Apologize. Oh, something there stuck in my damn lung there. No, it's all gone. What was that all about? So, yeah, we're set for the MRIs on Friday or whatever, the 5th. That's not Friday. I don't know what day that is. I don't care. And then the 6th, the engineer is going to come out from the electric company and tell me which pole, man. Let's hope he says, like I said, I looked at the paperwork and I see maybe what he's looking at. And if that's the case, this county, this farm could sell. Farms out here sell, but there's 4 separate lots next to me. They're separate lots, so I think that's what they go off. They don't care that it's currently a farm. They go by what the lots are. So maybe, boy, that would save me a lot of money. We're probably talking $4,000, $5,000, guys. So, man, I'm stoked about that day. I really, 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 really wish I had the money right now so I could just say, okay, come out and do it. Do it now. Do it right now. So. But I got to be ready. That's going to probably take me at least a week to dig that ditch. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I told you that last thing hurt me. I mean, it did. It just, every shovel was painful. So, but I'll get it done, especially if I get the go ahead. And, and they say, hey, $2,300, I'm going to be, before they change their mind, and they won't. It is what it is. What it is. So, very excited to, not so good. It's not. It's just not. It's just been a constant sciatic, and a lot of just that nerve is really pinched. I don't know why. I haven't done anything. I haven't been doing anything of any. I've been kind of taking it easy. I don't know what I would have done. And I don't have to do anything sometimes. That's the weird thing. Sometimes I used to be able to work my butt off. It wouldn't, and actually stay busy. I wouldn't hurt. When I lay down or get, more sedentary, man, I would get sore and start getting, so maybe that's what it is. I'm not staying busy enough as much as I don't like to. That's normally, I'm better if I stay fluid, don't get there and get all stiff and, because then that starts sending that signal pain, telling my body, hey, go get fixed, stupid. I think it's been now over a year since I've done this, and my body's just not healing. The fracture is not, it's not closing up. It's not calcifying. My body is not producing the ability before, and it has in the past. But then again, I was 20 years old and 30 years old, and when I'm 50s, in my 50s now, so I don't have the body of a 20-year-old anymore. I looked at myself in the mirror the other day. I'm like, dude, you don't look like you're 20 anymore. I look like I might be 30. I don't look 50, but kind of losing that, body's starting to wear down a little bit. It happens. Go back to the dirt. I came from the dirt. I'm going to go back where I came from eventually. I'm a man of the land and soil, so I'm going to go, but I don't know. I'm even considering surgery. I don't know if I would be able to avoid surgery. I don't. I don't think if I avoid surgery, I don't think they'll give me any of my Social Security. I don't think they will, because I've already refused surgery. So I talked with the lady. She's told me that's probably why I didn't get my Social Security last time, because I didn't go have surgery. I ran. So not Iran, Iran. So Iran. So, but I didn't have anybody to take care of me back then. So, and I don't either now. So, my son was too young to take care of me back then. He was pretty young. So, no, I don't have anybody. So, I might have to actually have this surgery. And if I don't walk, then I don't walk. I'll just have to figure out how to move myself around and deal with it. I don't want to be like that. I just can't imagine what my life would be like to be paralyzed, and that could happen. They run a pretty big chance of paralyzing me with as much issues that I have back there. So that's why they skip the cortisone. They don't want to do cortisone because it's not gonna. There's just too many areas that it could paralyze me, or it's just not going to work. And they know if it did, there was a good chance back 12 years ago, they said that I was going to break my back again. And they were right. It just took me 12 years, not whatever, So I'll get the digging done somehow. I don't know how I'll do it, but I'll do it. I'll make myself do it, no matter how much it hurts me, how much it puts me down, I'll get it done. That's the way I have to do things in life. I don't get to do what I want in life most of the time. I really don't. I mean, I have time to study. I have things, but they're normally work or ministry related, if I got downtime, I'm normally studying, I'm taking that time not to sit there and be sedentary. I want to use it to give my time to use my brain, at least something. I said, I don't like sitting there getting sedentary because, man, it makes me sore than all get out. So um, maybe back surgery. I don't know. We'll see. Whatever Father will show me the way. So I know right now I think I'm just probably maybe a month or two from having this property on the grid and having flushing toilets and be able to plug in uh, you know, a freezer and not live out a cooler after 10 years is going to be a big thing for me. The ministry will benefit, but so will I, especially if I go have surgery and then I can't be picking up composting toilet, things and dumping them out, and just can't be too much, obviously, especially if something happens to me, then I won't be able to do it at all. So I'll need that flushing toilet, so to speak, if I can get my butt up on it. I've got before I can't even get to the toilet, can't get up off the ground. So be nice, you know, be nice to have some of these amenities out here too. That way, if anybody comes and visits, they don't have to try to use a composting toilet, and it's not that big of a deal. But if I don't, clean it in, 2 weeks, it starts, doesn't smell perfect because I don't have the fan, but it goes away after, about another week because it starts doing the microbes and then starts, so sometimes you give about 3 weeks and then they empty it, so um, just would be nice not to do that. I don't like to waste water, but use it until the power goes down. How about that? So all this effort to try to get a freeze dryer out here, to be able to create abundance and so we don't waste anything. I so wish I had a freeze dryer right now. I have 150 plus eggs, probably 160 eggs, and I need to get them. I don't want them to go bad. They won't. They're fine. They're not that old. It's about 2 weeks worth of eggs. So, yeah, yeah, I'm gonna have the best of both worlds, Sabrina. I tell you, I probably won't use the power for anything other than the freeze dryer, a refrigerator. You know what I'm saying? I might get a washing machine. I don't think I'll get a dryer. I don't think I will. They're too expensive. They a lot more to run a dryer than it is the washer. It doesn't normally cost as much to run as the dryer does. Well, obviously, look at the power of the dryer. It's a different even power than most of the time that power is 210. It's double the power, and so. But a washing machine would be nice. You know what I'm saying? I got a little one, but I'll buy a full size washing machine out here. Um, but I won't use it for hardly anything. And I already said I'm going to take my septic tank because I bought the bigger one, for the 3 or 4 or 5 people or whatever, and it's got two big openings on it, and so I'm going to take and make an outhouse outside. We already talked about I'm going to open up that hole and take a dump right there. If I'm outside working and I don't want to go flush a toilet, I don't have to dump the septic. They already told me that I can take my composting toilets and dump that into my septic. That's legal to dump my composting toilets into my septic. They told me that. It's crazy. Just throw away all your good compost. Throw it, get rid of it. Whatever you do, that's legal. You know, crazy. So, oh wow. I'm trying to think. Somebody owes me some money, but no, I don't think anybody owes me any money. I'm like, who do I have that? I mean, I know I got taken for that house, right? I ain't never gonna get that money back. Whatever. I ain't gonna go try to chase that down. I was just thinking maybe I had an ace in the hole somewhere or something, Sabrina. But like you don't know enough people. You don't you settle up with things. You don't put anything out there like that anyways. I like to handle my business. So I was just trying to think, man, maybe somebody owes me some cash. Who owes me some money? Who did I lend money? I lent him money too, remember? uh, Can't be calling in no debts. So. Oh, hey, thanks for the Sunday. I didn't see that. I was chooching, taking some meds. I apologize. My back is getting a little sciatic. So, I do have something coming at the end of this month, guys, from YouTube. Finally, 4 months to hit the $100 mark, and then they're going to take whatever 30% out of it. But we finally hit that, and I do appreciate that, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? It's not from monetization, because I don't monetize the channel like that. It is from those little stickers that sometimes people give, which is cool. Appreciate that. And I just don't like that YouTube takes 30%. That's a bummer, man. You guys work hard. You already get taxed 40%. Here's another time they're going to tax something basically that's already been taxed how many times? It's ridiculous, So I don't like taking anything from anybody, but it's there. They're on, and if that's why I put the links in the description, because they don't take nearly as much at PayPal, or they don't take nearly as much at Cash App. So don't feel obligated. Again, that person, I just only bringing it up. Been on here for almost 3 hours. Haven't asked you for any money. Not gonna grift you. You want to give, it's there. A tithe is done in secret anyway, so you're not supposed to tell anybody when you tithe. You're supposed to do it. So you don't do it to gain. It's a tithe that works both ways. You're going to gain later, and it's not like, what I'm saying, Father loves charity, lifting a brother up, helps him out, help the person get lifted. That you both, it's a win-win for both people. So I like to talk about it. So I like to tithe with things I can tithe with. I can tithe with, I don't know, I just put up like $100,000 for this ministry. That's where I put my tithes. So I put all my tithes to the ministry. I give everything. I don't give 10%. I give everything I have to this ministry. Remember, I just gave up my retirement, all my precious metals. I got a little bit of junk silver, but that's not actually right now. They're not even buying anything. So remember, and one of that was from somebody who gave to the ministry too. I took that money and went, hey, I'm going to go buy some constitutional silver with this. That was nice, and I'm glad I did, because remember, it went up. So pretty should have sold it back then anymore, but that's all right. I don't have that much. I'm saying, I sold my chunk of what ounces and 5-ounce bar. I can't believe I sold my 5-ounce bar. That's crazy. I sold my 5-ounce bar. I've had that thing forever. One of the things that didn't get taken from me, but so don't worry about tithing to this ministry. I do the tithing for the people who don't tithe, and that's okay. Your time is your time, remember? So come back when you have time. That's what I won't give it back to you when you spend it here, ever. You won't never get it back. The only way you can get time back from me is if you come out here and then spend some time here. Oh, wait, I'm spending more time with you. But you can come out here and enjoy the stars, the largest dark sky sanctuary. I'll take you around to some local spots. I know some of the better spots out here, and you can go on your own. I'll show you where they're at, or whatever, within driving distance. You come enjoy the ministry. Remember that, brothers, sisters. That's it's important. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. 90+% of my effort in my day goes to this ministry. So that 10% that I'm supposed to be tithing to the ministry, I actually take that time for myself. Hey, man, a man's got to wash his stinky butt and, brush his teeth and clean his ears, cut his nails. Now that I'm shaving, if I don't shave every few days, I'll grow a beard, try to keep myself up a little bit here. So I need a little bit of tithe. So, but 90% of my time I spent for the ministry. And you guys know that if you've been here, as far as when I'm in here, this is what we do. I try to talk about something else. We're supposed to talk about war. We end up talking about the word. Like 99% of the time. So, I told you I can't help it. Father designed me this way. I've been doing it for too many years. Too many decades now, I guess, huh? Old habits die hard. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, my butt. Yes, you can. So, exciting, guys. I'm so excited. I'm hoping that, again, the guy will tell me it's the lesser price because I'll get it, man. I will figure out how to get it. I will figure out how to get it. I did today. I pulled out. I'm slow. I'm moving real slow today. I just moving at a snail's pace, man. I'm just not doing very good. But I think I have two line trimmers. Two line trimmers. That really nice tractor seat. Boy, I wish I didn't have to sell that tractor seat. That is a nice tractor seat. Man, that's a nice tractor seat. It's so freaking huge. That's the biggest tractor seat I've ever seen. I've never seen a tractor seat that big. It is like, I mean, if you had a big farmer, that probably, like my dad was 500 pounds when he died. He's Big John. His name was John. He's a big guy, 500 pounds, probably plus. Big guy. That's for somebody like that size. That's a big tractor seat. You know what I'm saying? So, but I need the money out of it. I'm gonna sell that number 15 cauldron. That cauldron, that was came out of a train, I believe, is what I was told. It was used in that cauldron, cast iron number 15 cauldron. Might be able to pull a few bucks off of that. I got that. I dropped the price of that wood chipper, brand new wood chipper. I wanted to use it so bad today. I did. I want to use it and keep it. But oh well, it is what it is. If I can get something else sold before then, I'll keep it. You know what I'm saying? If I get the money I need, I will keep it. I want to keep. I've been wanting a wood chipper forever. Then I find that one, it was brand new, never been used, and I got it at a reduced rate, so I need to try to turn a buck on it. It's how I keep afloat. I don't have Social Security. I don't have disability. I don't have child support. I don't have an income. So everything that's made out here is done just like that. Buying something if I had a little bit of money and up trading or upselling or so I try to sell things at market value, regardless of what I paid for it. I want to sell it right at market value. That keeps the market. I undercut the market, it makes it harder for the next guy to sell his, right? I oversell it, it makes it harder for you to go buy it when you want to go buy something because it's overpriced. So I have a thing about that. Selling things at market price. So and if I have to sell it under a market price, because where I live at. So that's where I normally have to give a little bit of a break because I live so far away. People can't come out here where I'm at to buy $20, $30 items. They don't work like that. I'm a couple hours from most people. They're always giving me the same damn excuse. I'm this far away. I know I live out where I live. They're a dumbass. I live way out in the country. I know you're coming from a distance. I know when I go anywhere, I got to drive a distance to go anywhere. So you got to drive here, and it's an issue for you. Everywhere I got to go, it is like that. So, oh my gosh, man, the sciatic it's through the roof. I don't know what happened to me, man. What the hell did I do? I didn't do anything. Nothing strenuous. I still think it's from digging that ditch, man. I haven't felt I haven't felt the same since then. I haven't. And remember, I gotta dig another. Uh, oh, hey, maybe if it's there, I dug too much, anyways, probably like 20 feet too far. I I just wanted to make sure I had a good starting point from where I'd go, and it's all right. It's not the end of the world. I might actually see if I can put it that extra 20 feet in. That's one more or two more sticks of conduit that I actually have. I think I have those sticks here. So, um, yeah, we're getting close, man. I'm getting a little bit anticipation. You know, this has been I've been out here 10 years, guys, not to have to have a cooler. And it's like today I don't I have a cooler. I didn't the ice and it was a little warm, and I bought cheese, and it's okay. I used on there, but it's not that cheese supposed to stay cold. It didn't get warm or anything, but when I put on, like, oh man, got a little warm today. It was cold last night, so everything stayed cool. There was ice in the bottom or whatever, but I think about defrosted about the end of the day. So, um, yeah, some of these things will be nice. Like I said, I don't mind living off the grid. I like living off the grid. I love living on a homestead. But this body of mine just not going to make it if I keep doing this to myself. I need to up my game a little bit so I can have the best of both worlds. Why not? Why not be on the grid and off the grid? One foot in the system, one out of the system. The new system goes down, comes up. I don't want it. I just step out back to what I've always been doing out here. So another day out at the farm, so to speak. So until then, I want to game the hell out of the system. You know what I'm saying? I want to game the system. I'm trying to tell everybody that. Game the system until you can't. If the store is open and you have the ability, don't be wasteful, but go now. You're going to wait till the store's closed down to go buy something that the little things can make a big difference later too. you know. So those creature comforts. Go buy some more of those man dude wipes or lady wipes. Those are the best thing, like paper plates. You can never have enough of those things, man. I wish I had, you know, stock in those things. One of my favorite things in the world or baby wipes. I don't care what anybody says. I love those things. They're just a creature comfort thing for me. I'm fine without them. I use water, whatever, or if I, have to, or dryer. It's kind of nice having luxuries. That's what I'm saying. You don't wait to go buy these things. You'd be, oh man, I should have got some of those. That was my favorite thing, and they don't have anymore. So little things make a big difference. I'm a details guy. You know, that's why I might be a little hard to be in a relationship with because it's little details that matter so much to me. The big things aren't so much. Oh, aren't you old? It's whatever, man. It's the little things that matter. The details. Remember, the devil's in the details. Be very careful. So, oh, this is the herb that I grew. Man, I can just tell as soon as I ate it. So yummy. All right, what time is it? How many times should be? Huh. Well, tomorrow's the second. Yeah. Well, I like the little things. Try to do little things in a relationship, not just the big things. I told you what my ex said. I think you've been in here before, and I shared that before, Sabrina. When I asked her, I was just friends with her, whatever, not like on bad terms. You know, I said, what do I do wrong? You're cool, we're cool like that. Like, I mean, we don't talk that much, but we can have a conversation, with each other, and didn't really end on bad terms. So, what do I do wrong? She's like, you try too hard. Try too hard? What the hell does that mean? Like a puppy, you just follow me around, or. Well, honey, oh, okay, I got it. So I'm not like that, clingy, but it's the little things. I used to be more like that, but people took advantage of it, and so I didn't. I don't like clinging on to something that's not the same. If it doesn't reciprocate, then it doesn't feel right to me. I won't just hang on to something that doesn't want to be. You know, it has to be a magnetic attraction. So it's magnetism. You can't keep your damn hands off each other. So that's the kind of relationship that I have or have had. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works. You should be magnetically attracted to somebody. I can't find nobody that I'm magnetically attracted to. Never ever heard a woman say that to me. You know what? I'm magnetically attracted to you. Come here. No. Yeah. No. No, that's different. But, there should be some kind of magnetic, because, boy, once you don't, how about a polarity? I've seen the opposite, though. You've had the opposite, though, haven't you? Get the hell away from me, and you can't even be in the vicinity of. Opposite of the magnetism. Never had the other one, but I've had the opposite, right? So, no, but she said that, like, dude, you try too hard, whatever. I like the details, so. I like to do little things, stupid things, little things, notes and little. I'd rather make something than buy something, that type of thing. Just little things that, I'd rather buy you one flower than a dozen flowers. And it probably would be a rose, it'd be some other very unique flower that I never got before. I'd probably go pick you a flower if I buy you a flower, that kind of guy. So I'm a weirdo, man. So, they've canceled masculinity. Women got to step up their game. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, little thing, taken out for, something like that. Your favorite little latte or something like that. That's the little things, and it doesn't, gifts don't mean crap to me. I don't care about gifts. It's the thought. If it is a gift, it's because there's so much thought behind that gift, right? It's not a big gift. Remember, I tell you, why is it? Oh my God, is it our anniversary? Do I forget? No, honey, we're not pagans and Satanists. Remember, we don't do holidays. Oh yeah, okay, honey. No, I did. This is something, a little token of, a little idol, if you will. Don't worship it, but it brings joy and a reminder, and maybe it'll leave a mark more than, kind of like a music song, it'll leave that mark. It'll last. It doesn't have to be something huge a lot of the times if it's well thought out, right? If it's well thought out, size doesn't matter. Well, I mean, it's anyways, moving on. So, the little things are important in a relationship too. And I think that's sometimes why a lot of people, especially ladies, struggle, because they might have a man who does things, doesn't forget the anniversaries, doesn't forget the birthdays. They're just pagan idiots anyways, but okay, we'll talk about it. But forgets the little details, the little things that he used to don't do no more. That's why I always try to tell somebody, when you meet somebody, don't do anything that you wouldn't do for the next 50 years. If you're going to rub her feet, then rub her feet every day. Be willing to rub them every day, or tell her, no, I ain't rubbing your stinky ass corn fat, whatever. You got bunions on there, honey. I don't know what those are. I like the rest of you, but I ain't touching those feet. Then you'll never have to rub her feet again, right? Be who you are. Don't do something you wouldn't be doing for the rest of your, right? So a lot of people struggle like that. Guys too. Women do the same thing. Honey, you used to give me the Bravo Juliet. Remember? You used to like to, reciprocate. How come you don't reciprocate anymore? Ladies, if you ain't gonna do it, same thing, guys. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you guys, probably, and I am not Dr. Phil, is some of the best advice that I can give you. Don't do something in the beginning if you're not willing to do that, like every day for the rest of your time you're with him. Or tell them no. Have some freaking, some cojones, and tell them if they still love you, they'll freaking love you anyways, won't they? Yes, they will. It's not going to be a deal breaker, I guarantee you. Or walk away. Good. There you go. Now you don't have to deal with it anymore. Thank you, Father, for cutting that one off. I'll have to deal with that over something that sort. So that's why when two people, so I'm like that. I'm always paying attention to all these little things. in a relationship. So I think it's too much for a lot of people sometimes. So I think I am. I already said I think I'm way too much for most people. I don't know if there's ever going to be a woman could ever even stand to be around me. It's in person. I don't know. Whole different animal. Not that I'm any different in person, but I'm just saying I'm a lot to handle. I can't be exactly who I am on this web. You're only getting a little piece of who I really am. You know what I mean? Uh, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Remember that if you're going to be somebody and you meet somebody, be who the hell you are. I don't care how good that D is or how good that P is. Everybody's got one. You know what I'm saying? It's just part of it. Be who you're going to be. Don't change just because you want to have intimacy with somebody or because you're lonely. You got to live with that person. Then you got to 5 years down the road walk away. You know what I'm saying? Remember, I ain't looking for no loner wife. I don't even want a girlfriend, so to speak. I don't do that. I'm old fashioned. I lie with somebody. I don't have to lie with them in the beginning, but you know what I'm saying? Not tell a lie. I mean, have intimacy with them. That's my wife, period. I'm old school like that. My son is the same way. That's why I call his girlfriend all the time. I refer to her as his wife because they've been together for 5 or 6 years. I don't think this isn't a common marriage state, but you know, or common law or whatever that. But see what happens though is around a lot of people, and I'm guilty. When I was younger, I didn't know these things. So if you ever run into somebody, you have a good base with a man, just be who you are. Let them love you who you are. Don't change. The worst thing you can actually do is start doing something you didn't normally do because now you're gonna have to be somebody you're not, and now you're acting. This is what happens in a lot of relationships, brothers and sisters. It really does. And like I said, then those little things that were in the beginning, the intimacy. And of course, see, if you can't be intimate with somebody in the beginning, don't be intimate with them like that. Or maybe slow down, Turbo. Might even make it a little better. You don't go so fast there, two pump chump. What do you mean you're done? She's looking at you like, oh my God, I knew it. No, sorry, Sabrina. No, that wasn't nice to say. Oh, poor ladies. Masculinity has been canceled, so. Yeah, but see, see what I'm saying, how easy it is to make that mistake. It is. It's super easy to make that mistake in the beginning. I already told you, when you meet somebody, you want to be intimate with them, and you'll do anything to kind of get the intimacy because it's nice to be close and have somebody touch you and put their hands on you, even if it isn't even sexual. Just to spoon with somebody, to have somebody lay next to you. I know I could lay next to somebody, and they could be the most beautiful woman in the world. I don't care if she took her clothes off. I could spoon with somebody. I have control like that. Because if I don't want to do something, I'm not going to do it. Period. 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 Like a light switch. Because if I want to be close to somebody, that's different. So, and when I want to be intimacy, then I want to take my clothes off, and that'd be a whole different animal, right? So I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes just having the touch from somebody, being close to you, need of another person is enough. You know what I'm saying? Uh, no, we don't have any children. It's not okay to touch children. Go back to your Epi Island, you PDF. Muhammad didn't hang from a tree, so get out of here. It's never okay to have sex or marry children. Get away from me, you sick individual. That's what's wrong with society. Did he touch much? Yep. Priests? Yep. Catholics? Yep. Christians? Oh, yep, a lot of them too. Muslims, the Quran was written by Catholics, so grow up. But thank you, Father, for again knowing that it's better to be upfront with somebody. If Father ever presented me with that, ability again, I'm not going to make any, mistakes of the past. I learn and I'll try hard, and it'll probably be the same thing. I'll probably try too hard, scare them away. So, girl, don't go away, man. Just go away. All right. I don't have to be with somebody to be happy. Some people need that, brothers and sisters, and that's kind of sad. But I understand why people need intimacy, and they need, a partner and helpmate and things like that. I'm a lonely person. I don't have anybody in my life. Nobody. Except for this ministry. I don't have anybody in my life. So, if I can make it, and I'm happy, I'm not miserable. I like having company. I wouldn't mind having, somebody in my life. But if I don't, it's not a deal breaker. It doesn't, oh, my life sucks because I can't. Father wants me to be with somebody. He's going to allow that to happen. And he's going to make it happen. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking, so to speak. You know what I mean? How that works. So I know there's somebody out there that Father's shaping me right now. I already said that. So it's he won't make a mistake. He does, So, and who knows? Might be shaping him for my next life. I don't care. I'm not going to be with flesh. I can't wait to see what it's like without flesh. How about that's for some spiritual intimacy? Now that's something that you got to wonder, like yoking to somebody in the spirit, not just the flesh. The flesh, remember you have your peak moment there, but spirit never dies. So talk about going for eternity. How about that? Like an energizer buddy. Look at Thumper over here. He just keeps going and going and going, huh? Oh. You silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids. Watch out. We got the kitty. Somebody Allah Akbar in here. So, Kamala snack bar. No, seriously, I'm in the same boat. I think we're in the same boat, Zareen. I'm saying I know, Father, if there's somebody that is meant to be with me, they're already it's already in the works. You know what I'm saying? It's already in the works. So, it's a magnetic attraction. Nothing will stop it, is all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you. I've always said that. It's magnetic. It's unstoppable. Bam! It's the laws of attraction. It's not possible to keep two, especially if they're like the neodymium. They're hard to pull off. It's inseparable. So, or it's in opposition. I've always said that with, at least the last couple relationships. I hadn't had many in the last, told you a couple in the last 15, 20 years. But I always say the same thing, don't even try like that. You're not going to force something that Father doesn't want. Nobody's going to get to be with me because they want to be with me if Father doesn't want that. And I can't be with somebody even if I try. Father doesn't want me. That's that opposing magnetism. It's not possible. It's not. 10 years I've tried to get somebody to come out here, not to be my wife, remember, just to come help me. It wasn't there. I think he's ready. I do. Actually, after I got some promising people that messaged me right after I talked to you guys about, not doing so good on that site, bang, 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 3 potential people, and I haven't called them. I'm going to save that when I have the time to sit down and, have attention. So, it's risky to have anybody come out too. To think about somebody can just turn into a nightmare. I don't have that right now. I have quiet and time with Father, but I'll be selective. I ain't go, that's why I won't do it via telephone. I ain't doing the message thing, So I can start out that way, but now I have all their numbers or whatever, I'm saying, and I'll sit down, I'll call them, and I'll have a conversation with them, and we can not try to hash it out over messages where people take tone differently. They can take that in person too, but can have a better conversation. So yeah, kind of a different variety of people, but more, these actually they're all older, and I did get a few more, obviously, like what is it? I don't what are these ads, Sabrina? Like, and it's cool. I mean, it's cool. I'm not, like, I really like what you're doing. I have a lot in common with you. I think you're, like the um I won't be probably ready for a few years. Keep me in mind. I'm going to sit there and think about somebody on Facebook 3 years from now when you decide to maybe, I'm at the end of next, I do appreciate people thinking ahead, but 3 years, in a few years, I'm not going to be ready for a few years, but really, and I think I see what it is. It's more of this, you know, lady, why don't you just say what it is that you're trying to say instead of, because see, that's some of those other ones where I know what those ladies are trying to do. They're trying to come on to me without doing that. You know what I'm saying? And have a little bit of a tactfulness because of the other things that they say. Oh, I see we have so much in common and making these other links. And that's fine. It's fine. It's just like, but why would you say in 3 years? Or you're just throwing it out there like some little flashy spinner bait or something like that. And you want me to go ahead and take a bite? No, I'm not going to bite that. So it's okay. I see through some, like a few years or a couple, the one lady, she's like, I've got, I want to come to your place. Uh, I've got everything I need done. What was all her stuff? And then like, but it'll have to be in the fall, like, what the hell are you, the fall? You know what I'm saying? Uh, it's April. It's spring right now. You want to set something at the end of the winter? What do you got, a summer fling going or something? It's like, I just laughing. It's like, that's all right. Hey, like I said, just what I said earlier, it's nice to know that, hey, there is something there. Like I said, it's not. I think what I have out here is unique. You know what I'm saying? Uh, it's different. It doesn't. There are other people who have some, you know, um, some things that are in a likeness, but not like what I'm doing here. And I think that's what makes this place stand out. You know what I'm saying? No, we don't bless anybody here. Nobody sneezed. These people think people had a demon, and a demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies, that a portal that would open up when they would sneeze and they would bless them. So we don't bless anybody here because nobody's, remember, we're equally yoked under this covenant, man and woman, less or not above, in the same narrow way. So we don't bless anybody. That's a bad language. It is. It's like saying a bad word. So nobody's below me. You can get off your knees. I know when I've been licked. Get it? Below me. All right, Father. I'm not some perfect saint. Thank you, Father, for the word. So God is a title. So the Most High doesn't dwell in temples made by hand. So the Most High God, Elohim, Elyon, El, not Allah, Allah, Kamal, Allah, snack, come on over for a snack bar or whatever her name was, the purple people eater. So Oh my goodness. So, yeah, there you go. Exactly, Sabrina. And I'm not saying it because guys are guilty of it too, but I do see, and I'm not biased, you know that. I mean, I do really try to look at things for both sides. That generally women will have a side, something in their, you know, they call it with a guy, their side, whatever. But women tend to have something, not all women in any way, shape, or form. I think maybe 10% of guys and about 30% of women, they've just got something in the wings, always. Put an ad on the internet and put a guy ad and a woman ad and see the responses. No, oh gee, like I'm skewing the numbers. No, I'm not. Most guys, all they need is two, you know, hole in a heartbeat. Doesn't even need to, maybe necrophilia. Maybe it doesn't need to be breathing for some of these guys. I don't know, man. They're sick. So, so, uh-oh. Chunky, Chunky Monkey, what's going on? Wood, vibes, videos. Uh-oh. I thought you said vibes. I'm like, what am I vibing? My resonance, my frequency? Father, I'm just a dude that Father made a little bit different than some. Set apart. I'm not better than anybody. I'm not. I make mistakes just like you. I've done horrible things in my past and learned from my mistakes, and I fall over things that I know better of and don't listen to the voice inside my head sometimes, and they're not special about me. So, uh, so, but thank you, Father, for bringing the eyes here. For people, if there's something that they can take and glean from this ministry. Sometimes it's nice just to have a sit down and have a discussion with like sisters Sabrina, talk about things, the mistakes we make in relationships, the things we do wrong, so we can learn from. I've done that in friendships and the world, and how it's like right now we should really be coming together and not fighting with each other. We're at war. I need people around me right now that want to work and help and produce and flourish and thrive, not just survive. Survival is what most people are going to be doing, you know what I'm saying? uh, because I'm on a 4G phone. I live in the middle of the desert. 5G is a weapon. I don't have a weaponized phone. I make my own power. I live 2 hours from a Walmart, you know, something like that. I don't want to be around people, so I'm allergic to people. No, I like people, just till they open up their mouth most of the times and they start talking. So you'll know them by their fruit. Do not judge them by their cover, brothers and sisters. Don't listen to what people say unless they're speaking the gospel. That doesn't matter. It's mind over matter. Yeah, look what their legs are doing. Loins girded in my service, off their ass, and they're doing something about it. So those are the kind of people you want to associate yourself with. So maybe one day the interweb will go down. I'll never have to go back on here ever again. I'll miss you, brothers sisters, but this is I'm not putting no 5G oxygen absorption 60 gigahertz 60 millimeter wave weaponry onto my cellular device. Doesn't have anything to do with cellular. It's a weapon. Go look it up. So, oh, it's part of the I can't breathe ritual. So it's an oxygen absorption wave is what it is. I'm a veteran. It was patented by the United States Navy. I wasn't a semen sample. I wasn't in the Navy. So you can take your semen sample somewhere else. Okay, they're jerk off. Well, whatever chain you're pulling on or whatever hub, I don't know what whether connection you have. Get it? So I'm trying to step up that though. When we get this if you have anybody wants to chip in a couple grand, I'll take your money and we'll put some Starlink out here for you. How about that? Support the ministry. Till then, you're just gonna have to wait on me until Father can help me produce another $2,000 or $3,000. But we're getting there. We're close. We're probably months away from having better quality streaming. I'm going to step up for the ministry. I don't care. I'm going to just suck it up. I don't care. Starlink, I think, is what I'm going to actually get Starlink satellite out here. So I don't care. So I'll do it for the ministry. It'll only be in the one building. So I won't have it anywhere else. It'll be at the very front of the, up on the front of the ministry. So hopefully once this is done, I'm going to the back, man. I want to get back to the back. Been really thinking about that. That's what I'm thinking about, having another person or two out here. And I'm really going to get hot to trot on this right now, because I don't want anybody to come in here and ruin what I've got going. And that's obviously one bad apple could upset the whole apple cart. But I could take a trial period and work with somebody. I'm not that kind of guy. I mean, I think they won't be able to take and stand me from the beginning. They won't even make it. You know what I'm saying? But I'd like to get somebody on the very back of the property back there, because then I can punch a whole nother road in from this 20 acres to the back, and I don't ever have to come up front, so to speak. This is all just the ministry up here and the cabins, and I've got a $250,000 storm shelter that I've built in the back that I'd like to continue, and a house that I would like to build off of that. I don't want to live in the shelter. I want to have a hole that's already been excavated, a massive hole already. Took me years to dig the hole to put the shelter. This one was done already. I had paid to have it done. So I'd like to put that underground garden back there, have that 150-foot arc back there, so to speak, and stay back there and have somebody in the back of the property. So I think he'll probably put no power back there. No way, no hell. That'll all be solar like we're here. So all off the grid back there. So not going to put power anywhere. This is the only building up here that's going to have power, is this building up here. So we'll see if we can get some better internet, guys. So again, if you want to support the ministry, there's Cash App and PayPal. If not, just you'll have to wait on me. I've already got almost 100,000 into this build here so far. So the land, the build, so I'm only one guy. I don't get Social Security. I don't get disability. I took care of my son for almost 8 years as a single parent, never got a dime of child support. So, and I had him most of the time even before that, and I paid child support. So that's okay. I'm going to get her done. I'm excited. We're going to get this done, and I'm going to get some power out here. So I'm hoping here in the next day or two, I'm going to see it. It's like, man, I wish I had somebody here to help me on that truck. Like a couple of those guys. That one guy said he's a mechanic. Really good at with mechanics. So I think I've got tomorrow set apart where I'm going to call and do some of my screening of the numbers that I've got. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, me too. He said it didn't matter. He told me it didn't matter. And he told me that original price that she told me. So I'm going to show this to you, Sabrina, and I'll show you. You give me your thoughts on this. Because they sent me my conditional use permit today that has the map that I'll show you what I'm thinking. I'll show you what I'm thinking. Oh, crap. So, because I'm looking at what he's looking at, I'm trying to look at what he's looking at, because here, I just drew this. I tried to draw this crude, because I didn't want to. There's a method to my madness. Here's my site plan map, okay, showing that the power pole is right here and that the power is running to right there, right? Here's the the building I'm in now, there's where it's actually backwards because it's stupid freaking YouTube. But here's the cabin, the Rusty Dragon. There's where the single wide's sitting, and I'm over here. So the power's going to come from right here. Now remember, the other pole is over here off Kevin's, where I used to own over here. So he said it didn't matter. It didn't matter, and I think this is why. I think this is why. See that? I'm the red map. I'm in the red one. Okay? There's lots behind me. If this farm was sold, because this is this yeah, this is the pivot next to me. But see, I'm actually sitting up against these. These lots are 4 separate tax lots. There are 4 separate tax lots. See the blue? Even though they own that farm could sell and be divided later. They don't care. I mean, yes, now, but they can't because it could be sold off. So I'm going to bring this out to the guy. I'm going to go. So here's his property. I'm going to bring this to him when I do the map. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to go, okay, so here's what I was thinking over there, because there is another power pole over there, but yeah, actually, this is everything they sent me from the county. This is all my hearing paperwork and everything. You know, like I said, it's got my site map. You know, it's got all of it. It's got the whole everything, all the groundwater, the approval, who approved. I mean, this is all my, but this is what was sent in that they looked at, that they brought up. So I think I'm going to be okay. I don't want to say that, Sabrina, because I don't want to put anything in my head, because it won't happen that way. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get sent on anything. This father will wreck him. But this is what I think, because he's looking at. He's looking at this going, because he's pulling up the map. So this is what he's looking at. He's looking at going, okay, you're right here. He's thinking that, okay, there's another lot right there. It doesn't even look like there's anything there. But it doesn't matter, because they're 4 separate tax lots. They're not together. If they all were, and it was one big property and not divided like that, then I think that they would. So please, please, please. We'll see. So I'm anticipating that day a lot, you know what I mean, on the 6th. So $2,300 is what he said it would be. He strings the, the line. I have to run the line through there, the conduit, whatever, have that ready. And then I put the string. I already bought the line that gets strung through there, so you can, they come and they hook up their wire, and then they pull that out through there using that's already through, so they can pull that, and then they hook it up to their, go up the pole, hook up the can, and then come back and then put in your meter in your box, and bam, you got power. Then I'll have to turn the power off and make another temporary junction box somewhere or something to get, a single plug or something to get something going out here. I will make a little building and put a little freezer in there is what I'm going to probably do for now. Just a refrigerator, freezer. It's probably all put in a building. I'll make a little temporary building right off the side of that for now. So I think, what is your thoughts? Anybody else in the room? Can you see that? Now, all of that's a big farm. This is all a farm. That looking kind of, it's green, but that's all one farm, that whole big square. But it's not by the county records. By the county records, those are all separate lots. Okay. You think I'm on to something here, Sabrina? I didn't see this until I saw this, till I got my paperwork, and I just got this, and I was like, that doesn't matter that it's a farm right now. Those are divided up. The same person owns all four. The same person owns all four, but those all could be sold off individually. So they're not grouped together. It's not one tax lot. If it was one tax lot, that'd be different. So the farm could go under tomorrow. So I think I'm going to be okay. I'm hoping. So this is giving me ants in my pants. Yeah, it's already drawn up in tax lotted in a separate tax lot. I guarantee in the county records, they don't pay all one tax for that. They have to send in 4 separate tax lot checks or payments for those tax lots. And they own the big farm behind it too, even though they own all of it. It's not all been in the county records. Apparently at one time that was owned, and then they bought those up to make their farm, but never transferred it all. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I'm gonna I don't want to argue with them because it's the engineer. I'm gonna say okay. So it's kind of nice too, or at least what I can see, because, and I looked at it, it's so weird because like on Kevin's property, it's not going to be like that. Kevin's property is shifted over, and it seems like it should be shifted over like in the middle of his, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? For some reason, I've got weird this one and it's because I think it is because it sits right at the center of this. See how the pivot goes here? This is 160 acres. That circle, all that circle is 160 acres. But see how I'm sitting in the middle of the pivot? In that middle of that pivot right there? Actually, my property line sits at the middle of that pivot, like the center right there. That's where my property line is at. See that? On that side. See that? It's in the center of that. I know it's not but it's at the center of that pivot. So my first pole sits right in the middle of my property. It doesn't down almost all the way down here, and it kind of loses. So you think on Kevin's property that come on, stupid freaking phone, that his property, because his is right here, right? Oh no, his is right here. That his pole would be sitting right there in the middle. This pole property almost sits dead in the middle of the property. So I think that's why he said it doesn't matter to him. He said it's here nor there. If it's that one, and actually he said I'd have to charge you more to run it 200 feet. He told me it's not like that anymore, where it used to be 200 feet, you got on a 400 amp breaker. It's 150 feet. Anything over that now you have to pay for it, period. Done. That's what he said. I'm going to listen to this guy. He's an engineer. He's the guy who's going to come out and, give me the approval. The guy and lady working in the office, she might have been looking at something different. When she pulled it up, she might have just been looking at my site map or something, And then she just doesn't seem, I pissed her off last time I called her too. For some reason, Father's like that. I didn't do anything to her. And she hates me. I can just tell already. She just despises me. And I'm trying to be nice. Her name is Crystal. Like the Black Crystal. No, just kidding. I think that was a movie. But I don't know what I didn't do anything. Remember, she told me I was overreacting. I told her I just need you to look at it because the poles are different out here on this end of the valley. They're not like this on any other end of the valley. All the way for the whole grid, all the way up to the highway. It's not like that. Everything is so. Yeah, I don't know what I did to her. I just pissed her off for no reason. I walked into the. No, Father does it. It's not me. So. Oh, you're fine, Mr. Bonbon. Would you like to go outside and go party? Yeah, you got to do your old circle. Hold on, I'm going to let this go. Would you stop being such a little whiny boy? You can eat a whiny butt. Go bunny. I have one more little backup on this too, Sabrina, is that 8 years ago, I called to look because I was raising hogs at the time, and I figured out a way to not even have to get a conditional use permit out here because this is an agricultural 2 property, and I still could have done this. But I don't want to do this. I just want to do what it is that I've done here. But I called 8 years ago, and they quoted me $1,800, which is now $2,300. That's not that very much inflation in 8 years. So there's one more kind of, and I'm sure when they looked at it, they looked at that poll, and they looked at the same tax lots, and said $1,800, and now $2,300. So maybe a little bit more, you know, maybe. So this puts some fire under my pants. So I've kind of allotted myself. I've got to take it easy, let my body heal. You guys, Monday I got to kick. You know what? Isn't that's not a bad $500 in 8 years or something? That's incredible for a power. You know what I'm saying? That's not bad. That's not bad. It's not even $100 a year. You know, I mean, that's with the way everything's so expensive now. You know, so but I think that if that makes sense to you too, because that's what I was quoted way back then. I think that's got to be a good price. The 2,300's got. He's gonna come out here and go, okay, yeah. He's going to look at the lot map. I'm going to show it to him, and he's going to see that. He has to look at it. He has to. He's the engineer. You know, and like I said, if they weren't lotted up differently like that, then on the tax lot, then that would be different. If it was out there in the middle of nowhere and those were not lotted like that, then if that lady didn't own those 4 separately, I'd have to pay that full price. I'm certain of it. And I know there are other lots because people get power out here and then they string it way out on poles and stuff. But a lot of people are pretty well off. I'm not well off. Remember, I don't have any money. Well, how come you don't have any money and have all those things? Well, I have the things I have, and then I sell those and then I trade up. Remember? I took and bought a chipper that I'll try to make a couple $100 on. You know, I won't double my money, but you know, there's been times where I have doubled my money on things. It all just depends on what I'm buying. So depends on what my entry price is. So that's how I'm gonna get her done. I'm gonna get her done. So if they tell me Friday, that I can do this, you know, for $2,300. So I'm going to be putting everything I have on the internet, and I might even come in here and grift this ministry for a minute. I will. I've done it before. I didn't really ever have any success when I did, but that's okay. I might even come and run a little mini marathon or something. We'll do a live GoFundMe. We'll do it live. You won't fund me, we'll go fund the ministry or something, you know. And we'll see if we can take in anything. So something's better than nothing. I'll take whatever I get at this point because that's the way I work. It'll just start chipping away at it. Chip away. So that's how I have to do it. I've done sold all my big possessions. Remember, I've almost got $100,000 into this ministry, brother, sister. So I've sold just about everything I've had for this ministry. I sold it all, man. Whatever it was taken from me, the precious metals seemed to get taken from me, or I had to spend them on an attorney that didn't do anything for me, remember? Man, I wish I knew somebody owed me some some money. I don't do anything. I don't do business like that. If I do something, it's a today deal. I don't get on the be back bus. I'm not going to be back tomorrow. We're going to do it today, or thank you. Have a good day. Thanks for your time. See you. Bye. That's how I don't leave dead on, you know what I'm saying? Put dead out there, leave dead on the table, or, you know what I mean? Yeah. We're going to do it today. This is a today price. Tomorrow it's twice as much. You want to do it today? Twice as much. Yep, tomorrow's twice as much. Are you kidding me? Nope. See how it. That was something different there. What is that? I wasn't expecting that. Oh, grab me. Oh, that's the blueberry. The blueberry. Yeah, just tell them no deals. Just another one. If you've done a deal like that, Sabrina, say, I'll just go give it to your neighbor. Huh? Well, I'm going to have to take it now. I don't like my neighbor. Well, I got to keep up with neighbor. I got to keep up with the Joneses. So, right. So it's called the takeaway close. Works so good, doesn't it? All right. Never mind. Tomorrow I'll be twice as much. So, but that's called the takeaway close is what that is. So. Hey, I might have to have if it's not nailed down sale. Remember? Yep, it's not nailed down. It's for sale. So everything except for that building right there, right? Everything else, hey, whatever. If it's not nailed down, it's for sale. Somebody give me a $3. Let's run with that. Anybody $3 bill? Anybody one? Y'all in? Free? I got free. Anybody $3? Try. Want to come on by and give it a try? Hey, that's $2 now, $3. Is it the 6th yet? I don't want it to be the 5th, guys. I'm not looking forward to going to that doctor. We're going to take x-rays and 3 MRIs now. 2 of my back, 2, one of my upper, one of my lower, and one of my head and my neck. Oh, dude, they are going to radiate the piss out of me, guys. I might come back and be like, what happened to Pastor? Drooling. It's Max Edrum. Oh. But they're gonna nuke me, man. I'm gonna come back all ginked out, man. Ginka loba. Something's gonna be weird. I can tell. I'm already feeling it, man. I know how I felt when I went into those before, and I think the last time I was 30 years old, in my 30s when I was in that. I'm in my 50s. That thing hammered me, man. I came out all freaking, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna come out be all like glowing and stuff. I'm gonna have to do my live stream in the dark, man. Be like a glow stick in here. Whoa, this is it. Whoa. Oh, crap. Oh, man. Oh, I'm so not looking forward to it. I'm actually getting a little bit of anxiety, guys, and I normally don't get anxiety about too many things. I don't. Things don't make me anxious. You see when the cops were SWAT raiding this house. I don't let nobody push me like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't do anything in a hurry. Remember, I'll see you tomorrow, right? I don't get on the be-back bus, right? We're going to do it today, but, if I can't get it done today, never mind, I don't worry about it. There are some things that I don't do today, some things I'll do tomorrow. I'll get on the be back bus when it comes to a deal, but you're not going to rush me. I'll just come tomorrow, then never mind. No, I'm not going to come in a hurry and get all in a hurry and no, thank you. I don't need it that much, then never mind. Appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow then. No, thank you. So, oh man, so close. Man, what a cool time for the ministry, though. Thank you, Father, so much for this time. I'm going to remember this time for a long time, guys. It's going to stick with me. These years are going to stick with me. If I can pull through this, I'll get through the physical part. I always do. My body will eventually heal some way. It'll do it. And money is just money. That's why I don't care about money. It's just money is something that comes and goes, man. The memories are way more than the money. I'll probably remember the suffering. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Let's see. Yep. No, my phone is at 100%. So I bought a new charger. I bought. God, I cannot believe how much I have spent over the last month. You know what I mean? But I've been getting ready for this. You know, um, time where I knew I would need some money and I wouldn't have enough, so I would need to like flip some things over. So I have them now. I just need to get them up. Or that's what I was saying. I was chasing everything I could out today and get everything. I didn't get pictures and get everything up, but I was getting, you know, tomorrow I'm going to make those calls. And then after I'm done with those calls, I'm going straight to uploading, pictures and making more ads and putting more things on the internet so that I can reach this goal, man. So um, then I'll be hot to trot on that. Two more things after, actually, you know what I'm saying? There's actually probably three things in the near future that I'm gonna try to have before the end of this fall. That's why I want to try to get this knocked out, guys, as fast as I can without rushing to do it. You know what I'm saying? I just set this pace that I do, and I don't do it in a rush. It's just like the steady wins the race. You know what I mean? I'll let nobody get me going too fast, and I don't drag ass if I can help it and keep going. That's where I got to pace myself. I still want that feed pellet mill, freeze dryer, and a sawmill, and a sawmill, and a sawmill. Those are all things that could be used here in the ministry. You know what I'm saying? They're ministry oriented too. So it's not like I'm just doing it for me or anything. I can use that sawmill to build a home, build it, and then sell the sawmill. Take a couple $100, lose a few $100. I do things like that too. Before, take and use something and then sell it, get my use out of it, and take a little bit of hit because I used it, but try to take care of it or whatever, not beat it up, and done things like that in the past. So, but those are the three things I'm going to try to have done. So, because I want to leave by then and take a vacation. I'm hoping to go by fall. So, I hope my case will be appealed by then. I don't know. We'll see. Father's timing's perfect, so he's going to keep me wherever he wants me. I might not get that. I might not win the appeal. So, might have to stay on probation for years. So, as of right now, I'm doing what I need to do. Stay out of trouble. Just keep building. Do it. And the probation officer knows that. I ain't tripping about this probation thing. I told you, nothing I can do. So, that's why I need to travel. I think I feel so much better traveling on the roads arena right now. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even thinking, like trying to travel and go into the woods and live in my Forerunner and not. No, I mean like just go on the road. Go on the road. Travel with nothing. I don't want to live that style. That's work. I could do that. That's fun. I like that. It's like camping. I already kind of do that. I'm talking about put a backpack on, find somebody for my juniper girl to watch her and take pants and run and go. Put a backpack on like I told my son I was going to do and go share gospel and go film all the experiences of just sharing the gospel. Where are you going? I don't know. Are you taking me somewhere? Where are we going? I don't know. Father's going to blow me wherever the wind, takes me. He will be the wind in my sail. So, and I'm going to do that if I can't do that for 3 years from now. Well, I don't have to wait 3 years, but whatever, you know what I'm saying? I am looking at that already too. So we don't get it here in this half. I'll have to do it on that back whole other half side there for the hole and whatever. It's already been 2 years since I've seen my son last. So they've been a grueling long 2 years. These are some of the longest years I've ever had in my entire life. Well, I mean, they've gone by quickly because of time, but this is a horror. It's a horror show. Every day is a menace to me, but I can't stay in the U.S. I'm going to have to leave when I can legally leave and go and travel and just share the gospel. So they got glasses now, brothers, sisters, you can wear that people can talk to you in all languages now, and you can see that thing like right in your vision. You're not restrained by language anymore. They literally have that type of technology. They've got little recorders, but they literally have like glasses you can put on right now, clear glasses, and you just go talk to somebody, and whatever they say comes up right up on your screen. So you can have a perfect conversation with them. Go order food, go move around, and they don't even know. They don't even know that you're wearing them. You can't tell. They don't see anything. So, I'm not going to let language barriers, stop from sharing the gospel. So, going to try to find another couple pairs of glasses too on the road. Put them on the people when I share the gospel. See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And go share gospel that way. I already figured out how to overcome that. Hallelujah. Isn't that amazing? Use this tech. Be as esteemed as their potter's clay. Turn their works upside down. I'll bet you they're a couple $1,000s. I haven't even looked how much they are for a set of those glasses, but they're probably about a sawmill, or, about a septic tank, about it, I don't know, about the conduit that it cost, about the check, about the $2,300 to put the power pole, to give them for the yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's been right here for a long time. Sabrina, they had that technology in the military when I was in the 90s. Upper display screen is all it is. I mean, it's a forward display. You've seen it in cars. That's been around for a long time. Long time. So they just hold it back. But you're right. That military's been using that for other than because they use that for, investigators who go into espionage in other countries, and they've had it for a long time. But they also get used in war for, briefings and all that. It's they had that stuff in the 90s. So I remember, there's just so much things that. So, but they have it available to the public now, brothers, sisters, for us. And they're, where we could use it, and then I could go travel, something like that. That's where I think that I'm better off doing that. You know what I'm saying? For a little bit, and then try to get back down to South America to produce more food. I might be able to go down to South America and in 2 or 3 months put together a ministry down there. I really think I could. I think I get the cooperation down there. I think I get the help. I think I could do it affordably down there with this. That's why I'm trying to get that Social Security, brothers, sisters. I'm trying to get Social Security. It's been a long time coming, man. And I paid in the system. That I talked to that lady who's dealing with my case. She's like, yeah, you've been paying, since you were 15 years old, you had been paying Social Security. I've taken out of your check. You joined the military at 17, 18, bam, you've been paying in the system for since you were young. Now that you have breaks in your thing, because obviously you've been injured and things like that, but you put in a lot of years into the system. So um, there's so many people. So I told her it's so hard for me as a veteran and serve this country and whatever, and see people can get on meth, and get off meth, and because they had some addiction, they can get Social Security for some mental disability or something. Somebody like myself, was applied before, and so now I'm probably gonna have to wait 6 months at least to get an answer, and they might still tell me no. It's crazy as it sounds, as hammered as I am, but this lady who's working with me, she likes what she does. It sounds like she's actually cares about people who qualify for these. She doesn't make the determination. She's just an information recorder, but I'm not being shut down and being, um, I think she's taking the right notes. It still matters what the doctors say, you know what I'm saying? Uh, so, but we'll see. We'll see what father's in charge of that. Father's in control of that. But I tell you, if I went out on the road with Social Security, and Social Security could disappear tomorrow, guys. You know, um, yeah. No, she's this lady was dealing with things. She wasn't shutting me down. She was documenting things. She just, I'm not used to people in public service having a passion. I don't have problems dealing with probably people on the phone. I don't act like an ass. That's why it was so frustrating me with the lady with the power company, because there's nothing I could say. She just never liked me from the beginning. It's just one of those times. It doesn't matter. This, you know, I can't make that lady again. When I called her back, I'm like, I didn't say it to her, but I was getting resistance from her again. I'm like, here it is again. And I'm like, damn it. Why? What am I doing? And I'm being nice to her. I'm saying thank you, appreciate, and doing everything I do would do, be, courteous with other people. When I was young, I wasn't patient like that. I wanted it all now. JG Wentworth, whatever. Now I don't. I'll take the time to let somebody, But this lady seems to care about her job. You know what I'm saying? She seems to care about the fact that there are people that are, that get hammered. Like I said, I'm a veteran. My back is it's done. It's done. I need to go have surgery. I can't avoid it anymore. They're gonna. I know it now. I just know it. It is what it is. Um, gonna have to have the back surgery. If I don't, if I refuse the back surgery, they're not going to give me any Social Security, brothers sisters. And that's kind of sounds crazy, but yeah, you can. I already have once refused to have surgery. If I refuse to have surgery and they schedule me for back surgery again, I don't think they'll ever give me Social Security. I don't care. I might have to wait another, just get straight at retirement. But by then, you'll have to be 75 years old, to get it. Something like that. Uh, yeah, there you go. So, um, yeah, but that would be a good option in the future tense for this ministry too, for Father to provide like that for me to give me some kind of income. Because remember, I could go live on in Vietnam for $1 a day for a couple months, for 6 months or whatever, however I can stay in these countries and let me stay with it, without having to whatever have without having a visa or whatever. You can stay on a traveler's, for a little bit. You can live on $1 a day in Vietnam, $1, and the food over there is fresh. Everything you eat fresh, even cheap food. Cheap food in America sucks. I want to get out of this country because I don't like the food here. I hate the food in this country. So you could just go down to Mexico, and I love it down there. I love Mexican food. It is my favorite food. Absolutely, I always told you, I only eat tacos or burritos on days that end in Y. So, no other days. So, only the ones that end in Y. So, Mexico would be a good fit, you know what I'm saying? Uh, yeah, there you go. 10 cents in Vietnam. 10 cents. Seriously, and it's fresh. They make it right in front of you. A lot of that stuff is fresh. It's all fresh ingredients. Nothing genetically modified. You got no food genetically modified for 10 cents. You can't buy anything for 10 cents in America, let alone and sit down and have a bowl of, pho, you know? Get the pho king out of here. No? You ever been to the pho king? Uh, that's the pho. Pho king. Not that king. The pho king. Noodle. It's called pho, brothers, sisters, not pho. Pho. So, okay, but yeah, you could go over there and you could eat, and you know what I'm saying, and have a, I don't drink, but have a beer. They're the Vietnamese beer, and um, dessert. Breads that are not made out of 50 million ingredients with a bunch of preservatives. They're made right there, fresh breads. You know, uh, fresh vegetables, rice noodles, fresh. Fresh food, not freaking drive-through and food that the animals won't eat and the bugs will not eat. What the hell are we doing to ourselves in this country, brothers, sisters? Yeah, that one guy, he did. I saw because he had that lady that guided, which she knew all the spots. You might not be able to do that if you didn't have a guide. He spent $1. He spent $1 in Vietnam, and he still had money for the next day, and he bought a hat for him and her. Then he went into a souvenir shop and he got something with like the bird, bird pooped on it. Looked like there was some glue with bird poop with that hat that's said something on it. I can't remember what it said. And she got like a little hot dog on a stick. You ever seen that company? They kind of got the shorter bill, but it looked good on her because she was Vietnamese. So with that little shorter bill, she's just her build or whatever. It just fit her perfect. It was the right hat for her. And he picked it out for her too. That was pretty cool. Because he bought it for her. And then he had money the next day for breakfast, for breakfast to start off the next day with $1. So he made it through the whole day, and then the next day he had money for breakfast. So not even $5. So Ecuador, $5. Ecuador in South America. When I told you when Kevin and I were at the Home Depot, that guy came up on the bus, the school, the little short yellow bus, and it had a surfboard that said ice on the side of it. So I decided to go walk over and talk to him, and then he ended up, he was probably in his maybe mid-20s, kind of a longer hair, real olive complexion. He had just come from Mexico, so he had the darker tone. He definitely was, tan from this, but I had asked him and started talking to him, and he said he had just come from Chipotle and spent $17 at Chipotle Grill. And then I asked him, I said, okay, can I ask you a question? Because I'm trying to get this guy to go to Mexico, get the hell out of this country. He's got retirement and he won't leave, and he needs to get somewhere where he can have somebody help him, and he would be so much better off down there. He'd just be able to have better health care, take care of somebody can take care of him. He just doesn't have anybody. So it's kind of like me. I might have to move, but that might be a better thing for me to get out of this country, brother, sister, where I could actually get some health care and hire somebody to help me, or I couldn't do that here in this country. So, but anyways, I asked this younger gentleman, I said, okay, you were down in Mexico. I said, how long would $17 last you in Mexico? And he said, I can eat all week on $17 for 1 week and buy some beer. He said, yeah, a couple beers or something a day. I probably couldn't drink every day, but I could probably have a couple days, have a couple beers. $17 to last them a whole week down in Mexico. Some people got power bills that are $1,200, brothers, sisters. Some people got, rent. Some people pay $1,200 just to rent somebody's studio bedroom with a shared bathroom and a hot plate. They don't even have a real oven or anything like that. Got some little apartment fridge. Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. Well, it was so cool. Nate, that one guy on Canadian Prepper, he won that $2 bet that Nate won because that guy said that we weren't going to go into war with Iran, and we ended up going that same day. Freaking Nate nailed that too. Freaking Nate from Canadian Prepper. He's on the dude's. Nate is a brilliant mind. Nate is a very, very brilliant mind. But he said, that guy said, he said that to Nate. He said, "Oh, well, things are cheaper because it's it's inflated out there." And Nate goes, "No, actually, it's more expensive." He goes, "Oh, yeah." So I apologize, Sabrina. I'm not sorry. I apologize. The guy didn't even get it. He's like, "Oh, it's cheaper there." Nate's like, "No, it's actually more expensive." Oh, yeah. $75. That's $100 bill, brothers, sisters. That is disgusting. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know. But remember, that's why Nate split his channel. Nate did split the channel. Remember, Sabrina? He did Prepper News to keep that to the one side, and then Canadian Prepper with all his survival stuff and all his awesome stuff he does. That's where he's doing a lot of his, he puts in a lot. He does his hippie guy and all his acting, and involves sometimes his kids, and does a lot of editing. The original OG videos that he put out there were awesome videos. Just good Canadian Prepper videos, and so he did split that channel. So he like I said, it's kind of nice now. You don't want to hear none of that garbage. It's a brilliant move on his part. Oh man, you should see this new studio that he moved into, and he has this painting behind him that somebody painted. Oh my God, it's awesome. And he stands there and it looks like it's not that big, but he walks back up to it. He's like this big. I mean, it looks like it's just behind him, right? It looks like this stuff's just about this tall, and it's not that, but actually when he walks up to the wall, everything is, it's massive. And when he walks way back there, but you can't tell because the perspective. So, and he said, man, I got some guy, chooching on the, I'm sure Nate does a little bit, but yeah, I don't forget how he said it. He's got some guy painting in there, right? He's like, yeah, oh man, it reeks in there, man. Don't go in there. Don't go in there. They're painting in there, and you knew he wasn't talking about the paint. So, so yeah, so that's what he did. He split it from Canadian Prepper. So if you already subscribed to Canadian Prepper, he separated that, and then now he's really trying to pull a lot of that, because remember, there is no politics. History's being made. You can say that, Sabrina, but one day you're going to have to read it in a book, and you're going to get the wrong side of history. Love you. It's fine. Do your life. You got kids. You don't have to look at none of it. Just stay in the gospel. None of it is that important. But you do have to endure to the end. So you do kind of have to keep your head up and looking around. And I know your head's not in the sand. You're just a busy mama bear doing her thing, working. I totally get it. But try to remember that there is no such things as politics. That doesn't exist. That's a man-made term like gravity. History is being made every day. Father wrote it, and he wants us to pay attention so that later we could say, no, I was there. Sabrina, that's not what happened. See, you said what happened in a book, and I witnessed that, and it's not what it said in that book. That's a bunch of crap. So just don't look at everything, because then you'll get blackpilled. Even as somebody who has 6 channels, can get a little overwhelmed at times. They are doing that right now on purpose, especially with Mr. Warp Speed. There's nothing he even says anymore that's truth. He doesn't even say anything anymore. Like what he was talking about in that speech, he was saying we have more weapons than when we did at the start of the war, and we blew off. So all the commanders are saying the complete opposite. He never says anything truthful anymore. He said, he just makes the most outlandish things. He says the complete opposite. And they're doing that right now. They really are trying to. It's like when they keep interviewing Pete Hegseth, he just never answers the question. Like when they do one of those, that's how it's like watching one of those, things where these people in politics, if we want to call that, right? But they're sitting there policing themselves. They won't even answer the question that the person's asking them. It's just this big bantering and back and forth and back and forth. It's just like, oh my God. You can't, it just wears you out. I totally get it. You know what I'm saying? I totally get it. You know what I'm saying? Yep. There you go. Nope, no one wants to leave their toilets or heating. There you go. Wearing them, exactly. Everything's all rosy. You got it. And that's why we still at least look around, because we're like, oh my God, I'm surrounded by zombies. The zombie apocalypse is already happening. Right? Apocalypse, yeah, right. I hate when people misuse my name. It really, it's okay though. Oh, Gooch. Stop by. Stop by. Yep. That's where we're at. Everybody's just paying their bills, huh? Just paying the bills. What are you doing? Just paying the bills. Sending my money off to the war machine. Sending to unaliving Iranian children, school teachers, Ukrainian women, men. Be so thankful you're not in Zarina heavily, you know what I'm saying, not in this country. You guys have your own weight up there. I mean, you live in one of the most tyrannical states right now. Some of the things that they're doing in Canada are like almost Australia type of tyranny. Nobody cares in America. You guys are freaking neighbors, and nobody even cares about Canada at all. You talk to most people about Canada and America, they don't know. Oh yeah, that's where you go run away when you want to get away from, that's probably not going to let you in Canada, dumbass. They're pretty stringent, remember, at the border of not letting even like felons and, so yeah, I know it's so freaking bad. It's so tyrannical. And nobody sees that, Sabrina, in America. I mean, because America has its own issues. That's what I'm saying. Like the things that we're like, but it's its own set of. It's disgusting that nobody in America is even paying attention to like all the legislation they're doing with like, they don't even realize that they took Second Amendment items from people in Canada. Second Amendment, control, pew pew control, right? And sent it to Ukraine. And these were like type of, front line type, M16s, weapons that are, they're just sending them out there with hunting rifles out on the front lines. Your government did that. That's insane. That is insane. It's not your government, but the government that you know. And they're taking them now. All these buyback things that they've got going up there and all this stuff for the Second Amendment, they're really just strangling. I mean, it's so weird that most people I already, talked to you about this in Canada, live right up next to the border. There are already, so few people that live out away from it. It's similar in America as far as because everybody lives up against the coastlines too. But you guys are kind of hugged up against that border, obviously, you know, um, which is kind of a strange thing because if you think about that, most of your populace in most nations are hugged up against the coastline. You do have ports, obviously, to the west over where I'm at, up, past Seattle and Vancouver, but um, you guys are really heavily along that line, but they've just got you guys so pushed down, you know, with like all the fires that they have been doing up there over, and then all the taking of the rights, like, um, yes, yep. I hear you more, Sabrina. I think that's a good. Thank you for being that side. Just showing that side that most people in Canada probably bitch more about America than worrying about what's going on in their own country. So I've seen that too, because you know what I'm saying. We've had Canadian followers, and um, there's a lot going on in Canada right now. To really, like I said, the populace is so squished down, and year after year with these fires and pushing people out of these mineral areas, and because there's a lot of Canada's, you know, uh, probably what is it, 80% of the paper products in America come from the Koch brothers, Donald Trump's Warp Speed buddies, where they had all the extra to go boxes. That was a pandemic, remember? But they come from Canada. Yeah, that those rich elite in the top, the Castro, I mean Trudeau, and all these elitists, same principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness in high places. It's in Canada too. They're higher than us. You notice they're higher up than us. So must be that BC bud, I guess, huh? All right, my bad. That's a good one. All right, moving on. So, but people don't see it here in America. You couldn't talk to hardly anybody in America. They don't have any idea what's going on in Canada. Don't know about the truckers' protest. Don't remember what the government literally went in and Sabrina's like, oh, I think that's a worthwhile cause. I can't believe those truckers because they bring me my food and whatever. There's a lot of like in Canada, there are a lot of not bush communities as high, like as many as in Alaska, but there's a lot of open roads and a lot of stuff comes in on trucks, and it does here in America. But again, it's little more remote too. Okay, and that's a big part of their obviously their lifestyle. They depend on it, and it's going to add to the whole cost. That's why everything too up there is so extra inflated, just like Alaska, because it's paid to be brought in. It's a lot of the products from Canada are brought in. They have products there that they ship out, but they also import a lot of products, pay high tariffs and high, it is what it is. It's just part of being a Canadian that lives up there. But once again, when those truckers, decided, hey, we're not doing this face diaper ritual, and we're not doing, we're just going to go on as normal. People didn't, uh, yeah, it's the trains and that rain. Truck, see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's the freight. Thank you. Just like Alaska. That's why it was so like, how can everything be so flippant? And there were no value meal in Alaska. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. But everything's set up there with like overnighted, and it still takes 2 weeks to get there. Overnight takes 2 weeks to get in Alaska. 2 weeks to get it overnighted. Yeah, welcome to Alaska, baby. So, hey, you want to live up there? There's going to be a price that you're going to have to pay. Come all the way up that Alcan by, you know, freight truck, or be flown into a bush community. And there are, so again, my point that, what I was saying is that the truckers protest, brothers, sisters, those truckers decided we're not doing the beer bug thing. Okay, we're not wearing the face diapers. We're not doing that. And that's when they held that protest. They were not violent. There was no acts of violence. There was no truckers running anybody over. They weren't. That's and they still have rights. Magna Carta. Come on, the original. Even though Canada doesn't have they have their own rights. Okay, guys. It's some people know it's not like Canadians or live in some almost like she said like Cuba, but in a sense it's almost like that now. But well, we'll look at America right now. Bill of Rights, my ass. Declaration of Independence, my ass. And Constitution, my ass. Whatever. So, moving on. Those truckers they were not violent in any way, shape, or form. Not only did the government go in and rob, if Sabrina said, well, I think that's a good cause. I got a kid. I see some of those truckers, they've got their kids in their cabs. And yeah, they were going in there and shutting off their gas and stuff, our sisters, knowing that those children were in those sleeper campers too. They're brutal. We're savages to what they did. And this isn't a trucker protest in Texas. This was in Canada, brothers, sisters. It's cold in Canada. Okay. It's not like, so they would drain your bank account. If Sabrina said, well, I think that's a worthwhile cause. I think that's cool. I'm going to support $5 at $10, $50 and support that cause. She's not participating in it. She's just supporting the cause. They drained Sabrina's bank account. That's what they were doing to people up there, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? They were savages. Just absolutely, like I said, anybody who supported that, they went in there and spanked you by draining your bank account. A lot of people don't know what that happened. That's one of the most tyrannical things I've ever seen in the history of my time on this rock. That's insane. That's still to this day, I cannot fathom how everybody just goes on. But they even after the face diaper ritual, still nobody cares, brothers, sisters. People just don't care. So, I appreciate what those truckers did up there, but it shows you how absolutely tyrannical the corporation, we might as well call it too, because it's a corporation too, written to the corporation. Canada's not a country, it's a corporation. It's been taken over by the corporation. Whatever, Queen's Law, bullcrap, that's all Scottish Rite and all bullcrap. That's all these 8 families, 10, 12 families that own all the Palantir and BlackRock. I don't hear it. They're all the same thing that did that. That's why they were able to drain those people's bank accounts. Who do you think owns those bank accounts? Yeah, the banksters. So, not remember, give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank, he'll rob the world. Yes, absolutely, Patrick. Same thing. It's no different. Canada's the same thing. Same thing as the UK. Same thing as America. This all the same dragon. It is. It's part of the same United Kingdom, Scottish Rite. It all goes back to the same lineage. If you can't keep it in your pants, keep it in the family kind of people. Purple people eaters. Get it? Red and blue. They did it in Rome. What do you do when you get mixed red and blue? Remember? Purple. So, it's nothing's changed, brothers, sisters. There's only how many countries that weren't owned by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. That's the ones they've been going after for the last 20 years, if you paid attention. Hello, Blind 11 much? It gave us the ability to go after all these countries. That's what do you think's going on right now? Venezuela, all these, it's happening right now. Cuba, oh, wow. These are the ones that don't have central banksters. The Gates, the Trumps, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Clintons, all of them, brothers, sisters. The Koch brothers, all this, the DuPonts, all of it, brothers, sisters, are all part of this system, the dragon. It's people don't see it. Don't make them try to see it, brothers. So this stuff's been going on for thousands of years. Thousands of years. It's all part of the, you know what I'm saying? That's why, remember, look at you with your purple crowns. Still wearing those crowns, aren't you? Didn't have any crowns, until we started throwing these crowns up and talking about Revelation and 3 and 11, Never did anybody have any crowns, did they? How many crowns you got, huh? You have to have a crown to sit at the feet of Shiloh, or you ain't getting your inheritance. So, little purple crowns, huh? Shh. People, do you guys even notice those there anymore? People don't even hardly notice those, huh? It's like, oh, it's just a YouTube thing. Yeah, whatever. They're mocking you, brothers and sisters. They're mocking you. Ah, that's okay. I remember when they first did it. We made a pretty big deal about it here, didn't we? Or at least I know I did. I remember the first day I saw it. I'm like, look at that, guys. What do you know there, Joe? Speaking about Viper, huh? For you know, it was a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe bite in. They're all related to the Queen. Ha ha! Never been a pretender to this corporation that wasn't. Not a one. They're all related. See? Keep it in the family kind of pants in the family kind of people. Oh my gosh. Yeah, kitty touch much. I told you that's where it comes from. So dude, you just went from 41 to 1. How's that? Oh wait, what the heck? I swear I saw 41. Dude, my eyes so bad. My eyes so bad. I thought I saw 41. Oh my gosh. What a bad eye. Oh man. She's the one I love. Get it? One eye? Oh. Are you red eye to go? Have your lamps trimmed. Be burning bright. And have your loins girded in the service of the word. So, but good stuff. Thanks for paying attention. I know just because I live in this abomination country that I know that I need to pay attention to. You're supposed to love your neighbor. So what's wrong with these Americans? They don't care about Canada. They don't care about Mexico. We treat both these we as a country, whether you like it or not, the commander in chief, whatever hot hole he's blowing out of air, Puff the Magic Dragon, they're still our neighbor. Apologize for the hot air comment, but it's coming out of some hole. Oh, it's the pit. I forgot. It's the pit. Must be that sulfur. Brimstone. No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I always said that. Remember what happens? Mix red and blue, you get purple people eaters. If you can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family kind of people. So just saying, what's up, SA? It's loco. Amigo. It's muy loco. All right. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. The man's nuts. Grab him. Somebody got loco? What's on your radar there, loco? You got for us? You got any good comments? Good fruit? Produce something in here worth a crap? You know, we got to have good crap fertilizer, grow good fruit, right? Not bat soup out of a laboratory, is it? Or, oh, wait. What are you doing having soup in a laboratory? Oh, maybe it was in out of a market, huh? Market or merchandise? What are you marketing? Are you networking, telemarketer? It's all rigged. That's what I'm saying. It's all by the script. Canadian too. Outstanding. All right, another one of my Canadian dicks coming in here, chooching on the meat cigarettes. Terrible. All right, you got a hashtag driveway too? I'm like Bubbles. I love kitties too here, so I like my Canadian entertainment. I don't like a whole lot of entertainment, but I'm not very easily entertained, I guess. I threw my television away in the 90s and my microwave too. Just the thought of a microwave makes me sick. I know when I go to cities, I got to be in the microwave towers. You guys live in a stew, electronic stew. It's not even soup. It's so thick it's stew, but you don't feel it. It makes my teeth grind, vibrate, but you're like, I don't smell the dump. I live right next to it. Yeah, you live in the city's a dump. Broad is the way that leads to the pit, remember? And brimstone and, oh man, I grew up in the concrete jungle, so I know. Talk about the stone. Oh my gosh. He is the rock. He is the Petra. Don't forget that. He's the Petra. He is the cornerstone, not some third rock from the sun, third dimension, spinning on a ball ritual or block, whatever geometria play with the numbers with you. Hooked on phonics work for me. Alien tongue you speak. Cosmos is an orderly arrangement. So you're out of order. All right, we're going to still fight. I'm a radioactive. I'm on a Mexican radio. I wish I was in Tijuana. Smoking homegrown. Oh, never mind. Eating barbecued iguana. Oh. So, all right, we're going to go to Mexico someday, maybe. Maybe not. If the captain doesn't put the fast seatbelt sign on before I get out of here, I'm definitely going to bounce. If my body will's hanging there, that's why I'm trying to take care of myself. Try not to overdo it. My body wants to go a million miles an hour, especially right now. Really does. My body's like, get it. Or my mind does, but my body's like, my body. Oh, goodness. Oh, my God. I'm not a singer, am I? Now I'm not sleeping very good. I'm getting up quite a bit. I don't know what it is. This 3 o'clock thing's a normal thing, but for me, it was some weird odd hours. Weird. Strange clouds. There you go. You know, you come here. You're always welcome here, Sabrina. There's a place for you here. This is your home. If you need a place in the States, I can't say that either one is better than the other right now. They both are really bad. Both Canada and America are, if they take your Second Amendment items from you, then all you're like Mexico, where the only one has it, or is the government, or the gangs, right, and the criminals. So that's kind of not a good position to be in. But you got a lot of people here that don't know how to use one, and that could be, it's like riding with another cop. I never wanted to, when I was a cop, I wanted to ride with anybody. So I try to be, set my sights super early on either canine, so didn't have to ride with, or a traffic reconstructionist and investigator, so I don't have to ride with another gun that's going to be taken away from him and then used and turned on me or yourself. So some people end up getting unalived with their own weapon. Pretty sad, but don't take it out or don't use it unless you know how to use it. That's all I'll say. I'm not trying to. Hopefully, you don't ever have to unalive anybody. But moving on, that's a pretty big consideration that a lot of people are not very well trained, and even if they could, get something off, they might not even be able to hit the broadside of a barn. So, good and bad. I just, me, I'm gonna look at it from all sides, but I still think your guys' government's just as bad as our government here. They're both the same government. They act like they're not, but I know they are. It's kind of ironic that we don't have the Queen or now King Charles. He's not a king or whatever, like Sabrina said, but on our money. But we truly are the same thing. Still part of the Rothschilds, banksters. They got the Washington District of Criminals, so there they are right there. There they are right there in D.C. So, well, there it is, Sabrina. It's in D.C. That's its own separate little. Remember, that's the same thing. That's Canada. That's the Queen. That's that same link to the bar. They don't pledge their allegiance to this. They signed off on that, and they go back to the original, and that's all this is. There you go. That's all this is. Sabrina, between me and you, okay? I mean, I feel truly like my sister. I could say this to you. It's the same thing. They came over here trying to say, no, it's not. This is all set up by the Masons. This is all set up by the Masons. It's the same, Yes. Yep. The District of Criminals, Washington. Columbia. So there you go. It's not part of the states. It's a whole separate. This is what this whole thing is under now. It's a corporation sold out to merchant law, Queen's law, old merchant water law, land, air, and water law. Same thing. That's the Queen's law. Remember? It was written on paper. This is old. I told you I'm eternal, so I've got some things in my brain that I shouldn't remember, but I still do. Prognosco, to have foreknowledge of. Because the Beaver Wars and all of this, France, remember all that? That's what I'm saying. It's so freaking, it's the same thing, especially like Oregon and the Pacific Northwest too. There's so much of that history over here too, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody wants to make it about Jamestown and all the first 13 original colonies, and there was so much more already going on here. Like Columbus didn't discover America. He came to the Americas, remember? Chinese were here in the 14th century. So that's what I told you. Remember, they were natives, they were pagans, and they were Satanists. And that's why Father had them slaughtered, because Native Americans are Satanists. These pole gods, totem, that's why I have one out front. It's a little teaching lesson to teach people with it. It's, totem, same thing as Egypt. Gods with beast and man and mixing. What do you think a totem is? And pole worship. It's the same thing. Jesus Christ, are you serious? Yep, that too. Bestiality. Beast and man. And what do you think that totem represents? 3 gods and 1 God. It's all that same deity worship, okay? Same thing. So, but nobody's going to tell you that the natives were pagans. They weren't native. They wandered over the ice bridge from the north, where I lived in Alaska. You could fart and smell it in Russia. It's that close. I see your one and raise you one. They got a poker game going over there, double down or whatever they're doing. So it's right there. The Mayans, they came from the south. They wandered here. It's silly. The tribe of Gad, wake up. This is the melting pot. They've been doing it in this rock continent here that I'm on for millions of years. So, but it's okay. It's I didn't discover all this overnight. This took decades for me to come into this understanding. Before I thought I understood, and then I kept studying, and I found out that I do understand. And now, with much more knowledge and continue, and I will understand this even better year after year. So it's a process. Remember, knowledge is growth. So you don't just know everything. Remember, science is disputing the known, the constant, with theory. People have forgotten. No, it's global warming. Get in the closet, Al Gore. Apologize. Didn't mean to wake you up there. Remember, we're all going to die. Your children never see snow again. All the polar ice caps going to melt. Your children, the polar bears, they're all going to drown. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Like I said, get back in the closet, Al Gore. If you want to be a better person. There you go. Yeah, accountability. I like that. Good stuff, Sabrina. Thank you for our Inuits that know that we go on further from here. We're not, you don't die, you idiots. They know your treasure awaits. If you think you're going to get robbed, remember, I come quickly, let no one take your crown, then do something about it. Put some legs on that faith. Hallelujah. See, brothers and sisters, we are eternal beings. You've just forgotten the being. You forgot how to be a human being. You are a slave. You work like like they treat you like you're not a human being, and you do it. You let them do it to you. By going to work, you worship their calendar. That's a Rothschild thing. The serpents to change times. What do you think they've got you paying your war dollars? What do you think W stands for? War tax. You too are going to pay for W2 and U2 and U2 and U2. Not YouTube. This is the Hollow Needle channel. Remember, spitting whatever, snake oil. Watch out. Am I going to try to sell you some snake oil in a bottle? Maybe put a genie in the bottle for you. You can't put that genie back in the bottle, can you? Genie's an Arab demon. You already said it. The lies, the distributors of fortunes to others. So, yeah, it's already out of the bottle, isn't it? Who let that cat out of the bag, huh? So, you're not getting it back in the bag. So, it's like a snake. Oh, I got a big snake. All you got to do is make it dance. Do 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 do. There you go. Knowledge. That's why afterlife. You die and go to knowledge. That's Father is knowledge. Father is not some eagle winged and or some bearded dude or some. Father is the Word. And because Father didn't have a flesh vessel, that's the body, the eye is the lamp of the body, he had to birth a flesh vessel. Are you that retarded? Screwed like every woman I've ever gone on her back, she's right. Well, like a carburetor, just down or restrained, through the opening orifice, not talking about a mental disability, screwed down, so you can only go so far. So, all right. Restrained. So, know what they write about. And I saw that Mr. Warp Speed said that they didn't have any connection. There's like 9 of them. No, these are isolated incidences. It doesn't matter. They're all scientists. It doesn't matter that they're all talking about perpetual polarity. Things I've been telling you about, guys, in this channel for how long? Long before these scientists started disappearing, remember? Copper's a break, and, polarity, we don't have poles. You can lift a whole building off the ground, all this stuff that I talked to you about, make it go in that direction. Remember relationships? Remember how this is all created? All right. Fission, fusion. Are you confused? So, confusion. So, maybe we need to put our confusion hat back on, huh? The KFC hat, without the C, because you can't see, just KF. How about FU? Foo Fighters, right? I wonder what happened. he said, I wonder what would happen to the one who can prove the existence of God. Well, I can prove the existence of Father. There is no God. Okay, how about that? That's how stupid that scientist is. God is a title. The Most High. Father is Word. Father is the truth. Heaven is right here and hell is right here. This is hell. This is hell. Hell's right here and heaven is right here. How about that? Well, I got the secrets to the universe, huh? The universe unicorn. These people are lost. Remember? Knowledge. He's the one I love, right? Yeah. Keys to knowledge. Yeah. No thanks. Hypnotized, remember? You only need to have one eye to see and one ear to hear. Right? Brothers, sisters, you don't die. This is not the Matrix. The Matrix is the woman's, you were birthed through the Matrix. Father doesn't have flesh. Father is where you go when you die. Father is not God as a title. So there is no God. The Most High, if you want to use that translation, it said the Most High God, the Most High. But little g, God, that is the word deity or demon, and that is a distributor of fortunes or lies to others. Father doesn't lie. Father doesn't make mistakes. Father is pure. Father is pure light without blemish. Remember, the only thing that exists without darkness. That is Father. Everything else defiles Father. This meat suit. That's what makes you sin. Absolutely. Cut it off. Wrestle not against flesh and blood. Remember, Paul said, circumcise the outer man, the flesh. So, so I have the answer to that question. Not the, obviously the secrets of 3, 6, 9. That's not very hard or complicated. You just need to know how to speak their gematria, right? Because they speak in numbers. So if you knew the Pisces and the birth, that is the universal equation. It's just circles. They got you going in circles again. Marrying circles over and over and over and over and over. It's like that repeating pattern that never stops. It's in everything. It's a continuing. Remember the universal equation? It's the birth. It never stops. You see it in a shell, like that repeating pattern. That same, they like to try to tell people they're corkscrewing and spinning on a ball, third rock from the sun, the third dimension, remember? Through time and space, corkscrewing. So, but thank you, Father, for the scientist that doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground, because scientists, they know what's in a box. I'll make that scientist see. Why Steve had the wonder, remember? Prove. You know what proves the existence of Father is truth, aletheia. He said, I am the aletheia. Remember? Definition is what proves Father. Does anybody disagree with that? How do you prove the existence? Undefiled, pure light. That is Father. Idolatry is changing the Word. Father is the Word. In the beginning was the Word. The Word became flesh because he doesn't have breast. And he didn't birth a flesh vessel that had breast. That's their Baphomet Jesus. God. Little g God, birthed on December 25th. They used to pray to their ancestors. Little g God's deities try to open up portals and communicate with their dead ancestors for fortunes. I don't have the secrets to the universe, right? Or your little unicorn, but I think that scientist has been locked in a box, unfold it and hang them from a cross, right? 86 them? No, we're just going to kick them out of here, right? That's what it means, 86. So remember, they got you going 86 and a 55. Slow down, Turbo. So it's not like it's overcomplicated. Remember, that's algorithm. That's a hive mind. It's what everybody's thinking. Get it? Cult of personality. Yeah. Bam! Just like that. Remember old Vomit? He made gay marriage legal in all 50 states. Come on by and give it a. Now they're reading to our kids at the libraries. Give it a. Baphomet much? Communicate with the angel. I don't think you know what an angel is, local. So you have to know the definition. You can't use that. Nobody can use that in here. Can't use the word angel. So you have to be an adult to use that. I'm not saying you're not an adult, but that's an adult word, and children can't use that word. So give me the definition of an angel. It's angelos. Angelos. So remember, the Hamashiach visited John as a angelos, left him that revelation. Welcome to the apocalypse. So the veil's been lifted. The dead will rise, not fall out of the sky. God's not in the sky. God's a title. Remember, your hell's right here, and heaven's right here. That's right. You got the body's a temple. Remember, he said, "Let no one take your crown." You got two temples right there on the top of your head if you'd use it. So use your noggin, your cranium. Cro-Magnon man had a thicker skull and thicker skin and a bigger brain, and he knew how to hunt and gather. And now you need a drive-through or Piggly Wiggly, whatever you're poking on, or Kroger or Winco or whatever convenience sells second to sex. Well, the insinuation, not actual prostitution, but a low-cut dress, or maybe a man wearing a pair of sweats for the ladies. They kind of like a pair of gray sweats. I don't know what it is about gray sweats and ladies, but all right, moving on. So use that. I know. Is it so important to you? Names? What are you talking about? Definition is important to me. Definition's everything to me. So everything. He said, if you love me, you won't add or take away a single jot, remember, or add a thought. That's idolatry. Pornea, idolatria is the service of your lies and your eyes to yourself. The two thieves that are going to take and steal or cry. The two witnesses he said he'd send hanging right there in front of your face on that cross. Get it? You a little cross-eyed there? Whoa. Thank you, brothers, sisters that are in the narrow way, for your time. I don't know. I think I'm about wrapping this one up. So doing this for a country minute. Country minute. So thank you, Father, to have the ability to do this. Again, not seeing too many people talking about the actual war that's going on right now. War doesn't decide who's right. It decides who's left. So you have to endure the end. Are you going to make it? Will you be written? Or will you be left out? Because war doesn't decide who's right. It decides who's left. So figure that out. You got to be as esteemed as the potter's clay. Turn their works upside down. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. Remember? It doesn't say Lord. We use a little silly, little childish pagan term. Lord is master. He says you can't serve two like a forked tongue. That's alien, right? Your alien tongue, because it's foreign. Foreign, it means it's not in the same narrow way, correct? It's not from that source, from above. Not again. You got to be born from above, not again. Again is once. Above is from, daily. Deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily. They lifted him, raised him hung him on a tree. So, don't worry about the bowls of wrath to be poured out on the nations who fornicate with the beast. So, hey, that's right. The living water pours out on Fomahawk. Remember, deception, the fish, Pisces. Remember, universal equation. It all burst through the matrix. There is no matrix. The women have the matrix. You're lost. You're chasing the wrong. No, there's nothing in Scripture. Thank you, Sister Sabrina, for telling that. Sorrows is what it says. Wars and rumors of wars, famine, pestilence, right? Of the word, of the people. Oh, they might get sick and they might be hungry, but there'll be a pestilence. The word will be diseased. The earth is the ruled, and the earth will be quaking. Earth isn't below your feet. Heavens aren't above your head. Heavens are right here, and so is hell. This is not the end, but the beginning. Remember, he said, of sorrows. So Sister Sabrina's right. It's going to get a lot worse. Hold on. Don't go to sleep. Don't get rocked like a lullaby, like a baby. You know, that crowning moment is coming. Waves of intensity. Tabernacles like wandering. Well, remember, they didn't listen to Father. He literally crushed every building and turned them into gravel to include the temple. Now the body is the temple. Why do you think it was like, a dog? Because remember, he said, don't pray for Jeremiah. Father doesn't want us to sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before swine. Remember? But he also said at the woman at the well, if you drink of the living water, you'll never thirst again. Remember? So, good question. So, what kind of fruit do they produce? Remember, do not judge them by their cover. Remember, like David, he coveted Bathsheba. Yeah, Father sees what's inside your head. You're not getting away with anything. Remember, Old Testament, a sin is a sin. If you had a jot, sin, death, right? Tittle, death. Thought, death. Nothing's changed. People don't know Father, do they? He said, before Abraham was, I am. So, he's not playing. Nothing's changed. Meek, not weak. So, many are called, but oligos are chosen. So, you'll know them by their fruit. Remember, a little leaven leavens the whole lump. 99 truths and a lie is a lie. 99 lies and a truth is still a lie, correct? So, Father doesn't want us to marry truth to a lie. As though the dung from the burnt offering. Yeah. Remember, aren't you thankful that we're not under any offerings or trespass? These people have forgotten, remember? It says, forgive us our debts, not trespass. They don't know about a jubilee and, the forgiveness of debt. And it's okay. People don't read anything. Blood. Remember, he said that's baptism. Bapto is about to be covered in blood or red pitch. Baptizo, stain or die. Not yellow piss lake, number die, whatever you're sipping on, or sipping on some scissor. Oh. Hey, we ain't done any music in a minute. That was a good one. That timing was perfect. So, here we go, bro. Like the Catholics, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're marrying truth to a lie. So, he hated Esau, remember? The Edomites. So, we always do it, brothers and sisters. Same thing. Always happens. He said, when I return, no one will know my agape. I'll make a new Shem. We always do it. We always pervert Father's word. We didn't get this one right either. Remember? Ahab married Jezebel. Look throughout Scripture. We always do the same thing. We always fall into the same idolatry. So, yeah, somebody could study in their blood. People have forgotten the laws of the Old Testament, eye for an eye. Remember, you could doink your sister, be fruitful, multiply, laws of the Old Testament flesh, hallelujah for the gospel, the 13th, Apostle Paul and the 13th apostles and the 13 scriptures, that make up the true gospel. So that we're not under these Old Testament. Father is not playing around. He never has been, and he isn't now. You go after some other deity birthed on December 25th. The celebration of birth is probably the worst thing you could ever do in your life, is celebrate oneself. That's idolatry. Divorce is right and called her a whore in the book of Revelation. He hung from a tree. That's why he had John dip him in the water. Nothing good could come of Nazareth. So they'd hang him like a bride contract and divorced his bride. Why do you think he had the two witnesses sitting there right next to him, huh? A bill of marriage and a bill of divorce. Like he was saying, you forwarded my father's agape. They'd even committed the physical act of adultery. Remember when he was talking about the Pharisees, how they had made their halakha and their Haggadah perversion of their oral and written law? Remember, you could speak it but not write it down, or write it down but not speak it. Yeah, after they'd wandered, they'd want a place to, you guys have lost for your whole base of where this comes from. There's a reason why Father, remember, he sprinkled that blood on the hearts of the bride, like it was sprinkled in blood over the Ark of the Covenant. That perfect sacrifice, like he said, take your son, Isaac, remember Abraham, and put him on the altar. We're not under these fine fees. We're not under this laws of trespass. That has all been fulfilled. That's why he did what he did. That's why he hung. That's why he dipped, and he made that contract that day and said there would be a wedding. It's all about a wedding. Like Esau stole his brother's inheritance. The Edomites, Esau, wishy-washy, lukewarm. He said, you must be hot or cold or I'll vomit you from my mouth. So you've fallen for this other Jesus that Paul wrote about. He, the Messiah himself, the one who hung from a tree, he said, many will come in my Shem. Remember, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Shem was Torah. Shem was law. Shem was Deuteronomy. Remember, I said Deuteronomy, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. There were 613 statutes, commandments. And if you, whether venial or mortal, like venial, the smallest, or mortal, we won't go through whatever the sin. It was a sin, and the wages of one sin was death. So these sacrifice, again, with this altar sacrifice, all of this was fulfilled. I don't know anybody that I talk to that even has any inner or understanding why he hung from a tree. They think he hung from a cross. It's crucifixion. He said, persecuted, right? You must be, if you are loved by the world, you be hated by my Father, right? You will be persecuted for my Shem's sake. Ham, Shem, and Japheth. You forwarded my father's agape, right? Because they didn't even, literally hadn't even committed the physical act of adultery, brothers and sisters. And they made their halakha rituals, and they threw these women out without even committing the physical act. And that's what he said. And they legally can't even be, you have not gone back to that public place where you had nailed and entered into that bride contract and married them, and you have not given them that release. They cannot even be, you are supposed to go back to that public place, nail that bill of divorce. Remember that, a bill of marriage, and then they gave them that bill of divorce. That bill, like debt and forgiveness, right? Idolatry. Okay, this is brothers, sisters, you know what I'm saying? They worship the pagan Jesus. Good stuff, blood. Thank you, Father, for sending blood in here. Somebody who has an eye to see, not somebody who is fooled by all this idolatry. Warned about idolatry and imagery. You are warned about these eyes of yours. So, yeah. So, apologies. Yeah, of course, the picture is blurry. I'm out in the middle of nowhere. I want to live around nobody. So, okay. So, brothers, sisters, again, very important we do that are in the narrow way. Listen to what Father says. He ain't playing. Through Shiloh, the one that hung from that tree, The reason he hung that flesh was to pay all these laws of flesh. Remember, this trespass, that bill of marriage. These women were not even able to be remarried, and he had even a bigger problem because he said, and they're literally out there, having to prostitute their bodies to feed themselves. So we had broken and trespassed on that Deuteronomy, where again it had to be the physical act of adultery. So he said right there, because Father, he said, before Abraham was I am. He said, if you covet, like David coveted Bathsheba's wives and used his wealth and his riches to gain her, right? He saw her out there on the balcony, and he used that way to push his way into, right? If you follow that, you got to read through these scriptures, but it says very important. These words Father didn't put these in for, he doesn't make a mistake. We're supposed to use these in our life so that we know which laws of Old Testament have been blotted out, laws of fee, fine, ritual, celebration, trespass, right? All these were fulfilled. Now we go out and we're persecuted because we tell people we don't do these things. Father had a pride. Father had a heavens. He had remember, that was his pride. That was Aaron and Levite. They were the two high, the houses of Levite, the Levitical high priest of Aaron and Levite. Remember all the dietary laws, Levitical laws, the laws of celebration, right? Laws of keeping the Sabbath. These were all Old Testament laws. And we had to keep, you had to come back to Israel, right? Israel is a man. It's not a country. It's so stupid. People are so uneducated, but it's okay. Part of this, the end gathering days, the feast of end gatherings. Remember, originally there were the set apart days, right? That they followed. You had to come back. All these traditions, three times. You want to be grafted in to the original, right? To celebration, you had to come back 3 times a year. Offer 2 turtle doves at the altar. Remember, these were to become in that you had to give, right? Circumcision, right, of the male genitalia, which is now, that's not a circumcision, it's a spiritual circumcision, and water dipping, which is not a baptism. Baptism is by trial, long trial. It's going to be a long trial, long suffering, by fire and by blood. Remember, I want to find your garments without blemish. Remember, perfect, like he in the hados, in the same narrow way, washed, right? Garments washed white in the blood, bapto. I hope you do realize what you're talking about. I'm giving the definition. This person is sold on hope, and I'm anchored in faith. Good, okay. What did they sell you on the? Are you slamming the hopium and drinking the Kool-Aid? You're not going to make it in here. If you can't define words, then you need to you need to leave, child. This is an adult-only stream for people who are actually educated. Not that children aren't, but you go play with your eat crown somewhere else, or crow, whatever you're gonna. If you can't define, we'll start you out with one word. If you're gonna interrupt the lesson, you want to come in like a dry sponge. You don't teach the teacher. Remember, I'm not said call no man prophet. That's the word teacher. So I'm not. Why would you be so rude to interrupt in here with such an ignorant comment? I think you're an ignoramus. Would you like to give me the definition of a word first? You read the word Bible. Okay, well, here you go. Give me the definition of idiot. Give me just one word at a time. Keith Sweat. Don't start sweating on me. Give me the definition. I'm waiting. Slow down. Stop typing. If you don't stop typing, you're going to be thrown out of here. Stop. Moderate this person if they can't stop talking. I asked for a definition. Give me the definition of the word that I asked. Idiot. If Keith says anything else, because there's believe, he probably doesn't even know what he's talking about. Bible means book, and he doesn't even read the correct. Remember the one that was canonized has not a lexicon. The words that are coming out of his face are alien tongue. Remember, no such thing as speaking in tongues. So stop writing. You haven't put anything in here. Father's watching you. He's inside you. Okay, he's not somewhere in the sky. So stop talking there, Keith. You now have to define the word idiot. If you can't define the word idiot, you are not welcome in here. You are an idiot. Define. You won't be offended if you knew what the word idiot meant. So tell everybody what the word idiot means. Okay? Give everybody the definition of idiot. Look at brothers, this is an ass now. Okay, this is an ass, and we're gonna show you because it says there's 2 in here. You're not supposed to do 2 times, and I'm not doing what Father tells me. Get rid of people like this. You can't teach an ass, pin the tail on the donkey. An ass is somebody like a goat. Remember, somebody probably tried to put you under laws of flesh. Remember, he said wrestle not against flesh. So you can't define anything. That's the problem. People are stubborn, brothers, sisters. The person is typing and 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 typing, but just can't slow down for a minute and you have a conversation. So he would call somebody like that, the Messiah, brutish. And the word is what changes a man and rebukes a man. It's not you. Whoever that was is not going to fix me. And I asked him to slow down and just define one word at a time. So if we can have a dialectic conversation, I might be able to. Father is aletheia, truth. Aletheia. He said on the aletheia. So I just want to see if he can slow down and we can have a conversation one word at a time. Because Father is aletheia. He's the word undefiled. This is what defiles the word, brothers, sisters. You die and go to the word. That's where you die. You're supposed to die to self and be born from above, not again. Because above, right, is like Father. Pure, purified. He takes us and pulls it. It's prohorizo. This is in Paul's writings. Romans 8 and 29. I also did for Noah, the ones I did predestined. This channel name used to be Predestined for Light, right? I predestined my bride. I enslaved them in their sin and their flesh, and I purify them. Deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily. Follow after me daily. You must be crucified, because people aren't going to want to do this. People are going to want to do that, whatever he was doing, but they don't want to sit down. They got Bible studies, brothers, sisters. The word Bible, that means book. And once again, I know he doesn't have a lexicon. This is the only book that's accepted. This is the interlinear Textus Receptus. Remember, this is the one that's coded by the number. You can use concordance and you use your lexicon. Remember, this is the Old Testament. There's 53 that were canonized, put into it was written on stone tablets. Before this, they put it in paper form. It didn't exist. You had to go to the church. You had to go to the temple. You had to go have it. It was written on scrolls. Okay. There's accepted texts and there's the rejected text. See? So these are the rejected. See, the word Bible means book. I know Keith Sweat didn't even own this book. He doesn't own this book. He doesn't study. He doesn't even talk like this. He was typing so fast, he's got it all in his head, got it all figured out, but he couldn't even give me one definition of any words. Father said, I am the aletheia. So I want to have a conversation with anybody who doesn't want to just at least slow down and have one word at a time. Ace came in here earlier, right? And started making conversation. Nothing happened. They stayed in there, right? Bam, gone. I don't know what's something they said. That's how we work in here. So don't try to turn goats into sheep. This is what rebukes a man. You can't rebuke. You can't rebuke anybody. You're just to show people to the narrow way. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. It's been here since the beginning of time. Do unto others as you have done unto yourself, brothers, sisters. Nothing's changed. No, ma'am. No, sir. No, nope. I don't think so. So you need to take these words in this book very seriously. And if you don't, then you're not welcome here. And that's okay. I'm not trying to turn goats into sheep. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. There is no Jesus. There's no J in this scripture. And I'm not going to fight over Yod. Yod is a letter. Cosmos is in orderly arrangements. And he said, if you get even one of those out of order, he even had said, if there's a celestial firmament star marker that's out of order, it will be changed at the final trump, and you will gnash teeth alongside that star. If you're so lucky, because there's no such thing as luck or free will, it's self-will. So, what's going on there, Logo? So, brothers, sisters, you're not turning anybody. You're not responsible for that. You just share this gospel. They're in the broad of the way, okay? You show them to the narrow way. 2 times, remember? Our rule in here, and we need to follow it so we're not breaking Father's rules, trespassing on his contract. Give a man fish, he'll be hungry. Then give him a fishing pole. Those who don't work, don't eat. Don't feed him the next day. If he doesn't want to learn how to fish, if he is an ass or a goat, Father doesn't want you to help people who don't want to help themselves. The only thing you have to give anybody, you don't have to give him any clothes. When you clothed him, remember Peter, the book, that's nice to get clothed with the armor of God. Put the book of Ephesians on him. You know what I'm saying? When you fed him, you meat, HD fat. This is what I'm giving you right now is meat. This is the only thing you have to share, be charitable with, brothers, sisters, is this agape, this testament. I'm not saying you can't give somebody the clothes off your back, this, whatever, your coat. I'm not saying you can't feed people. But being charitable is with his undefiled word. That's woe, boast because he said. But woe if you don't go out and share that light. And you're going to suffer when you do, brothers, sisters. That's the gospel, baby. That's the gospel. Remember, you'll be persecuted for my Shem. Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Before Abraham was, I am. Be comforted, Peter. You got to rub Peter to pay Paul, brothers, sisters. That's right. Peter struggled, remember? 3 times as the rooster crowed. He just couldn't seem to phileo things of the world. Your wife's rack, the rack on your truck, that's phileo. Yeah, they do a lot in this channel. So, so you're not turning goats into sheep. You can't rebuke anybody. You're not rebuking anybody. Forgiveness from Father comes with walking in repentance, but you must be rebuked, okay, by this word. It's going to be, even if it's something simple, brothers, sisters, you're going to know it's going to be a nagging, okay? It could be a nagging thorn in your side, like an elastic band or something that's sticking there, like something in your boot that won't go away. I'm like Princess and the Pea in my bed. I can't sleep with stuff in my bed. I'm out in the woods. I don't care. But if I'm in my own bed, man, I don't like no sand. I'd like my bed to be clean, right? So I can't, I do. If something's in my bed, I wonder if I got to take my shoes off. I get a little grain of sand in my shoe. I can't work through. I got to take it out. I could, but see, that's what it is. It's that thorn in your side, brothers, sisters. That's what rebukes a man, and it brings you to this word. You tell somebody the word, and it might come back like a boomerang, and in 5 minutes they might discern it. Bis knowledge. It might come to their apocalypse. The veil will be lifted. The scales will be lifted from their eyes. That's the word revelation, to reveal. The aletheia truth. I am Pastor Revelation, right? I mean, I don't say that for no reason, okay? That's what is rebukes a man or a woman, because whenever we're equally yoked. So that's why we put the word, show them to the narrow way, show them to the gospel. Father rebuked them, right, through the word. Might be 5 minutes later, might be 5 days later, might be 5 weeks later, but that thing's going to come back and they're going to get it. That's what rebukes the man, brothers and sisters. That's right. Yeah, because we can't outside of marriage. It's just fornication. It's the same thing. I appreciate that. I don't know why they won't show that. That's stupid. We'll show it. We'll let them show it. They didn't want it, but thank you. It doesn't matter how many generations, he's not going to tolerate his sisters. Remember, Ahab married Jezebel. This is your whole fallen angel stories. A Nephilim is a bully by definition. And most people are Nephilim. I've been a Nephilim. We've all bullied people with our fake truths. We like to make up our own halakha, Haggadah, whatever. We all fall short of the word, brother, sisters. But you better, when you share the word, you better make sure you define these words. The sins of the world, I told you over and over, I've never had, and maybe blood, it sounds like you got a little bit of inner and under and overstanding to this, are not because you can't keep your legs closed. If you're a lady, you think the word of the day is legs and you're trying to get everybody to spread the word. I never did it that way. Apologize, ladies. Or whatever, a guy, you can't keep your thing in your big head, your little head in your pants. You're a thief. He doesn't like these things. It's still a sin. Remember, a sin is a sin, but the sins of the world is what the world is doing. 2026 Jesus. It's not 2026. What the hell's wrong with you? It says that, remember, the distributor of fortunes, the adversary will be able to change times. That happened back in the 14th century when they combined the lunar calendar to mix with their pagan calendar to create the Gregorian calendar. Correct? This is when our calendar to align with the svasti. This is the equal day, equal night. You heard Bloods talk about this earlier. This is what they did. They inverted this calendar. Have you celebrating the New Year's in the middle of the winter? That's right. Thank you, Blood. Man, they won't show that. But see, hey, maybe you can help with this too a little bit, Blood, as I don't think people can get this at all. Israel is not a country. Israel was Jacob. Israel was a man. He lived up against the great sea. His family of the 12 tribes of Israel, right? That was Jacob. He was a man. He hated Esau. Remember the Edomites? Esau, he stole his brother's inheritance. He loved Jacob and called him Israel. Not a country. What's wrong with people? There's no such thing as Israel. Well, the Israel that it says in the book of Revelation, Pastor Revelation, this is what we talk about, lifting the veil. There is no Jew. Judea, he was the lion from the tribe of Judea. There were no J's at the time of Rome. Remember, the New Year's doesn't start in the middle of the winter. The Hamashiach was birthed. All right, the nations, right, meant the people, right? The 10 horns, the 10 tribes, right? The 10 horns gave their power and authority. Remember, the horns meant nations or trumps or diems, crowns, trumps, or crowns, or nations, or mounts, or mountains, or powers. The word says you will move mountains. Not literal dirt, you ding-dong. What's wrong with you? You don't ever read the word. Don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls in the mud, brothers, sisters. Very important you take this word very seriously. He's going to come back, and the very first people he's going to deal with are the people who froward. That's a Hebrew word. It means to twist or add or take away. That's the very last things that he left us. Where's my some Old Testament here? Where's my New Testament? Okay, here's the bottom. Very last words he left us with, brothers and sisters, in this scripture right here said, don't even add a jot. The word planet means wander. Why do people think they live on a planet? Cosmos is in orderly arrangements. Remember, heavens is right here. The body is a temple. Remember, they would sprinkle the ark of the right covenant with that blood. Now that blood is sprinkled on our hearts, and who's guarding that? He said, if you love me, guard my commandments. The two witnesses, never mind, the two thieves that'll take your, hanging right there on your face, take your crown. I come quickly. Revelation 3:11. Let no one take your crown. Remember, they put a crown of thorns. He's got the keys to knowledge. If you don't have a crown to sit at his feet, you're not going to receive your inheritance, brothers, sisters. You might start, when you die, this is where you go. This is where you go. You go to the Word. He took the flesh to be with the Father. He's seated at the right hand of the Father, remember? Where was the flesh? Mary had declared he had risen. Where's the flesh? He took the flesh to be with Father, wrestle not against flesh, to fulfill all the laws of flesh. Hokadesh, he said. And Hokadesh. Remember? Ruach, Paul said, without blemish. That's what he wants to find you, washed, white, without spotless. That's yeah. Remember, one sin was death, one thought death, one jot death, one tittle death. The sins of the world, brothers, sisters, you better be standing up for people who pervert these words, or you're not going to be called out of the Lamb's book of life. At the wedding supper, don't sup with vipers. Remember, they would lay the supper. Don't sup with vipers. Remember, I was a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe Biden. People like to do these red team, blue team. They had that during Rome too. Remember, wander planet. Earth is a ruled. You don't live on Earth. If you do, you're ruled by your tongue. You're ruled to take up any physical place, space, time, or matter. Hole in that ship, we wouldn't even be here today. Hole in that ship, we wouldn't even be here today. A captain cannot, remember the body's the vessel, we're supposed to be anchored in faith. A captain, body's the vessel, we're supposed to be anchored in faith. A captain cannot sleep at night if there's a one pinhole leak in his ship, right? Okay, so bapto or baptizo is to be overcome, completely overcome, not dipped, right? Inside, not dipped, right? Inside out under this covenant, that the baptism's from the inside out. That's why Paul said, circumcise the outer. Blood, stain, or die. Completely overcome to be baptized, brothers and sisters. It's a long process. It's not a dipping. So you might want to go back and study your definitions. Definitions, everything. He said, I am the aletheia, truth. I only go by definitions, period. If he said he's the truth, if you don't speak the truth, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like I said, hell isn't below your feet, earth's not below your feet. You don't live on a planet. Planet means wander. You can wander on out of here. I don't want your subscription. Thanks for coming in. Goodbye. Don't let the door hit you where that pagan term never written in the Old or New Testament even one single time. The Lord never says that. Or the good Lord splits you. Remember, two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same, cheeks to the same, two wings to the same dragon. Exit stage right or stage left. I don't sup with people. Remember, was a snake before you let me in, then he let Joe Biden. There you go. You're a viper. You're going to try to drain people in here with your vampism. So crackers and grape juice rituals, Catholicism, that's Satanism, Christian Satanist, Catholic Satanist, Mormon Satanist, Protestant Satanist, Baptist, remember, baptizo or bapto is to be completely overcome with a pitch, stain, dye, or blood. It doesn't say water. That's not a baptism. So grow up, start studying. If you went back to study a little bit more, maybe you would, blood came in here and threw some good scripture down, guys. It's good to see others that are in the same hados, talking about these old laws of the Testament, but can relate and discern with a spiritual calculator that we're not under these laws, but can still show that these were what the old laws of flesh. This is the Hokadesh. These are the laws of spirit. And when we're going to suffer, as I said before, we got a little interruption. The sins of the world, brothers and sisters, is worshiping this calendar worship, like he said. that cross, that perversion of time. You've let them pervert your time. You need to have the ability to grow food. What else do you need other than shelter, some heat? You think you need all these big Babylonian things that you need. And I'm not saying you can't have a hobby and have some junk. You know, I'm a eclectic, so I collect weird things, odd things, one-off things, make things that are not like anything else. Repurpose. My walls talk to me because they all come from a different location and tell a different story of where they came from. So, do your walls talk to you? So I'm a little bit different like that, but that's set apart. Remember, I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside. So you're not going to be like the world, brothers and sisters, and that's what part of being a disciple of the Messiah is going out and suffering, because people don't like that. The sins of the world are celebration of all these different calendar days, brothers and sisters. I got to be straight up with you. If you live in a city, Father hates cities. You know what I'm saying? This looks like a live leak video. Okay, cool. Whatever the hell live leak is. Take your live leak. This looks like these are my two witnesses right there that I declared. You already failed. Looks like. Remember? You failed. Idolatry and imagery. You're a failure already in this channel. Goodbye. So, the thing, he said, what about idolatry and imagery? Don't worry about what you see. Okay? Anybody can say anything, brothers, sisters. What are they doing? Okay? What are they doing? Okay? We come in here to talk, but you see me. I've been out doing these things. There's other things you can see me doing outside this ministry. So, he sees what the whole world doesn't see. That's most important, brothers and sisters. He's inside you. You don't need to worry about going to have a relationship with anybody else. Who cares what the world thinks? Oh, somebody saw you go to church on Christmas and Thanksgiving, and that's because you care about homeless people, right? That's when you support them too, right? Otherwise, you don't ever. I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. So I'm not trying to change anybody in here. That's not what this ministry is about. This ministry is the mother of all channels. So we can use people like Blood in here if he does come back. So, because you need to be corrected by iron sharpens iron. With those that are in the narrow way, those that have already taken the time and Father gave it to them, and they traded their time for best knowledge to study. And reproof. The word is to be reproofed with each other. We're supposed to go back and correct each other with the word. That's what rebukes a man. If you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, you're sharing that gospel with somebody, they're going to hear it. The word is going to make them stop or start doing something that they weren't, or stop something that Father doesn't like them doing. And they're going to walk from that and never go back. That's rebuke. It's a 180-degree turn. That's in the military, we called it about face. And that means all I want to see is your elbows in that ball, move out and draw fire. You're doing it in a different direction, and don't walk back to that, or you're in that same person you always were. If you return back to that same place where you're at. So rebuke is to be turned 180 degrees. You walk in repentance before you are ever forgiven. So stop spreading lies to people, okay? That's the word demonion. A distributor of fortunes are lies. Here, I got another great word for you. It's called Nephilim. Bullies. A Nephilim doesn't have anything to do with how tall a man is. So, sins of the world, all these people perverting Father's word. Yeah, telling everybody God's in the sky. It's 2026. The new year starts in the middle of the winter. It's okay. God loves everybody. Father only loves his bride. He didn't love the Gentiles. You are a blasphemous heathen swine. Stop spreading your lies and demons. That's what you do. You're spreading your fortunes. You're a fortune teller. There is no fortunes. There's no such thing as luck. There's no such thing as chance. There's no such thing as Father knows where the dice land. Father created everything that's not even happened. Everything that ever will be. Everything that ever was. So, David, are you David that's got the stripe on your nose? Kind of like cannabis stripes on a cannabis seed. We had another David in here who was quite offended. I can't remember if that was... No, that was not the same David. So, I wonder if it was okay. No, I'm not all right. but I'm taking her one day at a time. I'm trying to do the best I can, but whatever. I'm not perfect in any way, shape, or form. I've got all kinds of. I got MRIs in the next couple days, back surgery. They're trying to do all kinds of things. At least they ain't trying to give me no drugs, man. Thank you, Father. Oh my God! Like I'm not taking no narcotics. Don't even try. So, oh, we're getting that sciatica. All right, guys, better go. Thanks for coming in. It's appreciate it. We're in a war right now. You could definitely make it through this war if you get ahead of it. Your day of death's already written, so don't be freaking out. Wars are part of this being in this country. If you live in America, we've been warring and policing everybody. You know what I'm saying? For I don't know how long. Remember, no foreign entanglements. When do we first start going outside of our borders? That's when we started losing our, this nation, the Mayflower Nation it talked about. They came over here, remember, on the Mayflower, the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. Yeah, there's a reason why. It's even in Scripture too, brothers, sisters. All those, thousands of years ago, it talked about this exact place where I'm at, but we've turned from that. Nothing here is there's nothing good about this corporation, America. It is an absolute abomination, and all we've done is flee from the covenant. So, depart from me. I never knew you, you worker of iniquity. I think that's what most people are going to hear in this nation. I ain't special. I could easily be one of them too, brothers, sisters. So I would ask you as another, just a human being, somebody who loves these truths, don't pervert Father's word. Don't pervert Father's word. You know what I'm saying? Um, yep. Every knee shall bow. Remember, every stone, no stone. That was the destruction of the physical temple, brothers and sisters. Look how beautiful that was. The Hamashiach even knew that the armies were going to go in and destroy, turn every freaking building, even the temple, to gravel. All the 10 commandments will be taken. All those laws of flesh, no stone will be left upon another. Every knee will bow. This is, oh man, what a beautiful time to be here, man. If you don't read Scripture, you're really missing out. That this generation, brothers, sisters, right now, okay, that it talks about, okay, um, and they put it back up. They put some of the this work of the ministry back up there again. It's pretty cool to see it back. A little bit different. I did a stream on it again. Something about rediscovered treasure. It's when gold and silver were spiking quite a bit. So, but they put the Revelation 12 sign on there again, which is pretty awesome. Remember, I'm the only man on this rock that has that celestial marker. The Messiah spoke about that over 2,600 years ago, about his coming in the stars, and we saw that even before the turn of the age. So, wow, that's what I'm saying. This generation, thank you, Father, was written about. What's up with the Lord picture is you failed this testament. He said idolatry and imagery, you're a failure. Go somewhere else. Failure. So, again, brothers, sisters, this generation was talked about thousands of years ago, where the crown, that he have a crown, that he said, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. And it talked about these celestial markers. John was given this exact celestial marker, the one that I have right here, right? That he spoke of. First he said, right? First he came in flesh, but he said his second coming would be in the stars. And he always declares 2 witnesses. That makes it a contract under this covenant, not the Old Testament, under this covenant of spirit. Remember, spiritual wickedness in high places. That, remember, he gave that to John, and he told him of this celestial marker in the calendar above our head. And that happened even before we came into the age of error. Remember, even before we saw that, we saw the same exact thing that birthed the Messiah, the king. They knew the king. Remember, Herod was having the firstborn because the stars, the magi, remember, they were watching for the celestial marker in the stars. I've gone over this a million times with you guys. So this time that we live in right now was, professed by the Messiah, and we're alive right now. these times. We are this generation that got to see the Revelation, even 13. And the scriptures don't normally happen in chronological orders. The Revelation, the scripture, and then the revelations of the book of Revelation, which it was the messenger, which is an angelos. I am a messenger. I was born in the city of messengers. I'm the only man that is professes. I know this is why they put this. No, my volume's not muted. Father just doesn't want you to hear it. Thank you, Father, for deaf ears, and thank you for lifting the veil. That's the word apocalypse. Pastor Apocalypse, this is what you have me in here ministering this revelation. Again, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. It was 2017. Brothers and sisters, that's quite some time. That's almost been 7 years. 7 is the number of completion, brothers and sisters, right? Oh, wait, it's been more than 7 years, huh? 7 and 7 is 14, 15, 16. Oh my gosh, it's almost been a decamai. Yeah, we're coming up almost 10 years, brothers and sisters, since that celestial marker. 12 eggs in a whole dozen, right? All flesh. Since the birth of the morning star and the king star that birthed the Messiah. The same exact celestial star marker, astronomy, where they're at in time, not astrology. Those are the Yuga cycles. I've been going live almost every day, man. I don't normally not do lives, I don't have too many breaks because you're supposed to take your cross up daily. So I'm in here doing this daily. I don't want everybody else. So I do think my son is gone and daughter is gone now. I just had a message from somebody else that there's more people that were actually looking for him, wanting to know where he's at, which is not good because they all had the same thing, like he's been gone for so long. It makes no sense. So it's been difficult. I'm glad I have this ministry. So I try to come in here often and, help to. Father carries the weight, but you guys help make this just absolutely much more tolerable to be. So I apologize. YouTube's really bad at not notifying anybody. And we're shadow banned. We haven't moved. I bet you we haven't, every time we gain subscribers, they take subscribers away. We're probably at, I don't care about how many people are here, 22,300. I bet you were at that same number months ago. So it doesn't matter how many times I come in here now. So we're heavily shadow banned. So we're supposed to walk in the shadow of valley of death. So here it is. Here we are. So again, brothers and sisters, I thank you for those that have been a witness to a lot of these. I mean, there's thousands of hours that I've devoted to the Revelation 12 sign, these, this birth of the king and the birth of the age. I know there's a lot of content. There's thousands of hours of content on this channel now through the live stream. So you're going to probably have to look through titles, but if you go, I'll probably give it a pretty good title. That's, if I was doing the debt calculator, if I was doing the Revelation 12 sign, I normally try to put a title. I know we come in here and try to talk about something. We normally just talk about the gospel. Most of the time, we can't even keep a normal subject going. Everything back to the gospel. So Father created all things. So thank you, Father, for sending the eyes here that misses. I hope you've been kicking, taking names. I hope the world hates you. And you've been a wise virgin, getting extra oil as much as you can. And if you had to shut your doors right now, you could just say, hey, you know what, world, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna be in it, but be not of it right now. I did my fellowship. I'm gonna take some time. I got to endure the end, so I can't just get in front of all these moving, trains right now. Everybody's just running. It's going so fast. So, thank you for the eyes that do come here and that can, I know the visuals suck in this channel, and I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it again. Since last. I sold all the precious metals that I traded and bought and sold again, and or didn't sell because I've never sold them. I just had them taken from me, or at the time that I'd sold them before, never sold them before, was to get that attorney. That was a waste. But Okay, don't think about that. Okay, so moving on. But we've taken that same probably amount of money, and now we paid off the ministry. Almost have it. No, the land's paid off, but we bought a house because it's us, it's a ministry. I say we, it's just me out here, but you can come here. Uh, um, all the electric, that I need, all the material, one stick of conduit's $50. I get 200 feet of conduit to buy, you know, septic tanks, 2,500 bucks, all the lines. There's a lot of money been put in it, but I'm so happy that I was able to sell the precious metals that I had. I didn't sell them at top price. Nobody got $100 for their precious metals for their physical, even though it was $130 or something online to buy it. But we're only probably a few $1,000s short now, and that's not going to stop us because we have a whole year to get it done. And I don't want a year. I want to do it in the next month or two. So I'm pretty motivated to try to get everything I can sold. So look on the marketplace. Let me throw in some more stuff up there. If you got any ideas, something you need, I might have one. I'm an eclectic guy. I've got some pretty random things, man. I have some one-off things too. Some things that I've never seen another one or things like that too. So I'm kind of a weirdo like that, or oddity. So maybe you're in the market for something. Uh, Let me know. I'd like to try to hit this goal and move forward from here because I have some more things that I'm actually trying to. I think that's what I'm saying. I'm going to take and swap some things. I'm going to do some trading. I might have to trade some of these things for money, but I'm going to trade them right back into another item. So, um, feed pellet mill, freeze dryer, and a sawmill. So, anybody? We don't have that big a ministry. I don't think there's anybody in this ministry that is that well off. I just don't. Like I said, if you just said 3 months or 4 months it took to get to $100, and I'm not trying to be ungrateful. I'm just saying I would encourage people, if they don't have large donations, don't give them. Don't take them and spend them on you. We're good. We got this here. Unless you just got a big old chunk you can throw at it. So every time there's been a big chunk and it's thrown it out there, I've been able to cover it. Sabrina, if you be a witness, I mean, we've covered some big goals here in the last 6 months, from getting this land paid off, $47,000. Oh my gosh, I think I overpaid for it. That's okay. It's the ministries. Who cares? So, um, you know, everything that's been gone on here, we've just absolutely we've knocked it out of the park. And you know, I don't think that this last little uh, goal, and I'm not trying to take. Father did it, not me, but I've been able to cover it without burdening anybody in this ministry sending me money going, oh my God, I think I might have taken something from somebody. What if that's a big donation? What if they needed that? That would be crazy. I'm going to face judgments on the other end, and Father's going to say, hey, you just need to be more patient. I always made you suffer anyways. Why didn't you just try to keep selling stuff? You're a horse trader. You could have fixed and bought and sold. Just keep going. So don't ever, if I'm making a mention here in the next, month or something, because I might ask again, there might just be somebody this time come through at the end. Brother Jim makes $1 million at Grace and Truth Ministries a year. And I think he's got about the same amount of followers. I don't know. I haven't looked at, I've forgotten what he has, but somewhere we're not that far off. I don't think so, from each other. He makes $1 million. It took me 3 months to make $100, and they're going to take $30 out of it. So, I treasure your time. Okay. I'll get this covered. Please don't, if I bring it up, let it make you feel like you have in any way obligation to be, to tithe. There may be this one person at the end come knock it out of the park, and we'll figure it out. If not, watch. I'll knock it out of the park. I will. I am so motivated. My back is killing me, but I am super motivated. Up here, you know what I'm saying? That's going to keep me going. I'm not making the progress. I'm doing about a third of what I can do. What I'm losing 2/3 every day, but I don't care. It doesn't. I'm like, I don't care. So what? It doesn't matter. I don't care even if I don't get anything done. But I've been doing what I need to do. So I do think again that Father will help me prevail through this in this last leg here, and this is going to be an exciting time to get this done, guys. When we say, hey, we're officially on the grid, off the grid. I don't have to live out of a cooler anymore, guys. I'm tired of living out of a cooler. I've lost a lot of food through the years, and I don't lose it because I'll feed it back to the animals, or, you know what I'm saying? Because I always got livestock or something that can eat food that goes pigs or chickens or goats or all. So I don't waste it, but I'd like to eat some of that stuff myself. And it goes, I just can't, it's hard to eat a couple pounds of hamburger if I don't keep it on ice the whole time, or um, don't make ice cubes because I'm busy doing it or something like that. So just a little creature comforts. I'm really looking forward. So I think I'm going to have enough drive here this week, and I'm trying to get myself actually prepared myself to get underneath that truck. I can't believe it's taken me so many days. I've been wanting to get underneath that truck now for about 5 days now. I got down on my knee the other day, and I just can't. There's no way I'm going to get under there. I got to get myself where I can get where when I don't move, I pinch. Every time I move like that, like right now, it pinches that sciatic nerve. And I need to lean up with that wrench and it's only 2 bolts. That's what size is, 2 bolts in a clip, but it's up, up in that frame, and I have to lift up on my back and twist it in with that wrench, and I just can't seem to get myself under there. I know I might hurt myself under there, and I'll get out from underneath there, but I don't want to be hurt right now. I need to be ready to work. If I get the approval, I need to start digging those septic lines as well as the power line. So that's a lot of digging. So every shovel really, I could feel it at that nerve. So I'm glad I'm getting looked at. There's something definitely wrong with me. I know there was. I told you guys the day I broke my back. I'm like, oh, guys, I knew it. I broke my back. I knew I did. I was like, I knew it. I was so mad at myself. But at least my hip doesn't feel like as bad as it was. I still feel it, but it don't feel as bad as uh, yeah, I know. So that's what I've been not doing. I've been trying to save myself for that. Guys, it's the last thing I have that's worth anything. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even know if it's going to start. I think it will, but you will see what happens, with it. But that's the last thing I have that's worth any money. I've given everything else I have to this ministry. I look around, I'm going, what else do I have that's that much value right now? I don't have anything. Sold it all. So I got to focus on that. So I'm trying to build myself up to get that done. So I will. I have it planned, right? I'm making plans. Father will wreck them. I'm preparing to try to do it sometime this week. So this, I'm not going to do it tomorrow. I don't think I'm in I just don't, I'm pinching too hard. That nerve just will not stop doing that pinch. So I was thinking if I don't overdo it and kind of stay busy and don't try too hard, I might be able to get myself next week. So won't that be awesome? Get that thing up for sale. That thing's done. Power's here. Man, I'm going to be excited for that. Okay, I'm super stoked. I'm starting to get like my puppy here, getting little ants in my pants. So it's exciting. Like I said, just have some of these creature comforts. You guys probably you got all that stuff all the time, and it's not wrong to have it, but it's nice to not, be dependent on it. So I'm thankful that I'll have the ability to have both. So I don't really plan on using it like for very little, I'm still going to try to charge my batteries, run, almost everything I can off of my solar. The only thing I'm going to run is I'm not running a refrigerator, or a freezer off of my solar because it would drain my solar. I wouldn't probably struggle to charge my batteries for work. It's too much. I have a tiny system. So having this, maybe I could actually beef up my solar system now too. Give myself a pretty good upgrade in a year or two, or I could even maybe one day pull off the grid again and say, hell, I don't care. I don't want it at all. Turn it off. It's here if I want it. You paid all that money to put all that in, all that, I think it's about 7,000 or 8,000 or something to put in the power once. I paid for everything with the box, the power, the pole, the inspection, the conduit, the line, but who cares? I don't care. I don't care if I get off of it and have a good solar system, I will. But right now, I want to run a freeze dryer almost every day, constantly. The freeze dryer will probably never stop running out here. I don't think so. I know. I think I'll always have something to put in that freeze dryer. So I used the living snot out of mine before. So, but I've been eating on that food now for years. So I need to start replacing some of that food. It's another reason why I have been eating my freeze dried food for years. Nobody joined me out here, and this is the apocalypse. So I always thought I was gonna, this is it. So it's not the end of the world. This is the time to eat it, though, right? So, oh, is my puppy outside? He is. How come you're not being more whiny? You could be whiny all day, but you've been whining enough for me. Let you back in. Good boy. Is Juniper out there or is she inside? I think Juniper's inside. Juniper's inside. Juniper's inside with the dad. Juniper's inside with the dad. So, come here, my little sweet bird, my little sweetie. Say goodbye, girl. We love you, brothers, sisters. Thank you so much. Juniper loves you. She's doing good after her surgery. She's doing good. She's the sweetest pea that we ever did have. The one that we love. You just talking to your dad, huh? Dad's talking to you. Oh, I love this girl. Okay. All right. Thank you, Sister Brina, for your conversation again. You want hit the thumbs up button before I go. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support of this ministry. Come back when you have some more time. Appreciate. What time is it? 11:30. Cool. It's not even midnight. I'm not going to go to bed for another hour or two. All right, guys. I'm going to get off here. Appreciate it. Love you. Much phileo as well. Much agape. See you guys on the flip side. Stay in the narrow way. This weekend could be a very eventful weekend for this country. America could do something stupid over there in the desert, and I don't think anything will happen here in America, but the things we do definitely affect, gas prices, food prices, things like that. So I get myself, down to the store. If you have a ability, and go get yourself some extra toilet paper, batteries, just some things like that. Maybe a handheld water filter. If you don't own one of those, it'd be a good time to go grab one of those up or two. Get one for your neighbor or something like that. So again, links in the description. You want to support the ministry, and I will see you guys on the next live stream. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.